How long had it been since he had been defeated and captured alive by Shang Yuan Bingzu? Qian Yuan Wenchen was not really sure. He had lost track after the first week. Inside this dungeon the sunlight never reached any prisoner, and the walls were so thick coupled with the great depth in which it was located that even the loudest screams could not be heard by them. Under such a practically hellish environment, it was impossible to know if the moon was in the sky or if the sun had already risen to mark the beginning of a new day. So it was no wonder that even a soul evolver as strong as Qian Yuan Wenchen did not know the day, time, or how long he had been there. All he felt was that his life was over, and that it had probably been at least 3 or 4 years on the exterior. The only communication Qian Yuan Wenchen had with the outside world and human life was the jailer who came 3 times a week to deliver him a bowl of rice porridge. But even the jailer did not address him the slightest word, as he was strictly prohibited from talking to the prisoners. In fact, even in the darkness it was not difficult for Qian Yuan Wenchen to see the contempt in the eyes of the man, so he eventually gave up trying to communicate with him. Sitting in that corner where he spent 99% of his time since he was locked up in this place, Qian Yuan Wenchen looked down at his one hand resting on the straw. His head was down, and his formerly neat and beautiful silver hair was a long, dirty mess that ran down his face like a net of spider webs. He didn't know how much time had passed when his ears twitched imperceptibly at the sound of approaching footsteps. From the weight of the footsteps, the sound, and the fact that he could sense no aura on the other side, he judged the approaching man was very probably the jailer. The footsteps stopped just in front of the bars of his jail, but Qian Yuan Wenchen not only did not raise his head, but had long since given up trying to initiate any kind of communication in the hope of learning a little of the situation on the outside. Seconds passed, and just as Qian Yuan Wenchen felt it was strange for the jailer to stand there, as he always left after leaving the bowl of food on the floor, he heard a sound that made his eyes twitch slightly. The unmistakable sound of a key being inserted into the lock, and its subsequent opening was simply too striking in this dark world, where the sounds never changed. Qian Yuan Wenchen remained seated in the same position without moving, even when he heard footsteps of a person walking into the small river and stopping 2 steps ahead. His posture did not change. Finally, after what seemed like several minutes, a voice that Qian Yuan Wenchen would never forget even if he was turned to ashes sounded above him. It seems that being here for around 1 year can tame even the proudest and most powerful of men. Qian Yuan Wenchen's pupils fiercely contracted to the size of needles. That young voice, that tone that was dominance-filled and authoritative. Although that person had never spoken to him, Qian Yuan Wenchen remembered that battlefield in the middle of the snow when he saw the only soul evolver he came to fear despite not having faced him and only having witnessed his confrontation with Shang Yuan Xinyu. Like a robot that needed oil to regain the past fluidity of its movements, Qian Yuan Wenchen raised his head, and through the spider web that was his hair, his silver eyes met a pair of black eyes as bright as stars. "You?" His voice was hoarse and raspy, sounding like 2 sandpaper rubbing against each other. "It's been maybe a little less than a year, but you've changed quite a lot." Bai Zemin pulled out a chair from his storage ring and placed it in the low water. After sitting down, he stared at the man in front of him without showing any particular emotion. Qian Yuan Wenchen looked at him silently for a few seconds, and noticing no contempt or mockery on his face or in his tone of voice, he forced out his voice despite his throat hurting horribly. "It's only been 1 year. Approximately. Less, actually." Bai Zemin nodded calmly as he pointed. "I was in another world for half a year after you forced me to open that portal to drive away the nuclear missile you fired that day." Qian Yuan Wenchen was taken aback before slowly lowering his head and muttering to himself, "Just less than 1 year." He thought it had been 3 or 4 years, but it had only been 1 at most. Qian Yuan Wenchen felt his despair grow enormously as he realized that his stay in this hell would become much crueler and longer mentally than he had expected. In fact, it was quite surprising that he had not lost his sanity yet. The number of soul evolvers imprisoned in this place who were slaughtered after they completely lost their sanity was not low. Such was the cruelty of this prison, where no sound other than the water flowed relentlessly, and where the sun had no way of penetrating. The two were silent for a long time, probably more than 30 minutes in all. Qian Yuan Wenchen had his own thoughts and feelings, while Bai Zemin had his, as he watched the man in front of him slowly begin to despair more and more to the point where his aura began to plummet. Finally, Qian Yuan Wenchen asked without looking up, "Are you here to kill me?" Bai Zemin did not reply, but looked at him silently for another minute before opening his mouth. Qiunyuan Wenchen, what are your feelings for Bingzu? After a moment of silence, Qiunyuan Wenchen replied, I'm supposed to have any particular feelings for a person I never shared even a single minute of my life with. Bai Zemin felt a burst of anger burn like fire in his chest, and subconsciously extended his hand like an eagle's claw forward straight toward the heart of the man. However, he suddenly remembered a suspicion he had been having lately, so he stopped just as his fingers lightly dug into the bare skin of the man in front of him. Qiunyuan Wenchen could feel the pain being transmitted from his chest. He could also feel 5 thin lines of blood falling from the small, inoffensive holes left by the claw of the young man sitting in front of him. However, this kind of pain was insignificant in comparison to everything he had experienced, therefore his expression did not change at all, nor did he move from his position. How can a man be this insolent? Bai Zemin slowly withdrew his hand and sat up straight once again. He took several deep breaths to calm himself, and finally pointed out, she didn't spend time with you because you, her father, abandoned her. Did you forget that it was you the one who pushed the mother-daughter duo aside as if they were pieces of refuse? Qiunyuan Wenchen said nothing for a while. He raised his head and with surprisingly bright eyes looked at Bai Zemin as he said in a hoarse voice, there are laws that even the strongest cannot break. If those laws are broken, not only will you get into trouble, but you will end up dragging others down as well. Bai Zemin narrowed his eyes, and after a brief silence said slowly, are you talking about the law of only one natural child per family? He snorted and added, don't look at me like a fool or think that because I am young you can bullshit on me. Do you really think I got this far just by shaking my fists? Qiunyuan Wenchen looked at him silently before calmly pointing out, there are things even you can't do. You can't break certain rules to avoid your kingdom falling, and your family ending up involved because of your actions. What makes you think I was any different? Bai Zemin naturally knew that Qiunyuan Wenchen was right about this aspect of the conversation. For example, he could not force himself upon a woman. If such a thing were to come out, not only would everyone turn against him, but no one would ever trust him again, and there would probably be people who would seek to punish him by attacking his loved ones since he was too strong to be a direct target. However, Bai Zemin was not satisfied and remarked, let's say you are right. However, why didn't you provide support in disguise? You didn't even have an hour in over 20 years to meet with your daughter, you fucking bastard son of a bitch. You even fired a warhead missile without a second thought directly into your own flesh and blood. The more he spoke, the angrier he got, so in the end his voice boomed off the walls as he cursed. Qiunyuan Wenchen finally sighed and lowered his head. Slowly, he nodded. I am aware that I was not and probably could never be a good father. I do not seek forgiveness from anyone. I know better than any living being in this world that what I did is unforgivable from a sentimental and family point of view. However, my only goal was always the well-being and development of China and its citizens, even if that meant being a bad father or a bad husband. In fact, Bai Zemin learned after some research that Qiunyuan Wenchen's proper family hardly saw him, as the man worked so hard that he sometimes only came home once or twice a year. It was undeniable that China had come a long way in terms of economy and general security in the years that Qiunyuan Wenchen had been at the helm. Unfortunately, his actions could never be approved by Bai Zemin. In my eyes, the most important thing is and always will be my family. Bai Zemin stood up, the chair disappearing. A small remote control-shaped device appeared in his right hand, and as he held the center button down he said in a cold voice, Scram, I do not want to see you ever again, are we clear? The sound of something opening rang out again for the second time in less than an hour inside the prison. Under Qiunyuan Wenchen's shocked eyes, the bracelet that restricted all his mana and did not allow him to activate skills detached and fell to the ground. He heard the young man's footsteps walking away, and after a brief moment of silence asked in a low voice, Are you doing this for that girl? Was she the one who asked you? Although Qiunyuan Wenchen was speaking in a whispering voice, the silence in the dungeon was such that Bai Zemin heard him even when his body had already become one with the distant darkness. Just as you feel no affection towards her, Bingzu feels nothing towards you other than indifference. Even if I were to kill you right here and now, she won't blame me. Do you really think she would ask me to let you go after everything you did? Open your eyes to reality. That arrogance of yours is what brought you to this dungeon. Bai Zemin's voice sounded more and more distant in Qiunyuan Wenchen's ears. I do this for my own reasons and for my own suspicions, that's all. You would do well to heed my words, Qiunyuan Wenchen. This is something that will not happen again. If you ever get in my way again or try to harm even a hair of my loved ones, including Bing Zhu, I will personally take it upon myself to make you experience a hell far worse than this dungeon. That's a promise, and I keep my promises. ///////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// Really thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 1094 Alone in the World. Xuanyuan Wenchen did not move immediately, perhaps thinking that Bai Zemin was playing some kind of joke on him. Who would let a person who made an attempt on his life escape? A person who fired more than one nuclear missile on different occasions, someone who could have caused a disproportionate deal of damage, someone who took him away from his family and all communication with them after forcing him to go to another world. Xuanyuan Wenchen thought that even the angels would not be so merciful. Now was Bai Zemin stupid? Xuanyuan Wenchen didn't think he was. Just as the young leader pointed out earlier, it was impossible for someone with only pure strength to reach his current position solely using brute force. Eventually someone, probably an ally, would take him down the moment he least expected it, using any means necessary to achieve it. Truth be told, Xuanyuan Wenchen had hated Bai Zemin to the marrow of his bones when he was thrown into the under-dungeon, just as he had come to hate his own flesh and blood. However, with so much darkness and silence as well as all the time in the world to think, the former president of China had more than enough opportunities to reason and think through things with rare care. Eventually, that hatred turned into neutrality. At the end of the day, the reason the two sides clashed was only because they never tried to understand each other to begin with. This was especially true for Xuanyuan Wenchen himself. After about 20 minutes, the man finally moved. The bones in his legs, particularly his knees, boomed like thunder in the sky as he stood up for the first time in a long time. Xuanyuan Wenchen looked at the bracelet capable of blocking mana, that object he had hated so much for robbing him of his freedom, and then looked at the place where he had spent so many months, months that felt like years to him. With a sigh that only he could understand, the former highest authority of China took his first step towards the outside of the small square box that had deprived him of everything. He stopped for an instant before breaking beyond the allowed perimeter, but when he took the first step and nothing bad happened, he no longer stopped and continued walking. His eyes had already adapted perfectly to the darkness, so he could now faintly see the faces of other prisoners as he went higher and higher. They were all powerful soul evolvers, some even already in the second order. Yet, for committing acts that were harshly penalized by the current government, or for refusing to surrender, they were turned into nothing more than barnyard lambs awaiting their final judgment. A second-order soul evolver was a feared power, but such powers were captured alive and thrown into the dungeon like garbage bags. It was then that Xuanyuan Wenchen realized that the outside world had definitely changed a lot. His level was 100, peak second order. He had been stuck there all this time for obvious reasons. Facing third-order enemies below level 170 was normal for his former self, but the current Xuanyuan Wenchen could probably only fight enemies below level 140 or even 130. That was how hard his overall strength had fallen. If it weren't for the fact that he had a single-use skill that allowed him to regenerate a limb, he wouldn't even be able to get that far. But even then, with one less arm, it would be difficult for him to return to his past glory. Xuanyuan Wenchen dragged his sore, tired, and suffering rusty body to the outside. On the way, he encountered the jailer, only this time he did not bother to look at the man, but squatted down to pick up the large black cloth cloak on the ground. As he moved the cloth, a small paper note fell to the floor. When he read what the paper said, his hand trembled imperceptibly. Under the watchful and somewhat fearful eyes of the jailer, Xuanyuan Wenchen put on the cloak to cover his body, and then put on the hood to cover half of his face before taking, for the first time in what seemed to him like an eternity, his first step into the bright sun. Like all the other bases, the Zicheng district base also had a privileged area where only the most important could enter. Even if Bai Zemin wanted a world where equality prevailed, it was clear to him that such a thing was nothing more than childish thinking. Such a thing as equality would never really exist, and in fact its existence would cause more harm than good. Those with ability and skill were entitled to privileges that others were not. That was the way the world worked, and that was the way every society moved. In addition, the privileged zone of each base had far fewer soldiers, but more soul evolvers guarding the area, so the safety of these important and capable people was more assured, something the faction leaders appreciated. Xuanyuan Wenchen had no trouble sneaking in. Even if his level had been stagnant, he was still a great human potency after all. The only thing that hindered him a bit was the great feeling of oppression that hit him when all the mana roaming the world hit him hard. It was only at that moment that he realized that things had probably changed more than he expected, and that the monsters outside were most likely creatures that even he could not underestimate. After recovering some of his mana, it wasn't hard to activate several skills that allowed him to go unnoticed. And dodging as best as possible all the patrols, he approached a certain street in the privileged area, before finally stopping silently on the sidewalk opposite a quite nice two-story house with a large garden. Using different skills to avoid attracting attention and camouflage himself, Xuanyuan Wenchen managed to stand there for hours, so that even when the time came where the sun began to descend to make room for the moon, there was still no one who had gone to question him, despite his extremely suspicious attitude and appearance. During all this time, Xuanyuan Wenchen could see some soldiers with futuristic-looking weapons patrolling, and also saw with his own eyes a group of soul evolvers patrolling with mutant beasts that had somehow been tamed acting like police dogs alongside them. Really, it had only been a few months, but so much had changed. He sighed in his heart. When the horizon had turned into a beautiful, faint orange glow with red afterglows, Xuanyuan Wenchen calmly watched as a military jeep stopped in front of the house he had been staring at all this time. A beautiful woman who looked to be about 35 years old with a very charming body stepped down from the passenger seat. She was wearing silk clothing that clung to her body delicately, lots of jewelry, and a bit of makeup that emphasized her flamboyant features slightly. When the driver's door opened, Xuanyuan Wenchen saw a stout man who appeared to be between 29 and 30 years old descending from the car. This man wore rather elegant clothes, and when he turned around to walk toward the woman he chuckled as he slapped her on the butt, drawing a delighted giggle from the lady. The man was a First-Order Soul Evolver level 48, very close to the peak of the First Order, so it probably wouldn't take long for him to become a Second-Order Soul Evolver if he managed to complete all the requirements. The woman was only a level 8 Soul Evolver, but what Xuanyuan Wenchen cared about was something else, her identity. Demand a lot from yourself and expect little from others. That's the only way to save yourself heartache. Now, I understand a little better what my father wanted to tell me before he entered his eternal sleep. Hearing a voice behind them, both the man and the woman turned around in astonishment. Seeing a person wrapped in a black cloak on the street in front of them, the stout man frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "What are you doing standing there? Who are you?" Receiving no response, the man's arms bulged and he let go of the woman's slender waist before taking powerful steps towards the stranger. Although he wasn't too strong compared to many, he was still a level 48 Soul Evolver, and thanks to his position and services, he had managed to earn himself a rather nice house in this place. Although Xuanyuan Wenchen's face was covered up to half, the remaining half was enough for the beautiful woman to feel that she had seen him somewhere. But it was the next thing he said that made her heart leap and her face turn pale. "I always advised you to dig the well before you were thirsty, so that you would be ready for the future. But perhaps it is I the one who should have listened to my own words." The stout man reached out his hand with lightning speed, but was surprised and then startled when he couldn't catch anything. What? The stout man subconsciously took several steps backward when he realized that the person in front of him had disappeared without a trace. The woman's face was as pale as a sheet, because unlike her lover she recognized that person. How could she not recognize the man to whom she had been married for so long, and with whom she had made a family? Xuanyuan Wenchen sneaked into a nightclub several hours later and sat in a corner while he waited. According to the note that person had left him, someone he wanted to see would be arriving soon. With his hawk eyes fixed on the entrance as the loud music boomed furiously in his ears, ignoring all the young couples twisting uncontrollably and laughing loudly as if nothing bad was happening outside. A few minutes later, a group of 6 people, 3 males and 3 females, entered the club and under the guidance of a man dressed in a suit went to a more secluded corner on the second floor where there were fewer people, but it was still noisy with music blaring through the walls of the club. Xuanyuan Wenchen followed them like a ghost, and no one noticed his presence. The group of 6 chatted and laughed for a long time. Alcoholic drinks came and went as more and more bills of the new national currency left the pockets of the group and entered the pockets of the members of the place. Suddenly, one of the females, quite attractive and probably no more than 20 years old, said a little drunk, "Hey, do you know anything about your dad? It is said that he was captured alive but has not yet managed to free himself to be so strong." The expression of one of the young males changed slightly, and a venomous glint like that of a snake shone in his eyes as he sneered. "That useless old thing might as well die as far as I'm concerned. Pay, he couldn't even beat that little bee despite being just such a young girl." "You make it sound like you could beat her just because she's a girl." Another young man burst out laughing. "Good thing you stopped before you finished your words, or I would have had to beat you to death for speaking ill of the goddess of my heart." The other young man also laughed as he raised his glass of alcohol. "Hey, who drank my rum?" Xuanyuan Wenchen, who had already heard what he needed to hear, stood up with the intention of leaving. The young man, who was obviously Xuanyuan Wenchen's eldest and legitimate son, was drinking and smiling when a somewhat hoarse voice sounded from behind him. "When you drink water, remember the source. Forgetting where it comes from will make you lose sight of the essentials. Unfortunately, I focused too much on one flow of water and ignored the other." The young man's expression changed, but despite turning abruptly, there was no one there anymore. He looked at the girl sitting across from him, with the intention of asking if she had seen that person to help him confirm his suspicions. But seeing her drunken state, he realized she would be of little or no help. That voice, he definitely recognized it. But how could such a thing be possible? Xuanyuan Wenchen's eldest son felt some regret in his heart, but in less than a minute all that regret flew out the window. With a snort of contempt and a look of disdain, he continued to drink and get drunk without caring about anything but himself. Sometimes, those we cared most about were the ones who paid us back in ways we least expected. Backslash 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 backslash. Really, thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 1095 Nuclear Missile from Europe. Standing on top of the highest building in the privileged area from which the entire region could be seen clearly to the eyes of the most powerful, Bai Zemin watched as a hooded silhouette left the nightclub with his back slightly curved forward like that of someone defeated by life. His body moved softly and disappeared, appearing on the north wall of the base not long after. Looking at the figure running at lightning speed, raising a cloud of dust behind him before disappearing completely without a trace, Bai Zemin snorted in his heart. You chose that family over the one that could have given you true happiness. You can only blame yourself for having eyes but not being able to see, and for having heart but not being able to feel. Xuanyuan Wenchen abandoned Shangyuan Xinyu and the baby in her womb, choosing to stay with his wife and elder son. Was it wrong? It depended from which point of view one looked at it. In Bai Zemin's eyes, Xuanyuan Wenchen made the biggest mistake of his life, and because of that he was going to regret it for the rest of his life. Bai Zemin looked up and his eyes sparkled as he saw a small white paper rising into the sky. He stretched out his right hand, and using gravity manipulation drew that paper towards him with ease. Such a feat might have been impossible to accomplish in the past, but with his soul seal cracking more than before, and releasing part of his memories of his life in that 10,000-year illusion, Bai Zemin had become much more proficient in the use of gravity manipulation. Looking at the small piece of paper, Bai Zemin noticed at a glance that it was the one he had written and left next to the black cloak on the dungeon door for Xuanyuan Wenchen. There, the address where his now ex-wife lived after getting herself a lover, as well as the place and time that his legitimate son, whom he adored so much, visited daily, were written clearly. Bai Zemin turned over the sheet of paper where he had written a simple sentence, and underneath was written a reply that was somewhat complicated to understand. Bai Zemin wrote, "The one who has tied a knot will have to untie it." The reply he received took him by surprise, but eventually brought a small smile to his face. Out of the blackest clouds falls a water that is clean and fruitful. A spark of deep blue fire burned at his fingertips, turning the sheet of paper into ashes that rose into the sky before being scattered by the strong wind blowing from afar. If Xuanyuan Wenchen had truly learned and seen what Bai Zemin wanted him to see, then they might one day meet again. Hopefully, if that day came, it would not be as enemies, not for the sake of the two of them, but for the sake of other people. It was true that today's Earth was no longer what it was the moment Xuanyuan Wenchen lost all contact with the outside. But Bai Zemin was certain that a person like him would eventually find his own way back to the top. A gentle breeze blew beside a pensive Bai Zemin, and after a brief silence, Lilith's curious voice asked, "Are you sure not to kill him? That person will become really powerful once he breaks the next order." Bai Zemin looked at her silently. His black eyes looked into her ruby eyes for several seconds before he opened his mouth, but instead of asking the question he had in mind, he said something else completely different. "Correct your mistakes if you have made any, and guard against them if you haven't made any. If my choice is a mistake, it will be proven in the future, but I am already prepared against it." Lilith nodded and murmured that she understood before turning her face to look off into the distance with a thoughtful expression on her face. Bai Zemin looked sideways at her for a long time before smiling and turning around. It was time to get on his way. When he came down from the wall with a leap, Shangyuan Bingzu was waiting for him, along with Kang Lan and Bai Shilin. Shangyuan Bingzu knew what he had done, but said nothing about it. In her heart, all the resentment and hatred she had felt for the man named Xuanyuan Wenchen had died, just as any other emotion she might have felt toward him when she was still a little girl longing for love had died. If Xuanyuan Wenchen ever appeared again and showed the slightest sign of hostility, Shangyuan Bingzu herself would put a real end to it all, and unlike last time, no one would be able to change her mind. One day later, several people had gathered in the main meeting room of the government building of the only base in Changping district. Military, government cabinet members, technology developers, magic engineers, soul combat type soul evolvers, they were all gathered there. Of course, it was impossible for each and every core existence of the transcendent faction to physically gather in such a short time, so there were dozens of members who were present at the meeting using computers. The meeting seemed to be at its peak, after having been ongoing for the past 40 minutes. So the existence of gods and demons is real. The dragons that attacked America belong to this faction called the Dragon God Realm. Americans definitely cannot fight against these higher existences. Your Majesty, are you sure that attacking Russia at this time is a good idea? Please reconsider. I propose that we meet with these leaders. Since they cannot interfere directly with our affairs, perhaps we can come to an agreement with them. Only a small handful of people, particularly close to Bai Zemin, knew of the existence of beings like angels and demons. The rest were completely oblivious to this information until minutes ago. Of course, when Bai Zemin revealed the hidden truth to everyone, the chaos that arose was not small. Although he was clearer than anyone that revealing the existence of such powerful beings, real heroic legends, would probably provoke sly foxes who smiled like harmless rabbits to have unfunny ideas, Bai Zemin had little to do in this matter. The truth would come out very soon, and if he continued to try to hide the reality from his subordinates, it would probably end up causing resentment in their hearts. Besides, by revealing the truth, the poisonous snakes hiding in their holes would soon come out. Bai Zemin only had to bother not to let himself be bitten and not allow those bites to hurt those he cared about. The rest would be a simple task. We will attack Russia within a month. Bai Zemin slammed the table and silenced the place completely. His eyes roamed over everyone physically present and paused on the computer in front of him for a moment before he said coldly, "Many of our brothers and sisters suffered because of the Russians. It is time we let them pay. This is a decision made so none of you need to try to convince me otherwise." In that case, Wu Yijun was about to say something when her expression abruptly changed. Not only she but everyone, whether they were physically present or not, had drastic changes in their expression. Bai Zemin stood up, and the chair he was sitting on exploded into millions of pieces as he stared at the red dot on the screen in front of him. An image of the world map covered everyone's screen, and that red dot moving at great speeds moved from somewhere in Italy towards the ocean coast. Wu Keqian's face was pale as he exclaimed in shock, "Nuclear missile." This was the first time that Bai Zemin, or any other important member of his faction, received information from a European faction without them really seeking it. But little did they expect that the greeting from the so far silent Europeans would be the activation of a nuclear missile. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 1096, First General of Hell Azazel. Bai Zemin watched the trajectory of the missile with wide eyes, and it was only after seeing the nuclear weapon turn in a southerly direction that his racing heart calmed down. If the nuclear missile launched by the European faction continued on its initial course, Bai Zemin had probably immediately ordered to launch his own missiles in the form of retaliation. This was because the initial course of the nuclear missile seemed to be aimed at his China. Approximately 1 minute later, a blood-red circle slowly expanded on everyone's map. The red circle that was once a small dot grew, covering approximately 20 kilometers around what appeared to be a small island. From the edges of the blood-red circle expanded an orange circle that covered another 30 kilometers, and from the end of the orange circle came a new yellow circle that covered another 50 kilometers. The red circle represented the entire area directly affected by the explosion. The orange circle was the maximum extent of damage caused by the shock wave after the detonation of the nuclear weapons. And finally, the yellow circle represented the limit affected by the radioactive force released during and after the explosion. 100 kilometers of pure destruction. The area flashed constantly with warning messages. Wu Yijin looked at the screen in front of her in concern, as did everyone in silence. After several seconds after the nuclear detonation, she looked at Bai Zemin with worried eyes and remarked in a soft voice, "It seems a new enemy appeared in Europe." Although they didn't know much about the European faction, Bai Zemin and his team discovered that the first ones to conquer an entire country had been them. Furthermore, from what their orbiting satellite had captured, it seemed that the number of survivors of the European faction was not much less than that of China, even though Italy was a much less populated country in comparison. What did this mean? It meant that Europe had been able to respond much better, faster, and stronger than all the other countries in the world. Such a group was definitely frighteningly strong. And yet, they were forced to fire a terrifying weaponry of mass destruction that did not distinguish between allies and enemies. What happened? Sun Ling, mother of Wu Yijin, frowned and whispered under her breath, "They fired into the sea and not into their territory." Bai Zemin stared at the island that had been hit, and his eyes flashed as he saw that it still was holding up even after what had just happened. Shangyuan Bingzhu had noticed it too, and she was quick to point it out. "It looks like the enemy is near the coast of Italy." Invasion. Such a word flashed in Bai Zemin's heart as he stared at the map in front of him. ////. Europe, Italy. The battle between the Catholic Church and the demon race had broken out half a month ago, but during the first week, the Catholic Church had faced constant defeats at the hands of these powerful new enemies. Not only had the Catholic Church lost part of its territory, but they had also lost millions of lives along with a colossal amount of weapons and artifacts that were extremely helpful in the fight. However, things had changed when the most powerful troops of the Catholic Church confronted the demons. The strength of the Legion of Holy Knights that was rumored to be undefeatable proved that their reputation was by no means undeserved. When they clashed with the demons for the first time in the center of Pisa, the Supreme Pontiff, who personally led the operation to exterminate the invading demons single-handedly, annihilated approximately 40 million enemies in the short span of several minutes. The strength and skill exerted by the Supreme Pontiff was recorded for all to see. With unstoppable might, the man closest to God led the mighty legion of holy knights with firm steps and forced the demons to retreat step by step back into the ocean from whence they had come. All the followers and members of the Catholic Church believed that the definitive victory of their faction was just around the corner as they saw how in every video the demons were slaughtered with such ease. However, things had suddenly changed several days ago when these videos stopped arriving. Had it not been for the fact that the higher-ups were still at the base, it was likely that the survivors would have lost all faith and might even have thought that they had been abandoned after failing to defeat the terrifying demons. As for the reason why the videos stopped arriving, approximately 6 or 7 days ago, the Supreme Pontiff Israfel as well as the Legion of Holy Knights finally encountered enemies they could not underestimate. The seemingly divine words of the Supreme Pontiff did not seem to have a great effect on the two Fourth Order demons leading the enemy troops, and the power of these two leaders forced him to focus on them, so the Legion of Holy Knights had to prove their courage and power by facing a sea of over 10 million demons. "Your words do nothing but tickle my ears, priest." The Fourth Order demon leaped skyward, and with a kind of black energy covering his right arm, he struck downward with all his might. His power was so great that the sky rumbled, and the earth shook even though his attack was still over 200 meters high. The female Fourth Order demon did not hold back either, as with a swift movement of her right hand, she began firing arrows at lightning speed. Each blackish-purple arrow seemed to be enveloped in a kind of colorless flame that incinerated the air and raised the temperature of the battlefield horribly. Israfel dared not underestimate these opponents, and as he felt the sheer amount of power the incoming attacks carried, he could not help but frown. This would be by far his toughest battle to date. The Supreme Pontiff's eyes flashed with chilling coldness, and as if frozen he let the enemy attacks reach him. Two horrific explosions overlapped to create a single one even more terrifying than the two separate ones. The shockwave spread for over 1 kilometer, blasting everything there until it flattened the ground and turned the rocks to dust. Just as the two demons were perplexed, a golden shadow shot out from within the cloud of fire, and in a flash appeared in front of the startled female. In the name of the Lord, repent! Israfel, completely untouched, clenched his right fist, which was covered by a strange golden gauntlet, and struck fiercely forward. The female fourth order demon was punched in the chest and sent flying while spitting blood everywhere, stopping only after rolling on the ground over 200 meters and leaving a deep grave in her tracks. The male demon looked at the 3 golden spears floating on Israfel's back, and noticing that the one in the center was a bit more opaque than the other two, he understood what was happening. However, he was amazed by something else. Bastard, weren't you supposed to be a mage? Israfel looked at the demon and pulled out a rather ugly-looking old cross. He broke the cross, and suddenly, a large white-colored sphere enveloped the entire area, increasing not only his power but also that of the entire legion of holy knights. On the other hand, the weaker demons writhed in pain as they felt their souls being attacked. They grew weaker, and a kind of blackish smoke constantly rose from their bodies, weakening them more and more with each passing second. How could you, vile creatures of hell, possibly understand the strength that the faith in our Lord provides us? Israfel looked blankly at the female demon and extended his hand to the sky as he said in a cold voice, "Golden lightning rain." Approximately 3 days later, the battle against the Sea of Demons finally ended with the victory of the Legion of Holy Knights. Despite their victory, however, no member of the proud legion celebrated. Matthew Sanchez watched as his younger sister, Naomi, joined other priests and mages to heal the wounded, while another group prayed for the souls of the fallen. The battlefield was a unique mess, to say the least. Corpses of demons and humans were scattered as far as the eye could see, and in the countless cracks and craters born during the war, pools and rivers of peculiar color formed from the combination of red blood and purple blood. Matthew sighed in his heart. This had been by far the closest and most fearful battle the Legion of Holy Knights had had in the last few thousand years. This legion naturally did not have the old members, but it did have the legacy they had left behind. Today, Matthew Sanchez learned that even with such a strong base, they could still be shaken to such an extent by outside forces, something he had thought impossible in the past. Several minutes later, Matthew, along with 2 other Grand Holy Knights, arrived at the battlefield closest to the shore. They stood considerably far away and calmly watched the final moments of the battle between the leaders of the 2 armies. Standing alone, Israfel slowly drew his fist from inside the mangled chest of the male demon. The male 4th order demon coughed up a mouthful of blood as his heart was forcibly extracted and then crushed before his eyes. But to the Supreme Pontiff's surprise, the demon laughed out loud as he was captured by the neck. Human, you think you have won. All this is but the beginning of your nightmare." Israfel's eyes glowed coldly, and in a colder voice he commented, "There is no nightmare or darkness that cannot be erased by the light, just as your darkness was extinguished by my light." In the distance, Matthew and the other 2 great holy knights saw the demon's head tilt to the side as the Supreme Pontiff clenched his fist and crushed his neck. Israfel released the demon's body and closed his eyes to embrace the soul power he had received. Successfully fighting and killing 2 4th-order demons had given him great rewards, so even with the price he had to pay, it was still something Israfel was willing to pay. Finally, level 200. The Supreme Pontiff opened his eyes and after exploring his options chose the one he felt was most apt for him, Holy Envoy. That's a good name. Feeling footsteps behind him, Israfel turned and looked at his 3 warriors kneeling on their right knees. Noticing that except for Matthew the other 2 had wounds of varying levels on their bodies, Israfel held out his hand and said in a pious voice, "You have fought well, child. The Lord will surely reward your souls with infinite warmth." The 2 great holy knights kneeling next to Matthew were enveloped by a warm white light and soon felt their wounds begin to heal. Had it not been for the dark energy still plaguing their flesh and blood, the speed would have been at least twice as fast in comparison. "Your Holiness, this battle was too hard even for us. I fear that at least 15% of the Legion of Holy Knights lost their lives or combat ability forever on this battlefield. Matthew Sanchez lowered his head and said with regret, I'm willing to pay my sin for not being a capable leader for all of them. Losing only 15% of a few thousand warriors, while fighting against a mighty army of over 10 million demons among which there were several third-order ones, was an impressive feat, no matter how one looked at it. If Bai Zemin were the leader of this troop, he would most likely be satisfied with the result. However, for Matthew Sanchez and the others, it was an embarrassment never before recorded in the history of the Catholic Church. This was particularly true because the enemy was demons, the race they were supposed to be able to easily suppress. Matthew, you need not blame yourself for anything that happened. Both I and our Lord know that the enemy this time exceeded our expectations. Israfel looked at the cracked golden gauntlet and then at the wound on his chest. One of the sacred battle gauntlets received damage that I don't know if it can be repaired, and if it weren't for the immortal Lord's armor, my physical body wouldn't be in perfect condition by any means. The hempen clothing Israfel wore had been destroyed during the battle, so now the small but shiny and eye-catching shiny silver plate armor could be seen wrapping around his body. Another thing Israfel did not mention was that, in the battle to suppress and kill the two leading demons, he was forced to use some precious single-use artifacts. The losses this time were immeasurable, so much so that the Catholic Church would need a long time to recover, but even then it was impossible to recover some artifacts left behind from ancient times. Just at that moment, Israfel's expression abruptly changed, and as quick as lightning he turned as he urgently shouted, Aegis. Those strange golden spears shone again on Israfel's back. Only this time there were only two, as the third one was flickering, as if trying to recover after being worn out after covering so many attacks. Not even a second had passed since the two golden spears appeared on the Supreme Pontiff's back, when a golden barrier covered the area around him, just before a large spear of black fire slammed into the barrier. The barrier shook fiercely and looked like it was about to shatter. The earth split into countless pieces, and the ground sank fiercely as black flames spread like an unstoppable sea across the ground and sky. Seeing this, Israfel's expression changed, and he quickly released that strange white light from before. The white light spread even faster than the black flames, devouring them with great difficulty and canceling each other out not long after. Bang! The golden magic spear located on the left side of Israfel's back exploded at the same time, as the enemy's magic spear lost its power and disappeared. Matthew and the other two great holy knights quickly stood up with pale faces. Just now, but for the quick reaction of His Holiness the Supreme Pontiff and the practically insurmountable defensive power of Aegis, the three of them had become corpses without even knowing it. These demons were truly horrible. Oh, you actually managed to survive that, even protecting those three leeches behind you, said a voice that sounded loud and powerful as well as distant and proud. Israfel's pupils contracted to the size of needles as he looked in the direction of the ocean on the horizon. Leading what appeared to be a new army of demons whose numbers were not inferior to the one they had just defeated, but whose strength seemed to be a bit above. A single demon over 5 meters tall with 4 arms flapped his giant flesh wings as he glared with a fierce grin at the tallest leader of the church. I am the first general of hell, Azazel. Human, be proud, because you will be my first meal after hundreds of thousands of years. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 10, 97 God's Descent and Godslayer Longinus. The Legion of Holy Knights was forced to start fighting again when the demons reached the mainland. Even if they were still tired after fighting for 3 days and 2 nights, war awaited no one, and the outcome, which was death, was not something the members of this proud legion wanted to know, even if their souls were supposed to be safe as faithful subjects of the Lord. The battle was at least 10 times bloodier and crueler compared to any other war the Legion of Holy Knights had ever experienced. Even the battle they had just suffered, and in which they lost 15% of their troops as well as much of their treasure, paled in comparison. On the first day, Grand Knight Fabius fell in battle. This marked a before and after in the history of the Holy Church, because since the beginning of the apocalypse they had never lost a Grand Knight. However, the cruel news did not end there. Approximately 6 hours after Grand Knight Fabius lost his life, Grand Knight Agatha, whose power was the summoning of all kinds of light-like beasts, was decapitated by the tail of a third-order demon. 2 of the 10 Grand Holy Knights lost their lives in the first 24 hours after the arrival of the new army of demons. This could be the first time since the birth of the Legion of Holy Knights countless years ago that 2 Grand Holy Knights fell in combat so quickly one after the other. 4 days after the battle broke out again, Israfel spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to one knee. He gasped for air with his eyes wide open as he stared at the ground stained by his blood. The Supreme Pontiff was so physically, mentally, and spiritually exhausted that he didn't even care about the gruesome-looking blackish dots in the blood he had just involuntarily expelled. After an unknown amount of time, Israfel looked up with great difficulty and gazed at the body of the first general of Hell Azazel currently prostrate on the ground. Impressive, the powerful 4th Order level 340 demon spat out a large puff of purple blood along with pieces of shattered internal organs. His own blood burned over his body as if it wanted to set him on fire, but Azazel seemed to feel nothing, and while looking at the white smoke rising from his wounds he muttered with great difficulty, "That spear. I didn't expect it." A few minutes later, the terrifying first general of Hell Azazel, whose power had long made the earth tremble at the mere mention of his name countless years ago, finally succumbed to the severity of his wounds. This level 340 demon who had lived for thousands of years lost his life after fighting tirelessly for a total of 4 days and 3 nights against a level 200 human, who was less than 100 years old. However, only those who did not know the truth of the battle would think that Israfel was more powerful, since the two involved knew in their hearts that the real reason behind Azazel's defeat at the hands of Israfel was the spear that the Supreme Pontiff used during the battle. With great difficulty, Israfel tried to stand up only to stagger and fall back to his right knee. He gasped heavily and shakily moved his left hand wrapped in a flash of white light towards his chest. Luminous healing. His voice sounded as weak as his current state, and although his skill luminous healing was powerful, it still didn't seem to be enough to heal him at all from the damage the first general of hell had inflicted on him. His internal organs had been shaken so badly that they were all damaged to the point where both kidneys were almost turned to pulp after receiving hundreds of heavy blows from Azazel's hammers. The demon used his 2 upper arms to wield 2 extremely long swords, and each slash that managed to break Israfel's defense not only cut through his skin and flesh, but allowed an extremely terrifying poison to seep into his blood and weaken him more and more throughout the battle. If not for his armor, which was an artifact left behind from ancient times, a rank 4 defensive item, Israfel would definitely not have spent more than a day fighting the first general of hell before experiencing a horrible death. Besides, Israfel looked down at the ground, straight at the bronze spear that he was holding with all his strength in his right hand. Had it not been for this Longinus, it would have been impossible for me to kill that demon, the Supreme Pontiff muttered with lingering fear. This spear was one of the 2 greatest treasures of the Holy Church. According to legend, this spear named Longinos was the spear that pierced the heart of Jesus when he was crucified by the Roman soldiers. According to the legend, the divine blood of Jesus bathed the spear of the Roman soldier, and after countless years of being nourished by the divine blood of a deity, it turned into the Godslayer spear, or sacred spear capable of piercing any defense and killing any living creature in existence, even demons and gods. As to whether the legend was true or not, no one knew, not even Israfel, as the records of Longinus did not mention anything of the sort. Being a rank 6 weapon, its pure damage was unquestionable. However, the runes this spear had inscribed on its bronze body were undoubtedly terrifying, enough to frighten some higher existences if wielded by someone with sufficient power. Most shocking of all, aside from its rank, however, was the fact that this spear had been forged using a 6th Order soul stone. Had it not been for the fact that Israfel's weapon was overwhelmingly superior, his life would have come to an end days ago. He could only feel lucky in his heart and thank the ancestors of the church for leaving behind such a godly treasure. Suddenly, Israfel felt a new wave of relief, and his wounds began to heal much faster. In addition, that dark mist and poison that continued to damage his internal organs began to be purified quickly, as if they met their natural enemy. Israfel looked over his shoulder, and there he saw the mightiest priest in the entire Holy Church, Grand Holy Knight Naomi. Her other alias was Mother of all Angels. She had been born with healing abilities, and after being raised and educated by the Catholic Church throughout her life, her power was already enormous by the time the soul record came to Earth. Her natural talent plus all her training added to her high level, and the 7-jeweled sacred baculum in her right hand. Naomi was by far the best healer Israfel could hope to have behind his back. However, Naomi's condition was not good. She had clearly crawled from somewhere to get to Israfel as she was currently on the ground. Her eyes were barely open as she extended her right hand with which she was shakily holding the 7-jeweled holy baculum from which a faint but warm white glow was emanating. Israfel, with great difficulty, stood up. Ignoring the pain he felt, he walked several steps until he stopped in front of the defeated Azazel, and after inspecting the only remaining good sword after facing the rank 6 Longinus, he kept it in his storage ring as it was a rank 4 sword even if it did not have good runes. His eyes glinted slightly at the sight of the cyan-colored orb. This was his first time seeing an orb of this color personally, but thanks to the records of an ancient book left behind by the ancestors of the church, he understood what such an orb represented. Legend-grade treasure. With this legend-grade treasure, Israfel felt that the pain of the losses would be at least somewhat lessened. 2 hours later, Israfel gathered all the remaining members of the Legion of Holy Knights. Seeing the lineup in front of him, the Supreme Pontiff felt his heart bleed horribly. With a severed arm and some wounds on his body, Matthew Sanchez and the other 4 Grand Holy Knights still alive knelt with their heads lowered. "Your Holiness, our Legion has lost more than 40% of its total numbers." When Israfel heard these words coming out of his main general's mouth, he felt as if the world around him was spinning, and he staggered, causing panic screams that he ignored as he gently clutched his head with his left hand. 40%. The apocalypse had barely begun less than 2 years ago. This new era was still new, but the Catholic Church's greatest trump card, the Legion of Holy Knights, had already lost almost half of its power. Not to mention the enormous amount of consumed resources, single-use treasures, and artifacts that were destroyed during the past 2 wars. This was a blow so hard that for the first time since his birth it provoked despair in the heart of the Supreme Pontiff. All this had barely begun, but his losses were already so tremendous. How was he and the humans he needed to guide in the midst of all this darkness supposed to survive the events to come? Israfel had many faults as a human being. One of them was the fact that he could not really communicate with God as he claimed. However, he never thought this was a vile sin since he never did it with bad intentions. He only wanted to unite everyone under the banner of the Lord and lead them to a better world. Under the surprised eyes of everyone, the person that everyone admired, since despite his appearance, everyone knew he was a man of more than 70 years old who fought for the common good, raised his head towards the sky. With tears of sadness, pain, and a bit of despair running down his face, Israfel asked, "Dear Father, what am I supposed to do now?" Everyone was in shock at the sight of the Supreme Pontiff's tears. This was undoubtedly the first time they had seen him cry, and the ones who suffered the most were people like Matthew, Naomi, and all those who saw him as a father. They all clenched their fists tightly and hung their heads in shame. Israfel and all the others had always had their way too smoothly. With such a large base left behind from ancient times and magical powers that gave them great advantage over all other humans and races, this was the first time they tasted how bitter could be the ever-sweet victory. The bitter taste of victory was normal for someone like Bai Zemin and his team, who had advanced step by step like newborn babies, growing up experiencing stumbles and falls that hurt their bodies and hearts. But for these church warriors who had always dominated from the beginning, that bitter taste was one they never wanted to taste again if possible. Suddenly, as if out of a movie or fantasy book, the red clouds in the sky slowly opened up to give way to a great halo of white light that illuminated the bloody battlefield. The white light seemed to calm the hearts of everyone present, filling them with a warmth they had never felt before. Startled, Israfel squinted his eyes and faintly caught a glimpse of 2 silhouettes slowly descending. In normal times, he would react negatively considering the place and the circumstances, but this white light, this feeling of warmth he felt. When the white light disappeared along with the weight they all felt on their chests, the image of 2 winged figures descending and stopping before them was firmly imprinted in their eyes and hearts. "Why, you are," Israfel stammered as he looked at the silver-haired man with 4 pairs of angel wings. Meade smiled warmly and said in a gentle voice, like that of a father whispering to his son, "My child, your efforts and griefs, I have seen and felt them deeply." Israfel's knees, so proud that they never touched the ground before any living being, or with much life remaining, automatically gave up, and like a limp rag, he fell to the ground as he looked at the winged man with tears in his eyes. Father," Medes, the god described in the Bible, and the one and only ultimate deity of the Christians, nodded with a warm smile before looking towards the horizon beyond the ocean. My dear child, I'm afraid those vile creatures will not leave us in peace to discuss the great changes that are about to take place. Medes could sense that while the demons were not going to attack soon, it would not be long either. Therefore, he had to do something about that first. The wheel of fate had begun to rotate. Backslash, 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 backslash. Really thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 1098 LN Nocent Giggling and Time Skip, Part 1. Father, with you here we, your vassals, can finally have a moment of peace from those vile creatures who embrace the darkness, ignoring the light. Israfel looked incredibly relieved as he uttered these words. In fact, they were all looking at God with awe, fanaticism, and above all, eyes shining with infinite hope. This was their God, the God they had always revered and fought for, prayed to, and worshipped. Meade sighed in his heart as he saw the faces of the people before him. It was at times like these that he always experienced a little headache, as it was difficult to explain some matters. Fortunately for Meades, he was not alone. The Archangel Gabriel stepped forward, and in a soft and gentle voice remarked, "I'm afraid His Grace would not be able to kill those demons." "What?" Matthew Sanchez looked at the angel with 3 pairs of wings and said as if he could not believe what he had just heard, "The Lord can't kill those demons." They were all in disbelief and looked at their God, expecting him to dismiss the words the angel next to him had just said. Unfortunately for them, Meades could not reject the truth he was bound to. This was his reality, whether he liked it or not. It's not that he doesn't have the power or ability to do so. Gabriel smiled kindly and explained with seemingly infinite patience. The universe is vast, and its secrets are immeasurable. Just as there are laws for the activation of magical skills, there are also laws for us, beings who have transcended the mortal realm. Laws? Naomi looked at the 6-winged angel before moving her eyes in shock to the God she had worshipped for as long as she could remember, the one she was raised to love and respect. Wasn't God the creator of everything? If he had created this universe and the life in it, then why would his own laws restrict him? Gabriel continued, "There are other gods in the universe, as you probably already suspected in your hearts. To prevent the god of any faction from attacking the worshippers of another god directly, they all formed a treaty in which they are not allowed to intervene physically or directly in the affairs of mortals. This is so to prevent the balance of the universe from being broken, but most of all to protect all of you from hidden dangers." Gabriel's words were very reasonable, and it had to be said that he had found a good point to lie. He knew that if he revealed that the God they had worshipped all their lives had once been a low-level mortal like them, that practically blind faith and fanaticism they felt would waver, and neither Gabriel nor Meades wanted to see such an occurrence. While it was true that they would probably no longer have the same kind of faith as before, and some things might change in their hearts, Gabriel knew that the army of heaven could by no means afford to be left out of earth. This treasure-filled world needed to be theirs, and for that, they needed to work and slowly build their influence so that, when the time came for Earth to complete its evolution to a higher world, they could take it over much more easily. At the very least, Gabriel was clear that they could not let Earth fall into the hands of another faction. Besides, there was also that extremely abnormal human brat who needed to be taken care of somehow or other. Gabriel had never seen anyone so terrifying in his entire life when it came to lower existences. Not even Sirius could compare to that human when he was on his level. Indeed, the expressions of some changed, and they looked at the two with complicated eyes. Naomi and a small handful more secretly clenched their fists and lowered their heads in silence. All the joy they had felt from meeting God was practically gone now that they learned the truth. It seemed that they needed to continue fighting the demons after all. But Israfel looked at his legion, and a glint of concern shone in his silver, almost white eyes. With the current strength of the Legion of Holy Knights, it was questionable whether they would survive an upcoming confrontation against the demon race. Although Israfel had successfully killed the first general of Hell, his wounds were not light, and he was completely worn out. His subordinates were in a state very similar to his, so asking them to fight under such circumstances was no different than asking them to die for nothing. There was no way Israfel could do such a thing. But as if seeing and sensing what his concerns were, Meade smiled slightly and said calmly, "The human race has developed very well in the path of magic. I am amazed and proud of you. However, I know that you have also developed very well technologically and have conducted research to create weapons of mass destruction so powerful that even the strongest soul evolvers need to fear. A few people's pupils twitched as they understood what their god meant. But Mateo Sanchez took a step forward. His abrupt movement caused his wounds to worsen, but he didn't care, and as he grunted in pain, he said quickly, "Launching a nuclear missile this close to our shore will alert the sea race and enrage them." The Holy Church faction had naturally had their less-than-friendly encounters with the sea race in the past, although in their eyes the sea race was not particularly strong, especially if they came out of their natural environment. Their numbers were frighteningly high, even more massive than the zombies. Israfel looked at God and then looked at his troops. In the end, although the first Grand Knight's words were true and not meaningless at all, the Supreme Pontiff knew what he had to do in his heart. Approximately 2 minutes later, not only the Legion of Holy Knights but even the bases a few thousand miles away watched the distant horizon, some in fear, some in curiosity, a few in awe, and another handful in shock. Gabriel's face gleamed under the glare of the nuclear explosion that lit up the sky. The earth trembled and huge waves were created in the sea that approached the shore as if they were monsters sent to destroy everything. This level of destructive power is really something else. The great archangel of Seventh Order muttered in a voice that only he and Meads could hear, "Lord, if we can get the method to create this kind of weapon." Meads nodded silently as he looked off into the distance thoughtfully. Being able to use magic and mana as well as technology of a much higher level than Earth, there was one small point that all the higher existences neglected: study and scientific advancement based on knowledge of universal matter. It was hard to believe that a nuclear split or the breaking of a few atoms could cause this level of destruction and damage. "Looks like the leaders of the enemies came out of their cave." Gabriel smiled slightly. Israfel had a tremendously serious expression as he looked cautiously into the distance. They could all see the great blackish-purple dome glowing in the sky, covering what appeared to be the entirety of the island closest to the coast of Pisa, Italy. "No," Meade shook his head and sighed, "looks like we can just leave it like this for now." In the center of the island, an altar made up of 5 stones carved into geometric shapes was placed around what appeared to be a round mirror the size of a normal table. The 5 geometrically shaped stones released blue beams of lightning directly into the round mirror. The round mirror absorbed those blue beams and discharged them into the sky, but the color of the beam as thick as a tree trunk was not blue but deep purple slightly bordering on black. Upon reaching a certain height, the thick deep purple beam seemed to encounter a kind of invisible wall as it immediately opened up and extended along that invisible wall in all directions. Inside the large magic dome, a group of 5 Fourth-Order demons, along with over 100 Third-Order demons, stared coldly at the nuclear explosion. "They want to break through our defenses. Dream on." One of the Fourth-Order demons, who was over 3 meters tall and whose skin was completely black, spat coldly. "However, the power of that thing is truly amazing," commented another Fourth-Order demon that was less than 1.5 meters tall but was as thick as a palm tree. Seeing the small but still clear ripples on the magic barrier, they all nodded in their hearts. None of them were confident they could take that attack head-on and survive. At the very least, they knew they would lose half their lives there. A Fourth-Order demon who stood just under 2 meters tall with furry dragon wings on his back contemplated for a long time before ordering in a deep voice, "Until His Majesty fully recovers, no one is allowed to attack those fucking humans. We can't afford to waste Vengeance Bastion's energy like this no matter what." The other demons nodded in agreement. Although they were dissatisfied, they knew that reality had to be accepted, and if they did not adapt to the reality in which they lived, they would be erased. They had just woken up after sleeping for no one knew how long. They needed time to reorganize and recover completely. They would have time to deal with humans and other races later. Bai Zemin naturally had no idea what was going on in Europe. After 20 minutes had passed without a second nuclear blast, Wu Yijin judged that the enemies of the European faction had probably been successfully decimated. At the very least, one of the 2 sides should have been wiped out or suffered colossal damage from which they could not recover for years to come. Even then, Bai Zemin ordered a group of people to remain vigilant day and night for the few days to come. A nuclear weapon was no small thing. A single one of these bombs exploding on their territory could wipe out millions of lives and cause immeasurable losses. For example, if the nuclear missile fell on a minor base, What Bai Zemin would lose would be human lives and a lot of resources. Painful. Definitely painful. However, it was a pain that he and the others could tolerate to a certain extent. Now, if the nuclear missile fell on one of the bases where experiments and developments of utmost importance were being carried out, or where there were many top-level soul evolvers, it would be catastrophic for the entire faction. Therefore, he needed more nuclear shields as soon as possible. After finishing the meeting, since he had already announced what he had to announce, Bai Zemin stopped Shangyu and Bing Zhu, who seemed to be intending to have a chat about something with Wu Yijun. "I'm sorry, but I need to talk to Yijun," he said with an apologetic look on his face. Shangyu and Bing Zhu looked at him and blinked curiously but finally nodded. She did not ask to stay, but after telling Wu Yijun to visit her house in the night if she had time, Shangyu and Bing Zhu left, but not before nodding towards Bai Zemin with a small smile. Wu Yijun looked at her best friend's back, and her feminine sixth sense helped her to realize that the current Shangyu and Bing Zhu was different from the Shangyu and Bing Zhu who had left for America 2 weeks ago. Besides, from the way she was looking at Bai Zemin just before she left. Wu Yijun sighed in her heart as she muttered something to herself. She was a smart woman, so her innocent baby face didn't mean she didn't understand some things or couldn't see through people in certain ways. This was particularly true considering that the eyes with which Shangyu and Bing Zhu looked at Bai Zemin just before retreating formed a look that was not very different from the look she often looked at him with. Wu Yijun's feelings were very complicated at the moment, as her heart was slightly in disorder. Bai Zemin had to call out to her several times and gently shake her shoulder to bring her back to reality and pay attention to him. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 1099 Ellen Nosent Giggling and Time Skip, Part 2-2. Are you all right? Bai Zemin frowned, slightly worried. With everything that had happened lately, he naturally didn't have the heart to stop and think for a moment. Or else he would easily understand what Shangyu and Bing Zhu wanted to talk to Wu Yijin about, and it wouldn't be so hard for him to deduce that this baby-faced, large-breasted beauty most likely already knew what she wanted to tell her in advance. He had to take revenge on the Russian faction. He needed to prepare for any move the higher existences could make on Earth in order to suffer as minimal damage as possible. He had to think of countermeasures to attack and not let others see him as a slaughter pen. And now there was even the matter of the European nuclear missile. All this not to mention the fact that Bai Zemin needed to think about the next course of advancement for his faction and the other races awakened from their seal. For heaven's sake, Bai Zemin still had to resolve the matter of Xian Mayer. With so many things of utmost importance on his mind, Bai Zemin, naturally, had no room to think about love. Being in love and feeling pure feelings, fighting for them, etc., all this was wonderful, and Bai Zemin approved it 100,000 times. But to be happy and to love, one needed to live first. Therefore, he had to focus on what was really important right now. Wu Yijin looked at him with a serious expression, quickly putting herself in her proper role according to her position. Seeing this, Bai Zemin nodded in satisfaction and quickly asked, "Yijin, do you have the day off?" She was very surprised, and for a moment did not know how to react or what to say. He quickly explained what it was all about, and even though Wu Yijin knew it was all work, she was still more than happy and delighted to agree to accompany him for the rest of the day. Bai Zemin and Wu Yijin spent the whole day together, and the number of people who saw them stopping at a fairly normal restaurant on one of the busiest streets of the base was not small. Wu Yijin was very powerful even if she could not rank at the top. She was particularly strong, fighting numerous enemies by herself, but she still had 2 bodyguards completely focused on her. The young lady looks very happy. A lady who looked to be about 25 years old commented as she looked at the bright smile on Wu Yijin's face while listening to whatever Bai Zemin was telling her. Another lady who appeared to be a little older than the first nodded, and while watching the duo comfortably eating, she remarked, "She turns down countless proposals every day. Even outstanding young men like Yang Yang, who is a third-order soul evolver, got kicked out by her. I hope His Majesty will take some pity on her kind little heart." These 2 women were both second-order level 100 soul evolvers, but the power of both of them was enough to fight against third-order level 115 soul evolvers without inconvenience. That was how pure their soul power was. Moreover, the fighting style and skills of the 2 perfectly matched Wu Yijin's style and skills. A day of time passed quickly, so the precious time Wu Yijin spent with Bai Zemin slipped through her fingers like drops of water. She didn't even notice it at first, and it wasn't until the sun began to set that she realized that this great day was about to come to an end. Although both Bai Zemin and Wu Yijin were the number 1 and number 3 figures in terms of importance to the entire faction, the number of people who had seen their faces was quite low, so practically no one knew that mingling among the normal survivors was the king and his right prime minister. Fortunately, no one went looking for trouble. A woman as beautiful as Wu Yijin, who was like a fairy compared to the other girls naturally, could not come from a small background. So, although countless male survivors drooled over her, no one dared to step forward to say anything in an attempt to smooth things over. In fact, there was one young man with a bit of a background who immediately went to Roaring Lion Street when he heard of a beauty of the highest quality. With his father being best friends with a very important figure within the base's public safety bureau, this young man believed he was fine as long as he didn't step out of line, as the base's laws were very strict, and he didn't want to get himself or his family in trouble. However, when this young man saw Wu Yijin's face, he almost peed his pants. He glared fiercely at the little bastard who called him here and without a word walked away. Step forward to say something. Yeah, sure. This young man had once had the opportunity to attend a meeting at the Public Security Bureau, and there he saw how the head of security himself treated that young woman with black hair and big boobs as if she were his mother. No, this young man was sure that the head of general security probably did not treat his mother with so much respect. He was still so young and wanted to live a good life for God's sake. Besides, although the young man next to that beautiful big-breasted girl was definitely not familiar to him, he was definitely not someone normal. Leaving aside Bai Zemin's handsome appearance that practically bewitched every woman who looked at him and attracted the hatred of countless men, who would probably by the end of the day end up single, the occasional gleam that flashed in his eyes without him noticing was more than enough to keep problems away from him and Wu Yijin. Thus, the day for the duo was smooth and trouble-free. After Bai Zemin talked with Wu Yijin about several matters, he handed over the collector's pocket watch to her after escorting her home. Wu Yijin looked at the antique watch in his palm and hesitated whether she should take it or not. Everyone who was close to Bai Zemin knew how important this small pocket watch was to him and to the entire faction in general. Just take it with you for now. Bai Zemin grabbed her hand and placed the watch in her palm before gently closing it. He calmly said, "The collector's pocket watch is a demigod-grade treasure with a conscience. Although the old spirit is asleep, the treasure is attached to my soul so I can feel everything as it happens. When you want to enter or leave the collector's pocket world, I will feel it, so you don't have to worry." In the end, while feeling the warmth of his hand still lingering on hers, Wu Yijin nodded with a serious expression on his adorable face. "I promise not to let you down." Bai Zemin looked into her eyes for long enough to make her heart tremble slightly and finally nodded. "I know." He knew. He knew that Wu Yijin would most likely rather disappoint her parents than let him down, and perhaps this was a big part of the reason why Bai Zemin felt so bad in his heart. "So, see you later," he said, feeling a little uncomfortable. In the past, it was so easy for him to talk to Wu Yijin, but for some reason now, he felt like a fool who didn't know how to behave in front of a woman. Bai Zemin was really puzzled in his heart. Since when had he become stupid in front of a woman? Wouldn't it be bad if Wu Yijin misunderstood his expression of discomfort and thought that he didn't want to talk to her at all? Wu Yijin stared at his changing expression for a long time before finally a beautiful smile slowly formed on her face. Her eyes shone with a mysterious light as she cheerfully said, "Yes, see you later." After saying this, Wu Yijin turned around and like a cheerful child retreated towards home. Bai Zemin was quite confused as he watched her do little hops as if she was a pleased bunny, but finally shook his head and turned to leave. Women certainly were complicated, but now it seemed that he was becoming unfamiliar to himself as well. Sitting on the edge of a 20-plus story building, Lilith softly hummed an unfamiliar tune as she gently swung her beautiful legs into the void. Her bare feet glistened like precious treasures in the moonlight as she looked off into the distance. Standing with her eyes gazing skyward, Fire Sorrow lowered her head to look at her sideways and said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, "You are truly a mystery in every sense of the word. Lilith, I have no idea what you are thinking." As a being who had lived long enough to see the rise of countless ages and fall of countless more, Fire Sorrow had seen and met all sorts of living beings throughout her long life. But even then, however, none of those living beings could compare to Lilith when it came to being so mysterious. Even Lucifer, with his strange behavior, was not as mysterious as Lilith. Back her past unknown. To this day, no one, not even a single person, knew what Lilith's home world was. Real name unknown. Not even Lucifer, who had the panel of members belonging to his faction, could see Lilith's real name. Age unknown. All they knew was that she was less than 100 years old. This was a sure fact because when she got modified her racial records, when she joined the demonic army, the age of her bones and soul were very young. Everything about Lilith was unknown or uncertain. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact that Fire Sorrow had a battle to the death with her a few months ago, she wouldn't even know that Lilith was the holder of a firmament fragment. The firmament fragment of the ice goddess Skadi at that. The only thing Fire Sorrow knew for certain, after spending more time with her since meeting Bai Zemin and being able to enter Earth, was the fact that Lilith had a goal. What that goal, it was still, unfortunately, another mystery. Lilith simply closed her eyes until they curved into a crescent shape after smiling. Her giggles were usually mischievous or teasing, but this time, the giggle that came from between her luscious red lips seemed to come from her soul, innocent as that of a newborn happy to see that her complaints were finally heard by someone, one step away from getting what she had always been looking for. Seeing her behaving like this, Fire Sorrow smiled bitterly and shook her head. Forget it. It was obvious that she wasn't going to get any answers anytime soon. Lilith was, without a doubt, the most mysterious being with the most unknowns around her in the whole universe despite her young age. What was her role in this great universe, in this great cosmos filled with stars and planets? Fire Sorrow wasn't quite sure, but given that Lilith was the partner that person had chosen to spend the rest of his life with, it would definitely not be a small role that she would play. No one close to him was simple, and the more time they spent with him, the more abnormal they would become. Besides, hadn't Lucifer himself said so a year ago? Lilith was the person who opened the Pandora's box. She was the only person who had the key to open and close it, only she and no one else. Who would bring the Pandora's box to the universe and to life in general, destruction and terrifying curses as the legend told, or perhaps good times and eternal prosperity. Fire Sorrow's role was too small to know those answers for now. But since everyone close to him would become great roles, maybe she could someday get a little closer to the answers she so desperately needed to know. And just like that, a month passed in the blink of an eye. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 1100 Gundam. During the past month, many changes occurred in the Transcendent faction. Everyone was so busy working that, even with the Earth in the midst of its transformation, they did not even notice the changes until they finally finished the preliminary stage of the plan that Bai Zemin had only shared with 2 people. One of the things that Bai Zemin focused on the most was the defense of his bases. Instead of trying to expand or build a greater number of bases, he ordered to focus entirely on the development and construction of energy shields, goblin magic cannons, and thermonuclear energy nullifiers. While Bai Zemin's order meant that other developments and studies would be postponed, as was the case with the serum obtained from Angelo's hand, or as was the case with the second variant of the vaccine to fight the zombie race, as well as the development of laser weapons such as the electromagnetic rifles, he could not focus on wanting to develop the attack of his faction at this time. This was because, with the presence of 7 of the 8 higher existence leaders, there was no way for Bai Zemin to know what would hit his walls tomorrow. Therefore, he preferred to strengthen what he already had before trying to get more. What was the point of having a lot of things and a large expanse of territory if he lost it all in the end? Sometimes it was necessary to focus on defense for a while to avoid great heartache in the future. While the developers, scientists, and factories were working overtime all month long, with the pay of everyone increasing substantially during this whole process of big changes, the collector's pocket world underwent another big change. Previously, there was already a large plantation several kilometers in extent, so considering that time inside the collector's pocket world runs differently from the outside world, it was to be expected that in 10 months there would be a colossal amount of resources being moved to each base. Modified cargo trucks broke from Champing District to the nearest districts under the guard of dozens of modified military vehicles, with soldiers armed to the teeth, and over 200 soul evolvers above the First Order. Not only trucks, but there were also helicopters and merchant planes leaving from the air base of the only base in Champing District. These helicopters and cargo planes were guarded by battle helicopters and fighter planes, while a third-order mutant beast called Iron Neck White Crow served as a deterrent to any other airtype mutant beasts in the vicinity. With tons upon tons of food gradually arriving at the different bases, life for the survivors improved tremendously. Some prices dropped so much that now even survivors with the most basic jobs like digging ditches around and in the vicinity of the bases could afford much better quality meals compared to the past. Of course, not everything went so smoothly. There were some cargo trucks and commercial aircraft that encountered attacks along the way. For example, one of the larger aircraft heading for Shanghai encountered a roaring flame bird that was a giant beast of over 80 meters. This third-order creature had the power to destroy the merchant plane and easily take out all the war helicopters that were guarding it to reach its destination. Fortunately, Shanghai was one of the most heavily protected bases in the entire faction. When Feng Hong, the man with the highest authority in Shanghai, heard that the cargo plane was being attacked by a third-order beast, he immediately went into action. By the time he got there, 30% of the Allied forces had been wiped out. But with his presence, it was only a matter of 30 minutes of combat before the roaring flame bird succumbed incinerated by the flames of the human soul evolver. There was also an occasion when a group of over 600 mutant beasts led by one of the Second Order attacked a convoy of land vehicles. Unfortunately for these beasts, however, none of them were able to get within 100 meters of the vehicles before they were completely slaughtered. Even the second-order mutant beast that turned out to be a bronze-skinned horned elephant fell with a great roar after being surrounded by a dozen first-order soul evolvers with extremely pure soul power and bombarded by 100 of electromagnetic rifles. Survivors who had no idea how big an investment the higher-ups had to make and how much care they had to take to plan the best route for each delivery naturally did not know that delivering such large shipments was no simple task considering the world they lived in. However, as a few days passed and the improvement in their lives became more and more noticeable, they began to cheer the name of their king. Some people even began to worship Bai Zemin, to the point that they literally began to call him God of War and Wisdom. From normal student to the most powerful soul evolver of all, and with great leadership capabilities, in just a little over a year and a half. If he was not the reincarnation of the God of War and Wisdom, then how could one explain such amazing feats? A month later, 95% of all bases under the name of the Transcendent faction were finally under the protection of at least 2 thermonuclear energy nullifiers. With these shields in place at key strategic points, Bai Zemin and his generals could now rest in peace knowing that nuclear weapons from the Italian and US side could no longer harm them. As for the other points, they would have to work harder. It would probably take them another month to cover each key point, but 1 month was the maximum that Bai Zemin could afford to stall all other advances for the sake of building more thermonuclear energy nullifiers. In fact, this month was so hard that much of the stored resources were consumed, as production was focused on a small number of things. Another notable change was the increase in troops with mutant mounts. This was, in fact, one of the biggest changes that the Transcendent faction had experienced over the course of a month. However, Bai Zemin had no idea about any of this. He took his role as a leader who delegated work to others very seriously, and then did what he had to do to become stronger. Over 400 kilometers away from the great village of Bai Zemin, inside the Collector's Pocket World. BOOM. With a huge explosion that split the earth and sent shattered rock fragments flying in all directions, 2 figures broke apart after colliding with great power. One of these figures was approximately 2 meters tall. His blackish-blue exoskeleton shone as if it were the most efficient armor, his legs as thick as 2 human thighs put together, and his arms large enough to compare to a normal person's torso. In addition to his 2 large antennae that were constantly moving, this figure's entire body showed that he was not human. This was none other than Kong Jun, although his level was 200, and he had yet to advance to the 4th Order. His physical strength was probably only below Bai Zemin when he activated overlap regeneration. However, that same Kong Jun was looking at the figure in front of him with astonishment in his large eyes. This figure Kong Jun was facing turned out not to be human either. It was over 4 meters tall. Its entire body was made of metal despite considerably simulating the physique of a human. Its legs were at least 3 times thicker than Kong Jun's, but its arms were about the same size but longer. This robotic entity had a sword over 2.5 meters long, and a particularly striking layer of armor in the thorax area, along with countless runes covering its entire body except for its head. Whoa, quite awesome. Little Bai Zemin, who now seemed to have grown to resemble a girl in her early teens at the age of 12-13, clapped her hands and hopped happily in her place as she watched the metallic figure slowly straighten its posture after its earlier collision with Kang Jun. Chen He was standing next to Shangyuan Bingzu, and even he was speechless as he looked at the robot. Isn't this the same as cheating? Shangyuan Bingzu's blue eyes flashed with mild surprise, and after what seemed like an eternity she smiled faintly. Now things will get more interesting. Kang Lan nodded and then said regretfully, "It's a pity we can't have more of these, or else we could easily sweep the earth." "It's not that easy." Shangyuan Xinyu shook her head and said with a chuckle, "Our little king took 4 months to make these 2 mechas using the information he brought back from Eventide World, and both mechas use third-order soul stones as their power core. Although our faction has a few hundred third-order soul stones, there is no way we can use them just for these robots." Sun Ling took a step forward and stood between Kang Jun and the 4-meter mecha. Her body was the epitome of seduction with her black leather armor hugging her curves. She smiled charmingly as she looked up at the white robot and said, "Okay, you two have been training for over 3 hours. We'd better stop now. What do you say? If anything happens to you, I'm afraid that little boy will be furious, and you know what happens when he gets upset about something." A very small sound similar to a whimper sounded from the mecha's head, clearly belonging to a girl. Kang Jun watched as the cockpit opened from the chest, revealing a small girl who looked to be no more than 15 years old sitting in the pilot's seat. The girl's hair was completely white, as was her skin. Her skin was so white that to some extent it looked unhealthy, as if she had no blood in her body. Her arms and legs were thin, and the dark black one-piece dress that exposed her arms and shoulders gave her the appearance of a little porcelain doll. Shangyuan Bingzu advanced and nimbly climbed up to the mecha's chest with a wheelchair in her hand. "Good job, Kali. Now make sure you rest to avoid trouble later." Kali obediently let herself be helped into her wheelchair. Her chest was rising and falling heavily, and her body was covered in a thin layer of sweat. Hearing the word trouble said by Shangyuan Bingzu, the girl subconsciously touched her bottom. Seeing this, Shangyuan Bingzu forced a smile and said in a complicated voice, "That guy is really a barbarian." HMPH. Kali snorted in dissatisfaction as she controlled her chair to descend almost to the ground level. A few months ago, when Bai Zemin and Kali finished working on the 2 mechas, the girl excited about her combat weapon didn't know how to stop when she reached her limit and passed out due to exhaustion after consuming all of her stamina. Anyone would expect that when she woke up she would be comforted, but that was only for normal people. Bai Zemin immediately put her on his lap and ignored all her protests as he spanked her bottom red a dozen times. Had it not been for the fact that he finally felt pity when Kali started to cry, because even though she could not move her lower body she could still feel, he would not have stopped that easily. Although Kali was very angry with Bai Zemin and did not speak to him for over half a month, when the anger went away, she understood that he was worried about her, and that was the reason why he did what he did. Moreover, after remembering how his hands were trembling, all that anger turned into a burst of warmth that she had never felt before. "I already stopped, but why aren't they stopping? It's not like her Gundam is much different than mine anyway," Kali asked in a cold voice as she pointed towards the other battlefield over 200 meters away. Gundam was the name Bai Zemin had given to this type of mecha. Only a small number of people among his subordinates understood what he was doing and could not help but burst out laughing as Bai Zemin proudly announced the name of the new weapon under development. Just at that moment, another 4-meter-tall mecha with a 2-bladed axe and a giant shield smashed into what appeared to be a 7-plus-meter dragon. The surprise of most, the 7-plus-meter-tall dragon was the one that backed up after being hit in the chest by a blow from the Gundam 2's axe after blocking his tail attack with the 2-plus-meter-tall shield. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 11:01 Learning the Spatial Law, Growing Stronger. After his thick monstrous legs slid uncontrollably along the ground for over 20 meters before finally managing to stop after leaving 2 large deep ditches in the way. Nanaga. He rubbed his chest where there was a small white mark and muttered to himself. If it wasn't for Bai Zemin giving me the records of that fourth order beast, I'm afraid that cut would have caused me major internal injuries. Although he was only muttering, his voice was still very powerful and loud enough to be heard even from a distance. Nangong Linkson, who was about 100 meters away, sighed as she lowered both hands and deactivated her defensive skill. If not for her blocking the flying pieces of stones every time, someone might have lost an eye by this time. "Looks like you still need a lot of practice," she said as she raised a hand to ask both of them to stop. "Elder brother, is it really that hard to gain control over those records you absorbed?" "It's really hard." Nangongyi smiled bitterly as he nodded his head. His body soon began to shrink, and the scales on his body to gradually disappear as he explained. "My level not only directly jumped to 160, but 80% of my skills improved exponentially. Also, with the mutation of my dragon transformation skill, now becoming Grand Dragon Transformation, my strength increases so much that my physical body can barely withstand it for a few minutes before I get hurt." It had been approximately 6 months in the collector's pocket world since Nangong he absorbed the records of the Fourth Order Leviathan that Bai Zemin defeated near the shores of Shanghai. Although his strength had grown to the point where he could now fight against some Fourth Order soul evolvers, he still could not control it to perfection. It was one of the consequences of absorbing such high-quality records abruptly. Fortunately, there was no damage to the person's soul, so it was only a matter of time before Nangong Yi could make full use of his new strength. However, Nangong Linkson brought a hand to her small waist as she looked at Gundam number 2 stopping in front of them. "You've really become skilled in close combat with that thing, You even managed to slightly suppress this hardhead." The mecha's chest slowly opened, revealing the person inside. "That's only because Nangong Yi still can't use his power properly." Meng Qi smiled brightly as she jumped off the robot nimbly. "You say that, but aren't you the same?" Nangong Yi scratched his head and said bitterly. "Meng Qi, when you can use the magic transmission rune that you drew together with Kali on your mecha, you will not only be able to battle physically, but also be able to amplify your magic power using the robot." "Now that's not so easy," Meng Qi sighed. The three of them walked to approach the other group as they discussed among themselves what they had learned. The power of the mechas increased the pilot's physical capabilities, greatly depending on how much they were willing to sacrifice within the limits the core allowed. With the help of Kali and Meng Qi, Bai Zemin was able to make the pilots consume more stamina in exchange for different levels of increased power. For example, Kali's level was only 40 at present, so in order to fight Kang Jun on equal footing, she could only use the highest level of the mecha, which consumed stamina as a blood-sucking vampire. Kali could only pilot her mecha for a maximum of 3 hours before reaching the danger range of fainting from exhaustion. Meng Qi would have no problem piloting for an entire week. This was because Meng Qi's level was 115. So although there was a noticeable difference of almost 60 levels with Nangong, she did not need to use the highest level unlike Kali, and her stamina, while not very high as it was not her focus, was way higher than that of a level 40 soul evolver. It was a pity that using the magic transmutation rune was not an easy task, or else Meng Qi would be able to make use of her magical skills and boost them using the power of her mecha. But even then, she was incredibly happy and more than satisfied with the robot. As long as she had the Gundam 2 backing her up, Meng Qi was confident that she could fight soul evolvers below level 210. Closing a gap of almost 100 levels between which there was a great order was more than Meng Qi or anyone else could ever dream of. Because she was too focused on learning more about runes, she now spent a lot of time together with Kali, neglecting her level a bit. However, it was also thanks to this that Meng Qi's knowledge of runes had increased to a whole new stage compared to the past. She was confident that she could kill even 250-level soul evolvers if given time to prepare a rune array. During this time, everyone improved horribly to the point where it could be said that they were completely different people from the past. While they couldn't stay inside the collector's pocket world all the time since they still needed to level up and make sure that things in the outside world were going smoothly, being able to train in this world where they had 10 times more time compared to outside had helped them to greatly refine their skills and fighting styles. Shangyuan Bingzhu, Chen He, Nangongyi, Nangong Linkson, Kang Lan, Kai Jingyi, Fu Zufeng, Shen Mei Bai Shilin, Sun Ling, Bai Delan, Yi Linger, Evangeline, and other small number of soul evolvers close to Bai Zemin. All of them were present and had spent a great amount of time in the collector's pocket world. Some were there longer than others, but it was certain that each and every one of those present had lived more than a month compared to all living beings in the cosmos. Shangyu and Bingzu and the others gathered around a small stone table. Standing there, each of them looked at the small hourglass. The top of the hourglass had hardly any sand left. Only a few more grains were missing before gravity pulled everything to the bottom, where a large amount had already accumulated. It's almost past the 1-month time limit set. Shangyu and Bingzu looked with longing that was practically impossible to hide into the distance as she said in a voice as sweet as honey, "That person should be about to finish his training by now." For everyone in the outside world it might have been only a month's time, but for Shangyu and Bingzu it was 10 months. During this time, she had hardly ever seen Bai Zemin except for a limited number of times and a very short period of time after he completed the construction of the 2 mechas. She now finally understood how Wu Yijin felt when she did not see him for long periods of time. This feeling of anxiety and longing was not very different to a drug addict wishing she could get her fix quickly. Bai Delan looked at Shangyu and Bingzu with a complicated expression before sighing in his heart. He had noticed long ago that this beautiful, outstanding girl seemed to have some kind of particular feeling for his son. But lately, that suspicion had been 100% confirmed, as Shangyu and Bingzu's attitude was completely different when Bai Zemin's name was mentioned. As far as he was concerned in the past, having more than one life partner was something unusual and scandalous. But times had changed, and as he saw day after day how the most outstanding ones enjoyed happily and without inconvenience loving each other in large numbers, he began to think slightly different. If others could, then why not his son? Putting aside his strength and authority, these outstanding girls had made no small effort for him. If they were all right, then what right did others have to say otherwise? Not far from where the group was training, as Bai Zemin gradually broke and cracked the seal in his soul imposed by the old spirit of the collector's pocket watch. The collector's pocket watch whirled slowly, underwent epochal changes. For example, the first time Bai Zemin succeeded in making a crack the size of a grain of rice in the seal, the number of trees in the collector's pocket world grew. Not only that, but other types of beautiful plants and flowers also appeared throughout the endless grasslands. This time, after Bai Zemin managed to enlarge the size of that crack to the size of a grain of porridge at best, the collector's pocket world changed again. Small elevations formed automatically in some areas, and slowly but surely some minerals were taking root, and although at the moment were nothing more than rocks, eventually other precious minerals such as gold, diamond, jade, and many more could born. About 5 months ago, Bai Zemin found a little treasure while wandering around. This little treasure was a treasure of nature that did not increase his strength, but was beautiful to appreciate. Sitting with his eyes closed at the edge of a natural pond in the interior of a small forest, Bai Zemin looked like an old Taoist priest. Not only had his eyes been closed for the past 2 months, but his posture had not moved at all during all that time. A yellow leaf came off the branch of a tree when the wind blew particularly hard. This small leaf swayed gently in the breeze as it glided silently, stopping without causing any changes above Bai Zemin's head. Sitting a little further away with their beautiful thigh-high bare legs and their feet in the pond water, enjoying its coolness, Lilith and Fire Sorrow silently watched the yellow leaf. A normal person wouldn't notice anything unusual, but the two of them were different. Even Lilith, who was not very knowledgeable about spatial law and could only use it to a certain extent thanks to her second firmament fragment, was quick to notice that the atmosphere around Bai Zemin was changing. Here it is. Lilith didn't have time to ask Fire Sorrow what she was referring to when her face lit up with joy. The small yellow leaf suddenly began to move strangely, and from a distance the 2 beautiful demonesses could see the whole area around Bai Zemin begin to flutter and become a bit blurry. The next instant everything was back to normal, except for the small yellow leaf that had disappeared without a trace. Lilith raised her head and squinted slightly at the glare of the sun piercing through the branches of the trees. From the opening of her fingers, she saw a small yellow leaf swaying down, and when she caught it, Lilith couldn't help but sigh proudly. It only took him half a year to use his skills to get to this point. If it wasn't for him having to break his meditative state repeatedly, it probably would have only taken him 3 or 4 months. Fire Sorrow had guided Bai Zemin for 2 whole months, teaching him to sense the space around him, and explaining to him that every law could be manipulated to a certain extent by using magic mana and understanding what its scope and limits were. She looked at his face as serene as the pond water and commented, "I'm afraid if that 9-headed immortal dragon was still alive, it would probably fall in half the time if it were to fight his current self." Suddenly, Lilith pointed her index finger directly towards the point between Bai Zemin's eyebrows. The air in front of her froze, and with lightning speed, a small obsidian-colored ice dart shot straight towards him, piercing the air and freezing him with ease. Although it was only a small dart as thin as an angel's hair and the length of a finger, its power was such that the entire pond froze, and the entire area 300 meters around the two beauties was weakly encased in a thin layer of frost. Although the distance between Lilith and Bai Zemin was over 200 meters, the ice dart crossed that distance in just 2 seconds. Just when it seemed that the ice dart was about to pierce Bai Zemin's forehead and pierce his brain, something very strange occurred. Like ripples from a trembling lake, the reality in front of Bai Zemin waved, and the ice dart seemed to meet some sort of invisible wall as it stopped immediately. The ice dart seemed to try to continue forward, but it only managed to pierce an inch before exploding into tiny fragments. The strangest thing was that these fragments did not fall to the ground, nor did they float in the air, but simply disappeared as if they had never been there in the first place. A few seconds later, and under Lilith's proud smile and Fire Sorrow's complicated eyes, those two black eyes that had been closed for the past few months slowly opened for the first time. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 11:02, The Secret of Manipulation Tai Pescals. Before knowing, or more importantly, coming into contact with the existence of the universal mana and the magic that its existence represented, Bai Zemin had never thought that right in front of him there were so many doors waiting to be opened. When a normal person walked down the street, he would normally see trees, cars, buildings, domestic pets, and all kinds of everyday things that could be seen in a normal way when opening the door of the house. What these people could not see, however, was that there were more doors than just the one to their house, apartment, or workplace right in front of them. In fact, even though the soul evolvers had such a brilliant opportunity before them, they simply overlooked it. Just as the human brain ignored the nose even though it was visible at all times, or the smell of the lungs with every breath, soul evolvers at the subconscious level ignored these doors so that they could not see them either, even though they had the ability to do so. This was because even if a soul evolver knew that there were more doors waiting to be opened by them, it was normal to ignore them unless one had a lot of free time and lived in a relatively peaceful world at the very least, with laws, armies, and territories firmly in the hands of their kingdoms. A soul evolver would usually need years to establish the weakest of connections between their mana and one of the many non-physical gates floating around them. Only after achieving a connection between his mana and a door could such a soul evolver use their magical power to attempt to open it. However, doing such a thing was not a simple task at all. If to establish a simple connection with a door could take tens, and in the worst case hundreds of years, one could only try to imagine how difficult it would be to open that door even if it was just a thin line. Therefore, even the soul evolvers who knew of the existence of all those doors ignored them for the most part. After all, who in their right mind would rather waste tens and hundreds of years meditating like a temple monk to connect to a door that no one knew where it would lead? They too could strive to raise their levels by killing enemies, stealing treasure, and obtaining skill scrolls. It was like those Chinese martial artist practitioners. While they were strong after years of training, what good was that strength? Considering that it only took one shot to finish off even the strongest of martial artists, it was normal to think that only an idiot would invest so much time in something so impractical. Even if you managed to slightly open one of those doors and gain some knowledge and manipulation of a universal law, what was the point if you spent hundreds of years to achieve it? Your level would have fallen behind to the point where it would be difficult to catch up. And when you came out of your meditation, you could end up becoming fertilizer for someone who, instead of spending all that time trying to connect with a door, chose to increase their level. The only existences that could sit comfortably inside a cave or in their homes were higher existences. Only those who did not have to fear to die of old age and were practically invincible could afford to invest centuries and even millennia to connect with a door. As for lower existences, even a fourth-order soul evolver could usually only live 5,000 years in normal cases, who would be willing to invest so much of their limited life expectancy in something like that. Doing so was no different than playing Russian roulette, gambling their lives. In fact, if it wasn't because Bai Zemin had obtained a great treasure from the 9-headed immortal dragon, he definitely wouldn't have delved into this kind of meditation, even if he had the collector's pocket watch with him. This was because normally the concentration and all the progress made would immediately break down when one opened one's eyes and came out of the meditative state. Wise Emperor's Necklace, Legend Grade Treasure, increases magic and mana by plus 2,000 each when equipped. Despite having no active skill and no combat support for the wearer, this Wise Emperor's Necklace increases the wearer's perception by 200% and boosts learning speed by 100%. Wearing the Wise Emperor's Necklace that not only increased the two stats needed to detect and establish connection with a door, Bai Zemin, whose perception and learning speed were already abnormally high, managed to do the impossible after receiving the masterful guidance of the most talented magician in the universe. With Fire Sorrow's guidance as a basis for understanding how to find a door and how to connect to it, with the Wise Emperor's Necklace as an enhancer of his already outstanding natural capabilities, and with some of his skills such as Shadow Blink, Void Fist, and Super Warrior, what Bai Zemin succeeded in doing was something no one had ever achieved before. In less than a year, he found one of the most difficult doors in the universe, the door that connected to the universal space law. After finding it with great effort, Bai Zemin immediately tried to establish connection with it. However, even with all of the above, it was not a simple task to accomplish. Space was one of the most powerful and mysterious laws of the cosmos after all. Fortunately for Bai Zemin, he had recovered part of his sealed memories not too long ago. It was mostly thanks to the existence of gravity manipulation that Bai Zemin managed to connect to the door of space law. Although Bai Zemin could not yet twist the atmosphere and laws of a world by increasing or decreasing its gravity, the base was there. Therefore, using everything he had and could, he was finally able to connect and open a small line in that door that so few were able to reach, let alone understand. His strength had increased exponentially even though his level had not changed at all. In fact, he hadn't even learned a new skill. Weird, he muttered as he checked his records. Shadow Blink evolved directly to the peak of the second order. Even the requirements to evolve Void Fist became much lighter now despite not having evolved to the fourth order. Then, why is it that I don't have space manipulation or something? According to Bai Zemin's understanding, every ability learned, even a prowess as simple as cooking, would become a skill that would be recorded in that living being's soul. The current him had already managed to connect with spatial law, and to some extent he could manipulate it. But even after that, he didn't get any of it, which was quite confusing in his opinion. Fire Sorrow let out a chuckle when she heard his words. Little boy, do you think it's that easy? If obtaining manipulation-type skills were that simple, then all of us higher existences would already have at least a dozen of them. Bai Zemin blinked in surprise and quickly asked, but I really can manipulate space now, can't I? Manipulate space? Fire Sorrow didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she shook her head. You're just playing with space law a little, that's all. Even I, who can open spatial rifts to move through space and shorten the distance between two different points enormously, don't have space manipulation. Seeing that Bai Zemin was so puzzled and still failed to grasp the main point, Lilith smiled kindly and instructed, Zemin, try to find the door that will lead you to the universal blood law. Bai Zemin hesitated for a moment when he heard Lilith's words. Although he didn't know how long he had been meditating, Bai Zemin felt that the time limit was probably near if he hadn't already passed it. To find the space law gate he took several months. He couldn't afford that amount of time right now. His faction needed him, and the changes that were occurring on Earth certainly wouldn't wait for him. As if she knew the source of his apprehension, she explained, Don't worry, it should be quick for you. In the end, Bai Zemin, who had full confidence in Lilith, nodded and closed his eyes. To his surprise, however, it was just as Lilith said. Not even 20 minutes had passed when Bai Zemin, focused on finding the universal blood law door, found it. Bai Zemin opened his eyes in astonishment. A flash of disbelief shone in his gaze, and seeing the smiling look on Lilith's face, he understood that he didn't need to explain what was going on. What is this all about? Just now, what Bai Zemin saw using his senses shocked him to the core of his bones. However, it was to be expected considering that what he saw was something completely inexplicable from his point of view. The one who explained was not Lilith but Fire Sorrow. Bai Zemin, now do you understand why manipulation-type skills are so precious? By having a manipulation-type skill, you not only skip the process of finding the universal law door which that skill automatically grants you, but you also skip the most arduous process of all, which is to slowly connect with said door in order to open it little by little. You have blood manipulation, so the universal blood door is wide open to you. Now, this does not mean that you can use the full power of the law, but that you need to increase the power of your skill in order to dig deeper into that huge room whose door was open for you to discover its secrets. This is also why the soul of any soul evolver would usually collapse if they learned a manipulation type skill. Lilith stood up and stretched her bewitching body as she said, "Not only blood manipulation, the same goes for gravity manipulation. Also, since you have shadow control, it might not be so hard to find and connect with another door." Another door. Bai Zemin's eyes sparkled at the thought of darkness manipulation. Although shadows and darkness were not the same thing, shadows were generated at points where both light and darkness met depending on the angle of both laws. Therefore, Bai Zemin discovered that just as Lilith had just said, he could open not only the door of darkness manipulation, but also the door of light manipulation. Backslash 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 backslash. Really, thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 1103, Calm Before the Storm in Mysterious Forest. After thinking it over, Bai Zemin realized that things were not as easy as they seemed to be, so he quickly got his head together and did not let his imagination run wild. While it was true that it would most likely be easier for him to find the door of universal darkness law and universal light law compared to the door of universal space law since he had shadow-type skills as a base, the reality was that to gain the manipulation-type skill of any law, Bai Zemin would first need to completely open the door to that law. Furthermore, considering that to evolve soul manipulation was required to have different types of manipulation-type skills evolved up to the 4th order, the time needed to accomplish all that would by no means be small. Bai Zemin had just a little over 5 years before the invaders from the Golden Domain launched their strongest attack ever, one that the soul record would have no way of stopping with the support of the strongest soul evolvers today. He was not arrogant enough to think that, in that limited amount of time, he could learn so many manipulation-type skills and upgrade them to the 4th order while focusing on leveling up and helping his loved ones. Therefore, even though Bai Zemin knew it wouldn't be a simple task, he still stuck with his initial thought, stealing the manipulation-type skills from those who already had them. "Forget it, there's no use thinking about it now," he sighed. "What are you talking about?" Lilith in fire sorrow looked at him perplexed. Only then did he realize he had just said that out loud. He quickly jumped to his feet and said, acting calmly, "I was thinking about the other factions, but since there's no point in thinking about that for now, I decided to focus on what I have right next to me." "Invading Russia, isn't it?" Lilith nodded as if she already expected him to say those words. "That's right," Bai Zemin nodded and said in a serious voice, "It's time to expand. Besides, I also have to avenge all my fallen troops and fulfill the promise I made with Evangeline back then." Backslash backslash backslash. After leaving the collector's pocket world along with everyone else, Bai Zemin was still happy after discovering Kali and his little sister Meng Qi's improvements in terms of controlling their 2 mechas. Meng Qi was already strong to begin with, but Kali was different. Although the girl's wheelchair was like a mini fortress, she naturally wasn't happy sitting there all day. Now she would not only be able to fight and improve her level, but also be able to accompany Bai Zemin to different battlefields instead of staying at home drinking tea or being bored doing nothing. When Bai Zemin met Wu Yijin, the girl advanced with calm steps, and with a happy little smile, she hugged him in front of everyone without worrying about her image or her dignity, in case she was rejected. To everyone's surprise, however, Bai Zemin not only did not gently push her away, but actually hugged her back. "You have worked hard. Thank you for everything, and I'm sorry for always throwing the weight of these things on you," Bai Zemin said before he gave a sigh. Actually, Wu Yijin was not as surprised as the others and happily received his words. Although it was hard to say that Bai Zemin was in love with her, he certainly did not feel as much rejection as before. Wu Yijin had realized this the night he had accompanied her home before giving her the collector's pocket watch. Why else would he be nervous otherwise? Even the hardest stone in the world will eventually develop a crack in its armor after the constant insistence of water. Sun Ling smiled in delight as she looked at the happy smile on her girl's exhausted face. If it were any other man, Sun Ling would definitely not allow her daughter, who was no different from a princess in terms of status, to practically crawl around like a worm for the sake of getting at least a little closer to the man she loved. However, even Sun Ling admitted in her heart that the way Bai Zemin treated her was not bad at all, and in fact, he had made his intentions clear from the very beginning. It was her daughter who persisted and insisted, despite the difficulties. Moreover, Bai Zemin was undoubtedly an outstanding young man. Sun Ling had met many men and seen all sorts of people in her life. Her own husband Wu Keqian was outstanding in practically everything. But when compared to the young man her daughter had fallen for, there was no room for comparison. Chen He couldn't help but make a funny face when he heard the words Wu Yijin's mother said. If that was the case then, why didn't the stone he had been trying to conquer for a decade show the slightest crack? Were his water, charm, and the strength with which he pushed forward efforts not enough at all? Chen He looked at the stone that he had wanted to conquer during his long crush, and the expression on his face grew a little. Shangyuan Bingzu's face did not show the slightest of emotions as she stared at the hugging duo. However, how could Chen He, who had been her friend, for as long as he could remember, not notice the small flame of jealousy shining in those cold blue eyes? Chen He did not know whether to laugh or cry, as the water of others had managed to crack the stone without even trying. Shangyuan Xinyu approached her daughter and whispered softly, "You see, that's why I told you that you should stop being this stubborn. Just accept the fact that you won't be able to have our little king all to yourself, okay? Let mommy help you, and between the two of us we'll surely." Bingzu, wait a moment and don't draw your sword first. Let's talk. Chen He looked to his left and noticed that there was someone else with the same hidden bitterness as him. This person should not have such emotions, but human beings could not rule over their emotions. So instead of judging her, he simply showed her a smile of sympathy. One day later, Bai Zemin had finally caught up with everything that had happened in his faction and in the world. The changes in his faction were to be expected since he had been the one to build the path. Still, Bai Zemin was very surprised when he learned that currently over 30% of his troops had mutant mounts. One needed to know that the Transcendent faction had over 2 million soul evolvers at present, so 30% of that number represented around 600,000 mutant beasts tamed to become mounts. This was no small number. Although over 200,000 of those mutant beasts were descendants of the first group of tiger cubs that Bai Zemin saved from starving to death when he took over the Sky Destroyer, being able to tame around 400,000 mutant beasts in just a few months proved that Bai Zemin's choice to create specialized groups for the task was not wrong. Over 600 tamed mutant beasts meant that over 600 soul evolvers had companions to help them in battle. Although over 70% of those 600,000 mutant beasts were nothing more than beasts below level 25 that were still growing, the other 30% were composed of first order and above mutant beasts. There were even 9th order mutant beasts that formed blood-based soul contracts with some members of the Transcendent faction. Since you ordered to prepare the troops to invade Russia, I have been paying more attention to their movements. Besides, Evangeline also helped me organize some things. Wu Yijin presented Bai Zemin a small folder and pointed to a large world map on the table. In the folder I gave you is all this information and more. The red dots are where there are large gatherings of humans, meaning the greatest number of enemies. The yellow dots represent important areas for the Russian, such as commercial routes and hunting areas. In addition to red and yellow, there were also small circles marked with different colors, and there was even a zone marked with a large black circle and a sign of question mark in the center. Looking at where Bai Zemin's eyes fell, Wu Yijin quickly explained, "The blackish-purple are points that we need to capture at any cost to weaken the enemy and lose the least amount of troops possible. Nuclear launch base, satellite control base, technology development centers, military production factories, laboratories, etc." Attacking an enemy's territory was not only about proving which fist was stronger, but also about playing smart. This was particularly true for the attacking side. A poorly executed attack would end in the wiping out of the army and colossal loss of resources invested for the invasion. For example, one nuclear missile was enough to annihilate an entire army. Therefore, this was a threat that needed to be cleared as soon as possible. Bai Zemin thanked Wu Yijin for her hard work, and after exchanging a few more words, pointed his finger toward the large circle with the question mark in the center. "What is this?" Discussing this topic, Wu Yijin's face became serious. "About that, it's really strange. No one knows how it started since it was literally out of the blue, and if it weren't for our satellite coincidentally focusing on that area, we wouldn't have noticed it at all until much later in the future." It turned out that about 23 days ago, exactly 1 week after Bai Zemin entered the collector's pocket world, a large forest stretching for what seemed to be a few thousand kilometers grew, as if by magic, near the center of the Russian country. It was impossible to tell clearly, but looking at the photo Wu Yijin had prepared beforehand, he could faintly see the huge green and purple vegetation growing in a large patch of land. Unfortunately, a satellite photo was not enough to get much information regarding this forest. Bai Zemin narrowed his eyes, and his pupils sparkled, as a name automatically popped into his head. "Did you find something?" Wu Yijin asked in a low voice as she realized that he was thinking about something even though it was only for a brief moment. After watching him silently for so long, Wu Yijin was already familiar with Bai Zemin's mannerisms. "I am not sure yet. For now it is nothing more than a theory, but it will help in the meantime." Bai Zemin put the folder away in his storage ring before gently stroking Wu Yijin's hair. "Thank you for everything. Remember, you don't need to restrict yourself with anything. Whatever you want you can take without asking anything to anyone." Of course, Wu Yijin understood that he was talking about rewards or treasures, therefore she had no wishful thinking. However, she was pleased and happy with the subtle changes he was having for her. She definitely wasn't going to give up, much less now that he was finally starting to notice her and appreciate all her hard work the way she hoped in her heart he would. She told him what she knew about the rest of Earth, which wasn't much. Actually, everything had been quiet during this month. Even the European faction no longer seemed to show any great movements, nor did they continue to expand northward. On the contrary, they focused heavily on the south and strengthened their forces there to the point where over 70% of their forces seemed to have gathered near the coast. Things in America seemed to be going better now, and although the losses suffered during the war against the dragons were still making them suffer, it was only a matter of time before they recovered and became even more powerful. After all, they had gained countless treasures. The bodies of the dragons were treasures in themselves. After saying goodbye to Wu Yijin and telling her to get ready for tomorrow, Bai Zemin immediately went to find Shangyu and Bing Zhu to help him gather a small troop of 20 men for tomorrow. This time he would definitely begin his counterattack against the Russians, and even if God himself appeared in the sky, he would not be able to stop him. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 11:04 Terrifying elite army ready to invade. After finishing his conversation with Shangyu and Bingzu, Bai Zemin slowly walked home. A bitter smile flashed across his face as he muttered to himself. Looks like our little ice princess finally started to show her claws. Lilith appeared to his right as she looked sideways at him with an amused smile. Bringing with her an exquisite fragrance but completely different compared to Lilith's, Fire Sorrow appeared on Bai Zemin's left. She walked step by step beside him without a word, apparently attentive to listen to his next words. Really? Can you help me instead of throwing me into the lava? Bai Zemin sighed wearily. His eyes gazed into the distance as he moved forward. There's no way I'm leaving you for anyone else. But Bingzu is clearly not happy about this. Even in the hypothetical case that I agree with your words and accept more than one partner, the truth is that there is no future where you are not in my life. Bai Zemin would not deny that little by little, he was beginning to be moved by the kindness and care Wu Yijin showed him day after day with her constant efforts. He loved Lilith more than anything else in this life, and if she wanted him to, Bai Zemin would happily spend eternity by her side alone. But it was impossible to avoid that his heart began to beat stronger when a young, beautiful, and extremely dedicated woman continued to treat him as if he was the most precious treasure in the history of the universe. Just before, Shangyu and Bingzu had told him if he wasn't going to hug her, just like he hugged Wu Yijin in front of everyone before. She even told him that he could not favor some and discriminate against others, and considering that she had gone to great lengths so far to step-by-step help Bai Zemin raise the faction to what it was nowadays, she had the right to say that depending on where one looked at it from. It was just that there were two problems. First was already mentioned by Bai Zemin, and that was the fact that Shangyu and Bingzu wanted him only for herself. She was sure that she loved him more than anyone else, so much so that she even claimed that she would be willing to give her last drop of blood for him, and therefore she claimed that unless someone proved to love him as much or more than she did, she would not accept anyone, since that would be the same as accepting less than what she really was. While it was true that Shangyu and Bingzu was in love with Bai Zemin and did not deny it, she also loved herself, which was completely reasonable and natural. This was where the second problem came in. Everything else aside, it's hard for me to see Bingzu romantically. Bai Zemin shook his head as he sighed again. Shangyu and Bingzu was perfect in every way. Her beauty was so high that among all the lower existences Bai Zemin had met to date, the only one who could very slightly match her was her mother, Shangyuan Xinyu. Shangyuan Bingzu was powerful and perfect to the point that probably only a woman of fifth order or higher could surpass her in terms of natural beauty. However, beauty and talent were not everything. From what I understand, she was the first person you came to trust wholeheartedly since the soul record came to Earth, wasn't she? Fire Sorrow asked suddenly. Bai Zemin nodded without a second thought. Not only that, but she is the first friend I made. After what happened when I was in high school with Feng Tian Wu and that other piece of scum, I never trusted any human being enough to be friends again. Bing Zhu managed to gain my trust in the middle of the apocalypse, being a woman at that. Had it not been for Shangyu and Bing Zhu, Bai Zemin would not be alive today. In fact, he would have died in the early days had it not been for her coming out in the middle of the storm and killing hundreds of zombies after he collapsed wounded and exhausted after fighting to the death against his first-order mutant beast. She had also saved him on other occasions, not to mention all the help she had given him. In that case, perhaps therein lies the problem for you and the hope for her. Fire Sorrow smiled gently, and seeing his confused face she explained, she was and is your first friend, your best friend. That's why it's hard for you to see her romantically at the moment. Because unlike that girl Wu Yijun, the case of Shangyu and Bing Zhu is different. Wu Yijun got closer to you, but not to the point of being friends. She improved her impression of herself, and showed you that she is someone not only beautiful but also capable. She was very smart to let you know her feelings for you, as by doing this, she avoided getting into the friendship zone that is so hard to get out of. Bai Zemin listened carefully to Fire Sorrow's words, and the more he listened the more he felt that she was somewhat right. Shangyu and Bing Zhu probably also realized this fact. Although I have no romantic experience myself, I've lived long enough and observed couples to boredom to understand a thing or two. Fire Sorrow had that gentle smile on her face like a mother would give her son, while explaining important things in life to help him spread his wings and fly. Shangyun Bingzu is probably thinking that since she managed to be the first once, then why couldn't she become the first again? Bai Zemin sighed upon hearing this and finally said no more on the matter. The feelings of the heart could not be forced, and if they came, then he would do his best to understand them before making a decision. One needed to be mature to see and understand that the situation Bai Zemin found himself in was not so easy. This was because his relationship with Wu Yijun and Shangyuan Bingzu was not just about friendship. Both beautiful women were his right hand and left hand, the woman with the highest political power, and the woman with the power to command the entire faction's army. A romantic relationship could present countless problems, particularly considering that they could live for thousands of years, and even to the end of time if they achieved their goal. Bai Zemin could not afford to let a romantic problem destroy everything now. He simply could not. Seeing Bai Zemin fall silent, Fire Sorrow walked beside him silently. In Lilith's head, Fire Sorrow's voice rang out. If you ask me, the reasoning of that girl named Bing Zhu makes a lot of sense. Lilith raised an eyebrow slightly and looked at her sideways, waiting for her next words. Unlike you who can only watch from the side, Shangyuan Bingzu has the ability to walk beside him and help him overcome his difficulties. Bai Zemin probably fell in love with you since, in the midst of so much darkness, you managed to be his light. But love can also be born more naturally from difficulties experienced and conquered together. That girl will have countless difficult experiences together with him, and if she really manages to make him fall in love with her, I'm afraid your place will no longer be secure at all. Bai Zemin's love for Lilith was very difficult to happen. She was, just like Fire Sorrow, the only source of hope and light he received when he couldn't trust anyone for fear of being stabbed in the back. But what if Shangyu and Bingzu fought by his side and bled for him? Would the first place of a practically unnatural love still stand firm against shared experiences? At the very least, that subconsciously nurtured love would most likely not lose to that love almost at first sight. Out of their homes, and although they could not approach the north wall temporarily, they began to shout aloud as they knew what was happening. Damn these people! One police officer yawned as he made an ugly face and grunted sleepily. One of his colleagues held his gun as he carefully watched for any survivors causing trouble. His eyes were red and there were black circles under them. Don't complain, Chu Ming. None of us got a good night's sleep, but at least we'll get paid a little more at the end of the month. Even then, I wonder who was the motherfucker who exposed the fact that the leader would be invading Russia with his army today. Another police officer spat on the ground angrily. You're cursing someone of high rank, said his partner. Po, that same officer from before spat again as he arrogantly said, "Whoever it is, they dare touch this senior. If His Majesty finds out who leaked the secret, he will surely peel them alive anyway." Hearing this, no one else said anything. In fact, these survivors were incredibly excited as they shouted the names of Bai Zemin, Shang Yuan Bing Zhu, Wu Yijun, and others. They were calling for the blood of the Russians and begging for vengeance, especially the families of those who had fallen on the northern battlefield months before. Wearing his blood-surge breastplate of ice magic and holding annihilation of the falling sky in the form of a spear with his right hand, Bai Zemin, riding on Little Snow's pure snow-white back, slowly approached the troops waiting 50 meters ahead. Behind him, Kali circled his waist and rested her body on his back as she scanned the surroundings with an indifferent expression on her pretty face. 20,000 soul evolvers, all of them first order and above. Some of them had to travel from the surrounding district bases, but thanks to Shang Yuan Bing Zhu, who was already waiting to some extent for Bai Zemin's orders, everything was easy as most of them had started their journey 2 or 3 days ago to arrive in time. These soul evolvers were part of the harvest of the harvest, elites among elites. The lowest level among them was 31, but even the weakest could take on someone at least 1 or 2 levels above them, while the strongest had no problem jumping over 30 levels. Each of them rode mutant beasts. Most of them used roaring flame tigers, beasts that, despite being no more than 1 year old after being raised in the collector's pocket world, had already surpassed level 25 completely thanks to the care that Bai Zemin and his people took with them. This army was terrifying, truly terrifying. However, considering that they would be facing millions of enemies as well as countless hidden and unknown dangers, no one knew if they would be enough. However, when Bai Zemin looked at the front of the army, he could not help but feel his blood boil, and the feeling of defeat did not pass through his heart even for a second. Chen He Lang Jing, Evangeline, Feng Tian Wu, Wu Yijun Meng Qi Bai Delan Yi Linger, after absorbing Thao Zhai's records, Nangong Lingxin Nangong Yi, Shang Yuan Xinyu Ziya Kang Lan, Shen Mei, Kai Jingyi, Fuzu Feng Bai Shilin, 16 third-order soul evolvers and 1 second-order peak evolver able to jump over 60 levels between one order and another. 9 of them, excluding Bai Zemin, rode third-order mutant beasts. Bai Zemin stopped in front of his most elite army and looked coldly in the northern direction. This was no longer about Evangeline's revenge, nor did it have anything to do with patriotism. This was about a revenge that, as a leader, Bai Zemin knew he had to carry out, and he was more than willing to fulfill his duty. Eye for eye, blood for blood. Everyone had to pay a price for their actions. I hope you're ready for the storm raging in your direction, fucking Russians. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 11:05. Willing to be the villain in exchange of a new sunrise. Crossing from Champing District to Yanking District was not an easy task nowadays. After the bridge of over 100 kilometers long collapsed when the Earth went through its second evolution and expanded to more than 3 times its past size, the Great Sea between the two districts which connected to the ocean became a nightmare for humans. It was impossible to pass through water as the sea creatures there were feral. A simple crossing of what was now approximately 900 kilometers was enough to kill many soul evolvers, particularly because there were creatures like the jet fish capable of firing shots from its mouth with the force of a cannon, as well as the kangaroo shark that could leap over 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye to devour its prey, and then return safely underwater. When the army of 20,000 men led by Bai Zemin arrived at the Yanking district base, they were greeted by the mayor of the place, as well as the sole evolver with the highest power there. Boss, Xiaoming immediately got excited when he saw Bai Zemin, and out of pure instinct called out to him, the way he used to when the Transcendent faction was no different than a small group of uneducated mercenaries. Some soul evolvers who viewed Bai Zemin as if he was the god of war could not help but frown when they heard the way Xiaoming addressed him. Although Xiaoming was a second-order soul evolver, among those present there were over 7,000 second-order soul evolvers, and most of them had never seen Xiaoming in their lives. However, all those ugly faces disappeared when they saw Nangong Yi, who was well known throughout the faction, advance to pat the shoulder of the unknown man. Yo, Xiaoming, you are still as untamed as ever. Shut up, surname Nangong. Xiaoming chuckled and slapped his back hard. Back then it was Xiao Ming and his team who saved the Nangong family's life when they were being chased by the North Camp. The two always got along well, and since they were both simple men, the difference in status at present did not form any gap between them, even though the opportunities to sit and chat were practically nil. Bai Zemin nodded with a faint smile. "It's good to see that you are well. I heard you married a very beautiful former American reporter. Not bad." "Pahahaha." Nangongyi burst out laughing and remarked between laughter and tears, "This dude already has 4 women in his house. At this rate, he'll end up dying of starvation even with how good his payment is." Xiao Ming coughed, and his face turned a little red at the mention of this. Bai Zemin shook his head and said nothing on the matter. As long as no one forced anyone, everyone was free to do with their lives as they pleased. Laws like mandatory monogamy were meaningless in this new world anyway. "Mayor Kang, it's good to see you well." Bai Zemin nodded politely towards the middle-aged man in front of him. This man was over 50 years old, but thanks to his good nutrition ranging from mutant beast meat, vegetables with high concentration of pristine mana, as well as potions that helped rejuvenation, he looked like he was only 40 with some white hair and slight wrinkles at the edge of his eyes. The reason why Bai Zemin treated this man with some respect was due to his identity. "Your Majesty, your words are more than this Kang Chan deserves." Kang Chan bowed deeply without daring to show any disrespect. Bai Zemin forced a smile and said no more. He looked at Kang Lan, but seeing her shake her head, he did not say another word. This man was actually Kang Lan's father, and the 2 reasons Bai Zemin let him hold such an important position in the only base that connected southern Beijing with the rest of China was that besides being the father of a person Bai Zemin trusted, Kang Chan was also surprisingly capable in government affairs and management. Kang Chan looked at his daughter and nodded with eyes filled with affection. Kang Lan smiled slightly in return and nodded without saying anything. The relationship between the two was good and there were no inconveniences. But Kang Lan knew that this operation was extremely important for the future of the faction, so she did not move forward to say anything as time was of the essence. Bai Zemin was also grateful with this because indeed, time was tight. "Mayor Kang, is everything ready?" he asked in a serious voice. Kang Chan's face also became serious and he nodded. "This way, please." Under the guidance of Kang Chan riding a level 10 brown deer, and Xiao Ming riding a level 27 purple eyes black horse, the army of 20,000 men entered the base. The survivors there were already on both sides of the large main road, with armed soldiers guarding the perimeter. "Your Majesty, Leader Bai, crush those Russians and take revenge on our brothers. Look, that's Lady Bingzhu. This is the first time I've seen her in person. Isn't that Lady Wu Yijun? It is said that out of love she even opposed her family from the old regime, and thanks to her they all now have great positions in our new China. I recognize several of the people there. Isn't that person riding the black lightning white tiger the Legion leader Chen He? And that person riding the iron-armored behemoth elephant should be Lady Nangong, whose defensive barrier is said to be able to block everything below a nuclear missile. His Majesty's wolf is the brightest of them all. Yes, that wolf. Wait a minute, did it just bark? My God, His Majesty actually took a dog to be his mount. Idiot, who cares about that? It's clearly a very intelligent third-order mutant beast." Several shouts and murmurs were heard from the crowd. Some commented on the leading soul evolvers, while others marveled as this was the first time they had seen most of them. Complexity of other people's family matters was not his problem, and although he knew his position was good and his daughter's even better, Kang Chan was a down-to-earth man who knew there were things he was better doing on account he hadn't heard. A few minutes later, the group arrived at the base's waterfront. The dock stretched for over 5 kilometers and was surrounded by a total of 6 walls, one behind the other, so that for the sea creatures to pass through there, they would first have to break through the 6 walls before reaching the city. In addition, on top of the walls were over 50 goblin magic cannons, as well as 3,000 heavily armed soldiers waiting for the slightest sign of trouble to turn any enemy into a sieve. There were several warships at the dock, including luxury ships and large fishing boats moving close to shore. However, the target of Bai Zemin and his army were the 4 strange-looking ships docked at the edge of the place. Thousand Moons battleship. Its maximum capacity is 20 humans. Its firepower is capable of turning even a second-order steel belly whale into mush. It has a total of 25 cannons on each side and a total of 50 lightning arrow launchers on board to deal with overhead enemies. Kang Chan's eyes flashed as he slowly explained. Its consumption is a bit too much, but its capability is unquestionable. Too bad we've only been able to build these 4 during all this time, but within 2 years, we should be able to have an entire fleet. This Thousand Moons battleship was a weapon of war that was made up using technology and knowledge from multiple sites. It used Rank 2 and Rank 3 metals, had the cannons and launchers that could be built using blueprints obtained from killing monsters, and its construction process was carried over by Bai Zemin when he returned to Earth from Oblong World. "It will do." Bai Zemin nodded, and after taking his leave divided the army into 4 groups, each group with 5,000 men. Although each Thousand Moons battleship had a capacity of 20 men, one could not forget about the mutant beasts, and since most of them were large in size, it was necessary to leave at least 2-3 of the capacity of each ship for the mounts. And although he could send those mounts to the collector's pocket world, what Bai Zemin wanted to do was to get these beasts and his men used to fighting in different environments and circumstances, since he did not know what they would run into in Russia. When Bai Zemin boarded the Thousand Moons battleship at the helm, carrying around 5,000 soul evolvers with him, 4 beautiful smiling faces greeted him. "Big brother. Big brother Bai. Jade. Dad, I mean big brother. Luo Ning, Zio Zio, Wen Yan and Wen Yun." These 4 lowlies were waiting for Bai Zemin, clearly excited. Bai Zemin glared with stern eyes at the mischievous twin before smiling. "All right, everyone, time to leave. Remember, we won't be stopping all the way, so if we don't fish anything along the way, we'll starve to death." Bai Zemin could cross the Eastern Sea using some of the airships he stole from the goblin race, but any large-scale operation needed resources. However, Bai Zemin was not willing to take resources from his homeland to enemy land, as he did not know what might happen there, and therefore he decided to get those resources on the way. Food, they could get it for themselves. Water, that was even easier to obtain. As for shelter, was it necessary to worry about having nowhere to spend the night when Bai Zemin had the collector's pocket world? With the help of the pink little dolphin Zio Zio, several sea creatures from the Eastern Sea fell prey to the human soul evolvers. One day later, the group crossed the 900-kilometer distance between the south and north of Beijing, reaching the border of Inner Mongolia. They had managed to obtain more than 20 tons of meat. Although 20 tons sounded like a lot, in reality it was not that much, considering that there were 20 evolved human troops and another 20 mutant beasts whose appetite was even bigger than that of the evolved humans. They were now only 1 district away from crossing the border between China and Russia. "We should be breaking through to Russian soil in another 3 days at the very worst." Wu Yijin walked over and drew a line on the map in front of the leaders. She looked at Bai Zemin and said in a serious voice, "From what I am informed, the Russians already know of our actions, so they have prepared a large army to fight us at the border. Oppose and perish, submit and prosper." Bai Zemin waved his hand and stowed the 4,000 moon battleships in his private world before turning to face north. "Nothing has changed. Crush anything that says otherwise than what we say." This invasion was bound to be bloody, and Bai Zemin would probably not be frowned upon for a long time. However, considering how bad the current situation was, there were many sacrifices to be made for tomorrow to exist. Therefore, Bai Zemin was fine being the bad guy in the movie if it meant that his precious ones would see a new sunrise. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 11:06 Breaking into Enemy Territory. Arriving in Inner Mongolia after another day spent crossing the Yanking district, the 20-strong army led by Bai Zemin did not go back into any of the bases under the control of the Transcendent faction. Quite the contrary, the group went straight in a direct line to the north. With a large 3-meter-tall white dog that looked like a wolf leading the pack, all the land mounts carried their riders, kicking up clouds of dust in the process. Their speed was so fast that, in a matter of a few blinks of an eye, they disappeared from an area to appear on the distant horizon, but only for an instant before disappearing again and appearing tens and hundreds of meters in the distance. There were also soul evolvers that rode flying beasts. There were birds. There were winged snakes, fiery winged lizards, and even blood-sucking flies. However, the most striking of all was not Meng Qi's phantom bluebird, nor was it the third-order silver flood dragon that Shangyuan Xinyu had made a blood-based soul contract with. Bai Zemin raised his head and looked at the glowing mount that moved from east to west in search of enemies. Its wings were deep red and seemed to glow like burning flames in the distant blue sky. This beast, despite being smaller than Shangyuan Xinyu's Jialong, actually exuded an aura of destructive power that even surpassed the flood dragon. Feng Tian Wu's mount is really strong, don't you think? Chen He, riding his black lightning white tiger, approached Bai Zemin and commented as he looked towards the sky. It looks a bit like the legendary phoenix, but it clearly isn't. Bai Zemin had seen that beast once when he was in Oblong World. The beast's name was Devastation Queen Bird, one of the most powerful air-type beasts Bai Zemin had seen so far that could even rival the Demon Lord's Purple Flame Wyvern. In Oblong World, this mount belonged to Queen Alois, one of the strongest human soul evolvers in the world. Bai Zemin did not know where Feng Tian Wu had gotten the Devastation Queen Bird from, but although it looked a bit weaker than Queen Alois's, it still seemed to be above level 110. That beast, as its name pointed out, was a creature with extremely low defense, but with speed and magical power practically unsurpassed among air-type beasts. Curious, Bai Zemin looked at Shangyuan Bingzu and asked, "Bingzu, aren't you interested in forming a contract with some mutant beast to be your comrade?" However, to his surprise, Shangyuan Bingzu shook her head and said softly, "No need." Bai Zemin looked at her silently for a few seconds before finally nodding and not pursuing the matter further. If Shangyuan Bingzu said that, then she naturally had to have her reasons. 2 days later, standing on top of a mountain, Bai Zemin, still riding Little Snow, looked off into the distance with a cold expression on his face. In the distance, more than 2 kilometers ahead, the first armed patrols of the Russian army finally became visible. "These guys are underestimating us." Nangong Lingxin raised an amused eyebrow at the sight of the several patrols with light machine guns and normal soldiers' clothes. "They clearly knew we would be attacking soon, but they really dare to send normal troops to face high-level soul evolvers. Did the cold freeze their brain cells?" Most could not help but agree with what Nangong Lingxin said while questioning the Russian leader's ability, whoever they might be. Bai Zemin narrowed his eyes slightly, and after several minutes of silence called out without looking back, "Yuan Mei." Yes, Yuan Mei advanced and immediately activated her transcendent eye skill while looking into the distance. Yuan Mei appeared in chapter 414 for those who want to know more about her skills. Yuan Mei's pupils turned completely white to the point where her entire eye had turned into a vast emptiness. Seconds later, her lips curved slightly into a smirk as she calmly said, "Leader, those fellows really are interesting, hee. They really dared to put all those landmines there. Those poor soldiers have no way of getting back even if they want to." Although the explosion of a landmine couldn't kill a warrior-type first-order soul evolver, it could definitely kill a first-order soul evolver focused on magic or agility. Furthermore, if more than one landmine hit a warrior, it could cause grave damage to them and put them out of combat even if it didn't kill them. Only those above the second order were capable of taking an explosion of that magnitude without getting hurt at all. "Chen He, you handle it." Bai Zemin turned around and began to walk down the mountain while leaving behind a simple order. Chen He waited for everyone to descend the mountain and without a word pulled the string of his bow while pointing towards the sky. "If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for stepping in where you have no business." Rain of arrows. The Russian soldiers, who had no idea that they had already been slaughtered and were just following the patrol route that was explicitly pointed out to them, were surprised when a magic circle over 500 meters in diameter appeared in the sky. What is that? Enemy attack. Watch out. Unfortunately, the chaos only rose even more, and even before the first arrow fell, there were already some poor souls who exploded into hundreds of pieces after being caught by several landmines. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The skill rain of arrows didn't have much power in particular, but its range was very wide, and therefore it was one of the best skills to deal with many low-level enemies. However, Chen He's purpose was somewhat different. Boom, 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 boom. The earth shook harder and harder as the Russian soldiers screamed in fear and pain. The shrapnel from the explosions cut off the limbs of the most unfortunate before finally being killed by the next detonated landmine. Watching everything from the distance, Yilinger gently clenched her fists but said nothing. Seeing this, Bai Delan, who stood beside her side and gently stroked her arm without saying anything either. Bai Zemin had warned her mother that a genuine battlefield was completely different from all the fake battlefields she had been in. The reason Yilinger's level had risen was solely because experienced and powerful people helped her before Bai Zemin gave her the pearl with Thao Zhai's records, but this was the first time she was in the middle of a genuine war. Hearing the human cries and their wailing in the distance, she who had a good heart could not help but silently lament. On the other hand, all the other members of the 20-strong army stood firm and indifferent to the fate of their enemies. Even little girls like Luo Ning, the Wen twins, Zio, and Bai Shilin did not show the slightest emotion of grief as they silently waited for it all to end. It was then that Yilinger realized how difficult everyone's path had been, especially that of her son who led all these people. It was then that she had to close her eyes so that her tears would not fall, as she finally understood one thing that made her feel very sad. Looking at the indifferent profile of everyone present, Yilinger could not help but wonder how many people one had to kill, and how many atrocities one had to see to have such a cold heart towards other people's lives. Just then the explosions and cries stopped. Patriots. Revenge. Kill. Kill. Among the soul evolvers present were many who had been part of the war in Inner Mongolia before China became finally unified. This meant that among those present there was no shortage of soul evolvers who suffered because of Russian support for their enemies, and there were definitely more than a few who lost friends and even family members in that war. They, who had been waiting patiently for this moment, finally broke free from their bonds when the top leader called out. Like demons released from hell, the soul evolvers of the transcendent faction mounted their beasts and turned into a whirlwind straight towards enemy ground. In less than 1 minute, the Allied troops broke past Chinese land and entered Russian land. Approximately 10 minutes later, the enemy's main camp finally came into view. Bang 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 bang. Bang 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 bang. As a welcome, thousands of grenades flew towards them along with the shot of more than 200 tanks of war. There was even shelling from mortars and bazookas. At the same time, the sound of war helicopters soaring into the sky resounded loudly. Team 1 breakthrough. Bai Zemin bellowed and he himself advanced. Approximately 3,000 soul evolvers quickly broke formation and advanced alongside Bai Zemin, while the others slowed down a bit. From a distance, the enemy general, who was a third-order soul evolver, snorted coldly. His objective was not to defeat the enemy troops here, but to hold them back for at least 6 hours for the real main army to get organized, something that from his point of view would be a piece of cake, considering how fierce the arsenal he had been given for this mission was. Even a second-order soul evolver would end up dying horribly if they were blasted by the cannon of a war tank, not to mention that there were also plenty of weapons waiting to be used. However, what happened the next instant made the expression on the enemy general's face freeze. The hundreds of cannon shots, the thousands of grenades fired from grenade launchers, and the hundreds of shots fired from mortars, all froze in midair when they came within 5 meters of the troops charging in front of the enemy. The general's face turned pale as he understood what was happening, and he shouted urgently, "Quickly raise barriers." Some of the 10 soul evolvers among the more than 100 men were quick to react and managed to raise some magical barriers in time. However, none of that did very much good. The approximately 3,000 soul evolvers that followed Bai Zemin were in possession of a treasure that against soul evolvers was not very useful, but was incredibly good at dealing with normal soldiers. Rejection ring. "You folks can have them," a soul evolver from the Transcendent faction shouted as he waved his hand. They all did the same, and under the terrified eyes of the Russian soldiers and soul evolvers, all the attacks they had made just a moment ago turned and flew with the same force with which they had come out back towards them. "No. Be barriers. General." Wails and cries for help echoed amidst the explosions. Over 200 battle tanks were completely destroyed after being hit by their own attacks, killing everyone inside in the process. Those who used guns to fire thousands of grenades were the most miserable next to the mortar launchers. Some did not die immediately, so they writhed on the ground and soaked in their blood, and that of their comrades after losing 1 or more limbs or suffering terrifying disfigurements after being hit by flying shrapnel. Fucking Chinese. The Russian army general unsheathed his sword in fury and was about to order to charge when he suddenly saw the pale face of one of his strongest subordinates. The subordinate looked behind his general and pointed his finger tremblingly as he stammered, General T that, be behind." The level 102 warrior's pupils contracted fiercely, and his heart clenched in fear. Unfortunately, The last thing he heard was a sweet, playful voice before the light in his eyes faded. Resist the enemy for 6 hours in exchange for war merits of the highest level. Everyone thought it would be easy when they got such a large arsenal, along with the support of 10 soul evolvers. However, the reality was cruel. The two armies had not yet clashed, but the Russian forces had already suffered disastrous losses, and their commanding general was decapitated by the enemy's dagger. Tilda, Kai Jingyi appeared like a shadow with red lightning crackling around her small but charming body. She lifted the enemy general's head and said while completely ignoring the terrified Russian troops, "Leader, what is the reward for killing a third-order enemy?" /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 11:07 Worse Than Beasts. 30 minutes after its start, the battle that broke out with the first clash between the Chinese faction and the Russian faction ended with the crushing defeat of the Russian army. The whole area 4 kilometers around the main camp of the Russian advance army stationed there, in order to contain the invading forces, had turned into a hell. The smell of burning corpses was extremely unpleasant, while the blood that had not dried even with the high temperature of the ground looked particularly tetric, with the different shades of red mingling with each other. The sight of over 10,000 completely wrecked military vehicles gave birth to a first-rate apocalyptic atmosphere, along with the incomplete enemy bodies and limbs lying all over the place in a messy manner. Bai Zemin looked at the 12 war helicopters in front of him and nodded in satisfaction. Although these were just normal helicopters, they still had plenty of ammunition, and a missile from these helicopters was capable of severely wounding a second-order mutant beast, not to mention a human. He waved his hand and kept them all, sending them straight to the collector's pocket world as he listened to Shangyuan Bingzhu and Wu Yijin's reports. We haven't lost any men this time, but over 200 were injured, and among them there are 4 who can't continue fighting. Shangyuan Bingzhu watched the movements of the person in front of her attentively as she updated him on the situation. Although Kang Lan and the rest of our healing team did a great job avoiding deaths, the enemy's mana is still wreaking havoc in some of our men. In addition, 7 of our soul evolvers lost a limb after being hit by the explosion of autonomous bazookas, but after being treated they refused to retreat no matter what. 4 out of combat and 7 with heavy loss in power. Bai Zemin turned and sat on a large rock as he thought out loud. This loss is not bad at all considering the enemy numbered over 100,000 and they had so much heavy weaponry, but it is still worse than we estimated. Although this had been a monumental victory for the Transcendent faction, Bai Zemin was not extremely satisfied. This was because he and his army were still on the edge of Russia, so there were infinite dangers awaiting them ahead, and considering that there were only 20,000 of them, each soul evolver was of utmost importance, particularly considering that they were all elite among elites. Additionally, one thing to keep in mind was that, although the enemy had over 10,000 soul evolvers supporting the approximately 100,000 armed soldiers, every single one of those soul evolvers, except for a very small handful, were crap below level 10. They were probably being pushed out as cannon fodder, and it was thanks to this that Bai Zemin and the others discovered that the enemy leader only wanted to buy time. On the other hand, we managed to take over 6,000 weapons used by the enemy soul evolvers. Although more than 80% are only rank 0 weapons, the rest are rank 1, while the enemy general's sword could be said to be just barely bordering on rank 2. Wu Yijin began with the gains. We also took control of 5 boxes which we know are filled with high-caliber ammunition. Although the boxes were sealed with high encryption passwords, it was easy to open them. Bai Zemin nodded silently. High-caliber ammunition was still more than precious to humans, even after Earth evolved 3 times. This was because 1 anti-tank bullet was enough to turn the brain of a first-order soul evolver into mush, and 1 bazooka shot more than enough to turn the tide of a battle against a second-order enemy. How many enemies threw down their weapons and surrendered? None of the members of the Transcendent faction told the enemy what was the only path that would lead them to survival. Therefore, it was not until fear completely took over their bodies that some Russian soldiers began to throw down their weapons and kneel with bowed heads and trembling bodies. Roughly 754 soldiers and 21 soul evolvers. Wu Yijin sighed, knowing what was about to happen. Offer them to work for us. They will be given the position of normal citizens and will have to work twice as hard to rise in the ranks. Bai Zemin stood up before calmly adding, as for those who are stubborn, patriotic, heroic, and loyal, Take away all their items and let them go. Oh, cut off an arm of the soul evolvers before releasing them. Fortunately, Wu Yijin was no longer the same childish person she was before, who, with her innocent and kind heart, thought that everyone deserved better opportunities to choose. She nodded and left to carry out Bai Zemin's order, hardening her heart forcibly. Taking away all the enemy's weapons and letting them go in the middle of a planet that had already evolved 3 times, and where dangers abounded, was no different than sending them to their deaths. Even those soul evolvers with skills to help them would lose at least 30% of their strength after losing a limb, so their already low chances of survival would drop even further. However, this was already Bai Zemin showing mercy. Son Yu, do you really have to go to such lengths? Yilinger hesitated and looked at him pleadingly as she said softly, they all already surrendered. They were defeated. Bai Zemin sighed in his heart. Actually, he didn't want to bring his mother, and she herself didn't want to come to this place, but he was forced to bring her anyway. Earth was becoming more and more dangerous, and with the arrival of so many higher existences whose targets were clearly not particularly friendly, no one knew what might happen tomorrow. Bai Zemin needed his mother to steel herself, because he didn't know if he would be there to take care of her when it was necessary. Although Yilinger's level was currently 145, and she had enough magic power to rival any enemy up to 20 levels above after absorbing Thao Zhai's records, her battle experience was so null that even a second-order soul evolver could kill her using the goodness of her heart against her. Therefore, Bai Zemin had to push her even if he didn't like the idea. Mrs. Yi, call me mother. Shangyuan Bingzhu wanted to say something but was interrupted. It seemed that even at times like this, Bai Zemin's mother did not overlook family matters that concerned her son's future happiness after all. Shangyuan Bingzhu gave Bai Zemin a sidelong glance, and a smile that only he understood peeked around the corner of her lips. It was as if she was saying to him, "It was your mom who asked, and not me insisting." Mother. She looked at Yilinger with a serious expression on her face and said calmly, "I know you think Bai Zemin is perhaps being a little heartless or cruel, but think for a moment, and you will realize that he is actually being very, very kind." Yilinger thought about it seriously for a long time, but not being able to find the answer, she couldn't help but look to her husband for help. Before Bai Delan could say anything, however, Kali, who was sitting on Little Snow's back, pointed out, "Mrs. Yi, you are being too naive here." Naive? Yilinger was shocked, as this was the first time in her life that a 15-year-old girl called her naive. Kali continued in an indifferent voice, "Do you really think the enemy would treat the Chinese soldiers better if they were captured? No, it would probably be the opposite. Bai Zemin not killing them, or even worse, enslaving them, is already the maximum consideration a leader can show for their enemies, considering the times we are living in." Kali's words made Yilinger greatly startled, and for the next 3 hours she fell into deep contemplation, trying to decipher whether the girl was right or wrong. However, she got her answer very soon. After 3 hours of continuous marching, the group of 20,000 led by Bai Zemin finally saw the first base in the Russian country. However, this base had apparently been abandoned not long ago, so no battle took place there. Looking at the scene inside the base from the sky, Feng Tianwu could not help but yell out sharp words, "Those damn bastards are really cruel." Meng Qi's face was pale as she ordered her phantom bluebird to circle around the base. Behind her, Yilinger couldn't help but cover her mouth as she stared in shock at the ground. It was only now that she understood how cruel war was, and how right Kali was about the kindness Bai Zemin was showing to his enemies. The giant gate was wide open, as if inviting the Chinese army to enter. After confirming that there were no traps hidden underground, Bai Zemin led the troops. But when they saw the scene beyond the walls, they all froze in their tracks. Leaving aside the fact that the entire city inside the walls had been destroyed to the point where it would probably be easier to build everything from the ground up instead of trying to reuse, what made the blood of the Transcendent faction troops boil was that, at the front of the base, and as if whoever put them there was afraid the enemy troops would not find them, was a small mountain of what appeared to be at least 2,000 corpses piled up. There were young men who looked like they had been tortured in the worst possible ways, children of both genders, but most of all there were women. Each and every woman, regardless of age, had clearly been brutalized, humiliated, and finally killed with a slit throat. Looking at the expressions of horror and pleading still imprinted on the faces of his slain compatriots, Chen He's handsome face contracted fiercely as he let out a furious roar like that of a lion. "Fucking heartless animals!" As if that was the sign of something, All the soul evolvers who had just woken up from their shock immediately started shouting all sorts of curses at the top of their lungs. The craziest ones directly broke formation, and as if possessed by something rode their beasts through all corners of the city in search of any Russians. Bai Zemin stared silently at the mountain of corpses. His expression was surprisingly calm as he read the words written in blood on a large white sheet tied to the top of the mountain of bodies. I hope our friends from China have made good use of the weapons we gave in exchange for a little manpower. We certainly made the most of the human hands that you so kindly traded with us. Cordial respects, Colonel Roman Vaorievich of the proud army of the New Russia. Bai Zemin closed his eyes slowly as he stood in front of the over 2,000 bodies. It was only now that he remembered a very important fact that he had inadvertently forgotten because of all that was taking place. Liang Peng and his faction of allies had obtained weapons from the Russians. This was true. However, the Russians did not help completely for free. Although Russia was forced to back down and surrender the territory Liang Peng had promised them after Bai Zemin defeated him and united China, the Russian faction should still have at least a few thousand Chinese citizens in their control. A flash of guilt shone for an instant in Bai Zemin's heart as he realized that if he had moved earlier, he could have saved so many innocent lives, sparing them who knew how much hellish suffering in the process. However, that guilt was overwhelmed by the anger he was with great difficulty containing within his chest. Someone capable of doing such a thing was not human. Someone capable of doing such a thing was worse than beasts and zombies. Bai Zemin was smart. He naturally knew that the Russian faction wanted to make him angry and push deeper into Russian territory with his army for some reason unknown to him. They were probably setting a terrifying trap for Bai Zemin, and he knew it perfectly well. However, Bai Zemin would gladly jump into that trap now. In the face of genuine power, every scheme was useless. This was something Bai Zemin firmly believed. Roman Vaorievich. Bai Zemin opened his eyes, and with the mountain of bodies in front of him being reflected in his pupils he nodded. That name and that surname, I will remember them. His voice sounded no different than usual, but as Wu Yijun looked at his back she couldn't help but exchange glances with Shangyu and Bingzu. Both of them had been with him from the beginning, and therefore understood the kind of person the existence called Bai Zemin was. Now the same thought blazed in the hearts of both beauties, and that was that the Russians would regret their choices and actions. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 11. 08 Roman Varyevich and Feng Tian Wu's Ray. Russia was an incredibly large country before the world evolved. Therefore, one could only try to imagine how vast its lands had become now that the Earth had gone through 3 evolutions. In addition, Russia and China had a great difference that was probably present in the other countries as well. Ice spears. Bai Zemin pointed her little hand forward as she activated Ice Maker. The mana inside the little girl's body surged as it sensed the magic power activating it and immediately responded to her command. The rune of Ice Maker in Bai Zemin's soul glowed at the same time as dozens of large-sized shining ice spears formed in the sky. The ice spears, with the power to topple buildings and freeze an entire village, broke the wind resistance easily before sticking into the bodies of the more than 20 mutant beasts, whose sizes were colossal to say the least. There were gigantic pythons over 300 meters long. There were white bears over 6 meters tall. There were even 5 mutant snow sheep that were over 3 meters each. However, none of these second-order creatures managed to escape unscathed from Bai Zemin's attack. The weaker creatures died instantly, while those with a higher defense, such as the giant pythons and the 2 white bears, suffered serious injuries and had much of their bodies frozen under thick layers of ice. Bai Zemin and Luo Ning moved at lightning speed towards their enemies. The little silver-haired lowly waved her 2 fists covered by a pair of snow-white gloves, and in an instant turned the body of the first giant python into bloody mist. Taking advantage of the fact that the annoying agility of these flexible enemies had been practically sealed by her ice attack, Bai Zemin immediately began to slaughter them without apparent difficulty. Although Luo Ning was neither as fast nor as powerful, she still managed to easily take out the 2 6-meter-tall white bears. Her greatsword turned the body of the first one into pulp, while her giant shadow wolves took care of tearing the second white bear to death. The whole process took less than 10 seconds. When the 2 girls were done with their enemies, They turned to look at the others just in time to see Nangong Lingxin using her sword to decapitate an Amur tiger. Bai Shilin ran over and threw herself into Shang Yuan Bingzu's arms. She looked at her with her big doe eyes and blinked innocently. "Mommy, there are so many monsters in this place." Right, this was precisely the biggest difference Russia had with China. Unlike Bai Zemin, who had focused on chasing every possible enemy out of the places his faction would be occupying, it seemed that the Russian leader did not bother too much with this matter. Although China was also filled with mutant beasts, Russia seemed to be their natural realm in comparison. Nangong Lingxin buried her sword deep into the snow to wipe away her enemy's blood as she said, "At this rate, we might as well spend a whole 1 year here. I don't understand how these Russians can be so mentally retarded." Even Fu Zufeng cursed as he sat wearily on the body of an elephant that had mutated into a third-order black-armored behemoth. It had been very difficult for him to kill this beast, even though his level was higher due to its high defense. If they continue to let the beasts breed out of control, it will only be a matter of time before they wipe Russia off the map. It had been 5 days since Bai Zemin and his team arrived in Russia. During this time, they had been following the map Evangeline, and Wu Yijin had managed to shape after a month of effort, but they were met with a not-too-pleasant surprise. Those damn Russians really know how to run fast. Nangong Yi beat the body of his already dead enemy to a pulp to vent his anger. Do they only know how to run and hide? I swear, if I capture one, I'll make them regret playing with this elder, and I won't stop until they've forgotten how to spell their name. Over the past 5 days, the elite assault army of the Transcendent faction arrived at 2 more bases apart from the base where they encountered the mountain of corpses of their compatriots. However, those 2 bases had been razed to the ground, and there was no longer anything of use. It was as if the Russians did not want to leave behind a base for the invading team to occupy and use as an advance fort, which was understandable. Bai Zemin coldly looked at the surroundings while thinking to himself, "Thank heavens I have the collector's pocket world, otherwise it really would have been a pain in the ass." Had it not been for the collector's pocket watch, Bai Zemin and his team would have had no choice but to sleep in the open. Sleeping out was not a major problem in itself, as they were all elite soul evolvers with high levels. The real problem was that all of Russia seemed to be infested with monsters. Not being able to sleep well at night, the constant wars against mutant beasts added to the cold. Even the strongest and most sturdy soul evolver would eventually succumb to such a configuration after several days. Unfortunately for them, their plan is not working out as they probably expected. Meng Qi snorted. She was incredibly furious with the Russian troops and also wanted to avenge all those poor innocent souls who were treated worse than cows. "All thanks to my big daddy," Wen Yun exclaimed happily. Luo Ning looked at her and asked in confusion, "What did you say?" All thanks to my big brother." Wen Yun tilted her head in confusion in the same way as Luo Ning. Wen Yan looked at her twin sister with a blank expression as the adults burst out laughing. Bai Zemin shook his head and sighed with a wry smile at the corner of his mouth. Although this girl, Wen Yun, was like a little devil, the truth was that her always cheerful and playful attitude was like a blessing to the army at the moment. Evangeline approached Bai Zemin stealthily and said in a low voice, "We should be arriving at a development lab soon." Although she didn't say too much, Bai Zemin understood the situation and nodded without saying much about it. From the first and only battle they had held against the Russian troops, so far they learned that the enemy needed to delay for at least 6 hours. However, the Russian troops were defeated in half an hour, and after another 30 minutes to organize everything, the Transcendent faction troops were back on the move. Not only that, but thanks to the existence of the Collector's pocket world, where time ran differently, it was as if the Allied troops did not need to sleep more than a few minutes. Therefore, the time that the Russian faction needed was not only not obtained, but Bai Zemin and his army were fast approaching whatever they were doing. In fact, had it not been for the mutant beasts repeatedly attacking, it was most likely that they would have already run into a large armed force by this time. "All right, everyone." Bai Zemin clapped his hands to get the army's attention and said loudly, "Get ready to fight. This time, we will be attacking one of the enemy faction's most important development labs. I refuse to believe they just abandoned it without further consideration." As if they had been injected with some kind of drug, all the warriors raised their swords to the sky and shouted loudly, causing the snow mountains in the distance to tremble slightly. They all needed to release some of the frustration and anger they were holding in their chests. The mutant beasts only served as a temporary measure, and they needed Russian enemies. Otherwise, they feared that their hearts might explode at any moment because of holding back for so long. Indeed, 2 days later, when it was 1 week since the elite army of the Transcendent faction entered enemy territory, the second war between the two sides broke out. One of the generals of the Russian army, whose power was that of a level 156 soul evolver, looked into the distance with a cold expression on his face. "These damn Chinese really are fast," Nil Yanovich snorted, speaking in Russian. Next to him, a man who looked to be 29-30 years old with a scar on the right side of his face said in a hoarse voice, "Yanovich, how long until we finish clearing out the energy lab?" This man was actually over 70 years old, and the war wounds on his body were so deep that even evolution could not completely remove them from his records yet. Even before the soul record arrived on Earth, this man already held a practically supreme position in the Russian military and was known as Northern Tiger to his enemies. "Colonel, I'm afraid we need another 20 minutes. Nil Yanovich frowned, and a glint of concern shone in his eyes as he said slowly, "Those 20 minutes are needed to move the equipment, but I'm afraid to move the people we will need at least 2 hours. The man Nil Yanovich referred to as Colonel nodded. After a brief pause, he said coolly, "After moving the equipment to the gate, let our men slowly retreat first. As for the survivors, if there is room left, let them pass, and if not, leave them for these Chinese to take care of." Nil Yanovich's pupils contracted slightly when he heard such a cruel order. The man who gave the order was Roman Valyevich, the same man who had ordered to massacre the Chinese, not without first torturing them in the worst existing ways. Nil Yanovich knew that the Chinese army would definitely be furious, so one did not need to be a genius to know that once they made contact with any Russian life form, they would retaliate in the worst way they could think on. Roman Valyevich patted the shoulder of the young man next to him hard and turned to leave. "Yanovich, our motherland has no cowards. To die for the sake of Russia should be the pride of all of us, don't you think? We will naturally avenge their grievances and complaints soon." Nil Yanovich took a deep breath and nodded, his face becoming resolute. He looked again into the distance, and seeing the army of several thousand rapidly approaching, spat on the ground. "You are so eager for your own destruction, but you don't even know it, as expected from a pack of mindless apes." Just then, a beautiful bird with bright red feathers let out a high-pitched cry from the distant clouds. Nil's ice-blue eyes met a beautiful pair of reddish eyes that seemed to want to incinerate his soul, but he simply sneered before descending the mountain swiftly. In the sky several kilometers away, Feng Tianwu pointed ahead and with anger burning in her gaze coldly said, "Giant Flame's javelin." Her voice was not loud, but it still spread across the sky. The other air-type mutant beasts, including Meng Qi's phantom bluebird, quickly flew away from Feng Tianwu and her mount as the clouds above their heads began to be tinged in red. Within seconds, a giant spear that was as big as a 20-story building appeared a few meters above Feng Tianwu's palm. "Accept this greeting that we have so carefully prepared for you." Feng Tianwu waved her hand forward in great frustration and raging anger. Rumble! The sky began to tremble slightly, and the snow over 8,000 feet below began to melt slightly, as the giant fire spear began to move forward like a monster, finally freed from its restraints. Backslash, 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 backslash. Really, thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 1109 Northern Tiger, more like Village Cat. Beyond the high snow-covered mountain range was the last and most important base of the entire Russian faction in Irkutsk. The reason why this base was so important was not particularly due to its more than 340,000 survivors, nor was it because there were more than 130,000 armed men. In fact, even the more than 40,000 soul evolvers, among whom there was no lack of elites, could not compare to the real reason why the top leaders of New Russia considered this base to be one of the most important in the entire faction. The real reason why the Russian leaders considered this base to be named Future of Irkutsk was due to the Laboratory of Technology and Magic Development. Russia had a total of 3 laboratories of technological and magical development, and each of these laboratories was in charge of studying, understanding, and later developing different types of technology using blueprints obtained from the killing of enemies, be they humans, zombies, or mutant beasts. With a team of more than 70 developers with experience in the field, Laboratory Number 1 had already managed to complete numerous technologies for the Russian faction. Among them were advanced technologies that worked on the basis of magic and soul stones. From the top of the city walls, Roman Vaorievich watched with eyes as cold as an eagle's as the reddish sky seemed to get closer and closer to them. The soul evolvers behind him sweated as they watched the flame-shrouded clouds descend. They could all see the shadow of fire as big as a building, the spear of doomsday falling directly toward them. See Colonel Roman. A beautiful Russian female who looked to be about 24 years old wiped the sweat from her forehead as she stared at the enemy attack. Boom! Even before it hit, half of the huge snowy mountain exploded as if it could no longer withstand the pressure of the ever-closer giant fire spear. Rumble! The ground of the city began to tremble, and even from the walls over 100 meters high, the tremor was transmitted directly to the feet of the frightened soul evolvers and soldiers. No one doubted at all that if such an attack fell on the city, all the survivors would end up turning into mortal remains, and all the existing buildings would end up being incinerated, and subsequently turned into nothing under the power of the enemy's flames. As expected of the Scarlet Fire Witch, Roman Vaorievich looked coldly at the flaming spear before ordering without looking back, "Raise the retribution guard, and let those Chinese know once, and for all the consequences of trespassing into our motherland without authorization." I understood. That same pretty Russian from before nodded and quickly gave an order using the military radio in her right hand. There were only a few seconds left before the flaming spear would fall on them, hence the fear in everyone's eyes became evident. However, seeing the relaxed posture of their colonel, no one moved or said anything. In the sky, Feng Tian Wu felt that there was something odd about the enemy's movements. This was exactly because the enemy was not moving at all. Could it be that they really became stupid because of the cold? Feng Tian Wu muttered to herself as the frown on her face grew deeper. Suddenly, Feng Tian Wu's beautiful reddish eyes widened slightly as a flash of bright azure light reflected in her pupils. The bright light rose in the form of a pillar from the tallest building in the enemy city, soaring 400 meters into the sky before suddenly spreading out in all directions of the base, forming a large glowing dome in less than 2 seconds. The glowing dome seemed to cover from 1 meter in front of the 4 walls, and around the entire base to the sky, 400 meters above. Under the astonished eyes of not only Feng Tian Wu, but also all the soul evolvers of the Transcendent Faction's army, the huge fire spear whose size was comparable to that of a large building smashed into the glowing dome. However, the shocking thing had not yet happened for them. Rumble! The ground around the base sank slightly, and the crimson flames that rained down after detaching from the fire spear began to set the entire area on fire. The snow melted like small ice cubes thrown into a volcano. The earth hidden beneath the snow turned black in an instant, and any grass that showed the slightest sign of growing was turned into nothing. Suddenly, the shield glowed, releasing a powerful white radiance, and before any of the allied forces could react, the huge fire spear exploded. "My God!" Nangongyi exclaimed as he covered his ears. The sound of the explosion had been so loud that some people's ears began to bleed, as no one had expected such a thing, and thus naturally did not protect themselves against it. As the earth shook heavily and some mounts showed signs of panic, Bai Zemin secured Kali as he called out, "Bingzu." Bai Zemin didn't need or have time to say more when Shangyuan Bingzu raised her hand towards the sky. An oversized magic circle glowed above her open palm, and all the surroundings froze in an instant as her magic power surged outward from her body. Ice Goddess Trident. A giant trident over 150 meters long and as thick as a tree trunk broke from inside the magic circle, whistling skyward at lightning speed and freezing the air 200 meters around it wherever it passed. At the same time, a great torrent of flames that surprisingly contained all the magical power used by Feng Tian Wu in her attack, and a little more shot out from a white magic circle that appeared out of nowhere at the top of the dome that protected the Russian base. The speed of the magical attack was so fast that it arrived before Feng Tian Wu's wide-open eyes in a jiffy. At any other time or circumstance, Feng Tian Wu would certainly have no problem facing this kind of attack. However, she was extremely surprised as this was the first time she had encountered this kind of situation. Not even Nangong Lingxin's magic barrier coupled with her reflect skill could return Feng Tian Wu's magic attacks. Just at that moment, cold wind blew up from below, bringing Feng Tian Wu back to reality. Before she could do anything, the ice attack and the fire attack met in the middle of the sky. Bright flames and ice particles mingled in the sky after the magic explosion caused by both attacks. Over 2 kilometers of sky, underwent a huge color change, with 1-3 being occupied by crimson flames, and the other 2-3 being occupied by what appeared to be a beautiful but terrifying storm of ice crystals. The shockwave pushed Feng Tianwu's mount backwards, but her Devastation Queen, who was a third-order mutant beast, was a living being with intelligence not below that of a human being. Instead of resisting, the Devastation Queen let out a cry as it turned its body, and taking advantage of the thrust from behind, it sped away like a flash of lightning. "Tianwu, are you okay?" A sweet voice clearly belonging to a girl called out, bringing Feng Tianwu back from her shock. "I am good." Feng Tianwu nodded as she looked back. She forcibly calmed her fluttering heart as she stroked her mount's feathers. Good movement. Just now, if not for her mount, and that ice trident, Feng Tianwu would definitely have received grave damage. Looking back, Feng Tianwu let out an inaudible sigh as she watched Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzhu working as a team to quickly reorganize the army that had slightly fallen into chaos. Ice spears and blood spears, silver and red mixed together to shatter all the flames falling from the sky. Although the blood spears were clearly not as effective as the ice spears, they had something that absorbed the mana from the flames, easily extinguishing them. Inside the protective dome, the soul evolvers sighed in relief as the terrified survivors fell to their knees with weak legs. "MIG God." Another Russian beauty took a deep breath and exhaled as she said, "This is the first time we've used the Retribution Guard since it was developed half a month ago. Thank heavens it worked, otherwise." Another soul evolver, also a third-order powerhouse, sighed in relief as he refused to talk about the consequences. "It's a pity that the power consumption is so high." Colonel Roman Varyevich's eyes met indifferently in front of the enemy leader's cold eyes. "So that's that brat called Bai Zemin, huh? That Chunyuan Wenchen really is a good-for-nothing, losing to a couple of brats despite having all the advantage from the start." Roman looked at the man beside him and calmly asked, "General Yanovich, how long can the Retribution Guard hold its ground?" Nil Yanovich thought for a moment before extending 2 fingers. However, as if thinking of something, he lowered one of those fingers and left only one standing as he said, "Normally it would be 2 hours, but I'm afraid against this enemy only half of that at best." 1 hour in exchange for 1/4 order soul stone. Roman Varyevich shook his head and sighed as he looked at Bai Zemin coldly. "I really want to rip those kids' heads off." Without waiting for anyone to say anything else, Colonel Roman turned to leave as he waved his hand in the air. "Speed up the retreat process. Our leader already has plans for these Chinese, so you better not intervene too much for now." "Yes." "So that man is Roman Varyevich?" Bai Zemin asked as he nodded calmly on the surface. Mounting a purple-striped black panther, Evangeline nodded. Although he looks way younger and almost unrecognizable due to evolution, that Z-shaped scar is characteristic of the northern tiger. Northern tiger? Bai Zemin looked at her puzzled. He was just a normal student until less than 2 years ago, so naturally, he didn't know any northern tiger or southern dog. More than 40 years ago in Alaska, Russia and the United States had a hidden confrontation of which only the top leaders of both countries know the exact reason. Although the Americans are much closer to Alaska and won back then, this was only because Russia sent only 50,000 men. It was that man, Roman Varyevich, who with his army managed to kill over 100,000 Americans and withstand the enemy assault of another 200,000 for 2 whole months. "I see, that's why Northern Tiger." Bai Zemin nodded indifferently. "From what I understand, Roman Varyevich was already a modified human who underwent the experimental serum test back then." Evangeline said in an ice-cold voice. "He's definitely strong at this point, and he was also considered one of the strongest men in the world even before we started evolving." "Isn't he just a good-for-nothing old man?" Kali said suddenly. She slightly lifted her little head from Bai Zemin's back and said indifferently, "This guy probably just needs a slap to turn that old man's head into a pile of bloody pulp, doesn't he?" "That's..." Evangeline blinked in surprise as she couldn't find words to refute what Kali had just said. "It doesn't matter if it's the northern tiger or the village cat. That old thing sealed his fate the moment I learned his name." Bai Zemin waved his hand and roared back, "Get ready to take down that eggshell. One of the strongest men in the world. Bullshit." Xuanyuan Wenchen was also one of the strongest men in the world in the past, but in the end, he suffered miserably at the hands of Bai Zemin's faction. But this village cat would not be so lucky, because, unlike Xuanyuan Wenchen who was treated by Shangyuan Bingzhu, it would be Bai Zemin himself who would take care of him. Let's return their favor for taking care of our brothers and sisters. Backslash, 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 backslash. Really thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 11:10 Teleport Gate. It had been around 40 minutes since the large protective shield called Retribution Guard was activated under the direct orders of Colonel Roman Valyevich of the Russian faction. During the past 40 minutes, the Transcendent faction and the New Russia did not have any direct confrontation. In fact, except for insulting gestures and taunts made by the Russian army toward the Chinese soul evolvers, both sides had not had the slightest of exchanges. It seems that this energy shield is capable of repelling physical and magical attacks alike. Shangyuan Bingzu stood with Bai Zemin and Wu Yijin at the top of the almost completely flattened mountain and looked off into the distance as the strong wind that sounded like wolf howls blew her hair. It also seems that those inside can't attack, or else they would have already done so. They haven't even fired a gun or shot a single arrow, even though we're right in front of them. Wu Yijin's cute face had a slight frown that exposed her worries as she spoke her thoughts. Bai Zemin nodded silently. He had already drawn the same conclusions as the two beauties beside him. In fact, the energy shield that the Russians were using also had another advantage, and that was the fact that the attacks would definitely repel after hitting. It didn't matter if it was the ice arrow skill or the lightning bomb skill, nor did it matter if it was the stampede or flaming sword slash skill. All attacks, physical or magical, would definitely be returned to the one who launched it. Most annoying of all was that the power with which the attack was returned was slightly stronger compared to that of the soul evolver that launched it. For example, if a soul evolver had 7,000 total magical power points and used all their power to activate the skill Wind Blade, the skill would return with 8,000 magical power points after hitting the energy shield of the enemy. After a long silence, Bai Zemin asked to the air, "Any opinions on this?" This time both Shangyuan Bingzu and Wu Yijin kept silent. Both knew that Bai Zemin's question was not directed at either of them. Indeed, a gentle gust of wind blew, followed by another, and soon 2 figures appeared standing not far away. Both had large raven wings on their backs, females so beautiful that even Shangyuan Bingzu had to admit in her heart that she was inferior despite all that her physical appearance and charm had increased since she began to evolve. The gap was no longer as great as in the past, though. From the point of view of any soul evolver below the 5th order, and while this shield is probably among the best there is for defense, it also has its obvious disadvantages. Lilith looked at the large protective dome and said calmly, as little sister Yijin correctly pointed out, it seems to be that those inside cannot attack to the outside. This may be due to 2 reasons mainly. She looked at Bai Zemin and said with a faint smile, "You definitely already know those 2 reasons, so I will save you the time of listening to me." Bai Zemin nodded. In fact, he had already thought about it and had figured out 2 reasons why those inside the energy dome could not attack. However, he still stuck with the first reason, which was the most plausible one. If they attack, despite being inside, it is probable that the shield will absorb that power and bounce it back inside. Fire Sorrow nodded at Bai Zemin's words while pointing out, "Another important thing is that, while it is true that attacks are returned with more force compared to when they are launched, the power consumption of this shield increases exponentially at those instances. It seems that the 2 features of this shield, meaning defense and counterattack, consume energy individually. This means that the shield consumes energy to contain each attack, and to return them consumes twice as much." "That's right," Lilith nodded. She looked at Bai Zemin curiously as she slowly said, "But more importantly, Zemin, these enemies of yours are almost done moving everything, so you should hurry." Bai Zemin immediately looked at her in astonishment. "What do you mean by that?" "Move everything to where? How?" In order to prevent the enemy from escaping, Bai Zemin had ordered everyone who had flying mutant beasts as their mounts to spread out all over the sky. This way, even if the enemies wanted to escape using some other gate, they would definitely be caught in time. Lilith contemplated her next words for a moment before carefully saying, "Remember the ruins you found, that place where you got the Sky Destroyer and everything else." Bai Zemin's pupils shrank fiercely as an extremely terrifying thought flashed through his head. Lilith continued, "Leaving aside the Sky Destroyer and a few thousand weapons, all you got in those ruins were books, a few pills, and blacksmithing equipment. Basically, leaving aside the Sky Destroyer and the few electromagnetic rifles, Most of the stuff you and your faction got are items that will slowly increase your strength rather than being of immediate obvious advantage. But these Russians are quite the opposite. To apply the knowledge from the books obtained in the library of those ruins required time. This was true whether it was for books on agriculture, construction, or political structure. Everything needed time, months at least for the transcendent faction to show changes and improvements. As for blacksmithing equipment, one needed to work for many hours and even days or months to finish a good piece of equipment. It was not as if having those good quality blacksmithing pieces was enough to forge a good piece of equipment. Without the blacksmith's skill, all one would get would be trash as a result. Now, if the Russians were all the opposite, it meant that they had found ruins, dug them up, and thus obtained artifacts that immediately boosted their faction's strength to new heights. Damn it, Bai Zemin cursed aloud as he realized what was happening. He felt like plunging a dagger into his chest, as he realized that he had made a huge mistake by allowing his troops to slowly wear down the energy of the enemy energy shield. Bai Zemin had thought to have them locked in, and they wouldn't be able to get out anyway. So to increase the bloodlust of his army and make the enemy even more chicken, he decided to toy with them. He was not angry with Lilith for not telling him something so important earlier. This was because Bai Zemin understood that she was limited just like Fire Sorrow. She could not give him such an important indication early because it would greatly affect the fate of the war, and therefore she waited until the last moment since the Soul Record would probably have no complaints. If he had known earlier that the Russians had such advanced technology, he would have charged immediately instead of waiting. Unfortunately, Leiter's thinking got in the way, and wanting to let his army that had been enduring and containing his anger for all these days, Bai Zemin never thought of crushing everything immediately. Only now did Bai Zemin understand how important his mistake was. If the Russian troops were finishing moving everything elsewhere just as Lilith said before, despite not having left the city, it could only mean one thing. Don't tell me, teleportation. Is it some kind of teleport gate? Wu Yijin said in amazement as she too had realized how mind-blowing the situation was. If the enemy had obtained some kind of technology that allowed them to teleport, then it would be really bad for the Transcendent faction. This was by far one of the most terrifying magical technologies in existence and also one of the most coveted. Even Bai Zemin's group had no way to close distances. They had to move by air, sea, or land, wasting huge amounts of time to move resources and personnel back and forth, even risking lives in the process. But if they could have a gate connecting two distant places together, things would be very different and everything would become way easier. Bai Zemin did not reply to Wu Yijin but activated shadow control. His shadow turned into a pair of ash-gray wings, and with a loud flapping sound that sent great gusts of snow flying everywhere, he launched himself into the sky like a missile. On top of the tallest building in the city within the walls, Colonel Roman Vaorievich frowned as he saw the young enemy leader suddenly make a move. Although he despised a young man like Bai Zemin, since young men were always too proud of every little achievement to the point where they could not see the reality in front of them, Roman Vaorievich was a man who had experienced many things in his life, and his instinct as a veteran soldier was something that even some of the strongest soul evolvers did not have. Looking at the large star-shaped mechanism from which the great pillar of sky-colored light shot skyward to shape the giant dome, Roman Vaorievich frowned even harder as he noticed that the 5 third-order soul stones had already lost all their power, and the 4th-order soul stone was slowly wearing down. The old colonel grabbed his radio from his waist and said in a hoarse voice, "Yanovich, how long until you finish moving all the stuff to the other side?" A few seconds later, followed by the sound of static, Nil Yanovich's voice rang out from the Russian colonel's radio. "Colonel Roman, we need another 20 minutes to finish. I'm afraid that Chinese brat won't give us that much time." Roman Vaorievich cut him off. His eyes fell on that winged figure in the sky, and though he couldn't hear what that person was saying, he seemed quite anxious to finish something. "Yanovich, leave the rest behind and start the evacuation of our men first." "What?" The astonished and incredulous voice of Anil Yanovich, who couldn't believe what he was hearing, reached the old colonel's ears. "Colonel Roman, we've used all the time we've spent to move the teleport gate core to the other side. We still need the next 20 minutes to get the equipment out and destroy all the development data." A year of effort impossible to describe, as well as the death of several thousand, not to mention the colossal amount of extremely valuable and difficult to obtain resources. This was the price the Russian faction had to pay in exchange for developing the magic technology that allowed them to teleport using the one core they discovered from those ruins left behind from ancient times. Colonel Roman Vaorievich's heart bled deeply at the thought of all the hardships his country had to go through to obtain, understand through arduous studies, and the subsequent extremely costly development of the Retribution Guard and the Teleportation Gate. However, Roman Vaorievich had learned in the war against the United States in the North that the most important thing was to be patient and wait for the right moment before making any kind of decision that could put one's life in danger. One needed to live before anything else, and if one could reach the same point without risking one's life, then so much the better. Yanovich, carry out my command immediately. This is an order. Nil Yanovich said nothing for a short 2 seconds before his voice, filled with difficulty, sounded again. Roger. Although Nil Yanovich didn't understand why the colonel was giving an order like that, he too had been a soldier even before the apocalypse. It was in his system to obey the orders of his superiors, and in his heart, he knew that Roman Vaorievich was a man of pure Russian blood, willing to sacrifice himself for the tomorrow of his land, so Nil did not believe that his colonel was thinking badly for the country. Roman Vaorievich dropped his radio to the ground as he said to himself, "It's nothing. We'll let them have those things temporarily, and soon in the future they'll have to cough them back up whether they like it and want it or not." Even if the Chinese faction got their hands on the information and equipment needed to develop teleport gates and energy shields, Roman Vaorievich was confident they would need at least 6 months to get anywhere. Besides, they were invading Russia, so that information would hardly reach China until their leader returned home. However, a bloodthirsty smile that once made his enemies on the battlefield tremble appeared on the old colonel's face as he looked at the flash of crimson light beginning to blaze on the enemy leader's right hand. "None of you will return home. You will soon turn to dust. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 11. 11 Heavenly Bond and Destroying the Enemy's Defense. After soaring into the sky just above the giant blue dome that protected the enemy city from all damage and attack, Bai Zemin wasted no time and immediately gave his order. All those below the third order, stand back. His voice resounded through the sky and earth like thunder, and even the attacks of those second and first order soul evolvers that were strong enough to flatten small and large-sized towns paled in comparison. Leader. The leader is finally about to make his move. Leader, smash this turtle shell to pieces so that we brothers can avenge the sorrows of our compatriots. Even as they shouted in joy, frustration, and fury, the elite troops who were not called like that just because of their strength immediately jumped onto their mounts and hurriedly retreated. Bai Zemin activated blood manipulation and invested 400 points of his total mana to shape a spear. However, instead of forming any spear, he first took a couple of seconds to focus 99% of all that mana he had spent on the tip without letting the body lose form. Feng Tian Wu, Shangyuan Xinyu, Nangongye, you three prepare to break down the enemy's protective shield. Everyone else be ready to charge when the barrier falls. At Bai Zemin's order, everyone immediately began to move. Feng Tian Wu and her mount rose high in the sky. She raised her right palm while coldly gazing at the city below, and as the mana inside her body surged, her magical power exploded, causing everything within 700 meters around to start overheating more and more. Li Lei, shoot your strongest attack. The beautiful crimson-feathered bird let out a shrill cry in response. Countless lightning bolts began to gather around it, and in a few seconds its entire figure seemed to turn into a lightning creature. In its mouth, a small crimson ball with red lightning crackling noisily around it began to spin faster and faster with each passing second. Shangyuan Xinyu and her silver flood dragon also rose high into the clouds. As the strong freezing winds in the area gathered all together, slowly shaping into what appeared to be a giant dragon made of icy wind and covered in lightning, Shangyuan Xinyu, whose face had a smile that was not a smile, slowly said, "Grandpa Jiao, please do your thing. Brat, you'll have to feed me properly after this." An old but gentle male voice came out of the huge flood dragon's open mouth as its entire body glowed, and a flash of silver light began to shape into a glowing silver magic circle over 200 meters in diameter. Nangongyi was the most straightforward of all. Because his mount was not of the flying type, he roared into the sky and activated his strongest skill without a second thought. His body grew abruptly, rising to over 7 meters tall and becoming as sturdy as 2 or 3 large trucks placed side by side. Flapping the pair of fleshy wings that had grown on his back, Nangongyi soared skyward and stopped at the corner opposite Bai Zemin's and in front of Feng Tianwu, completing a kind of square. His mouth opened wide and the edges of his scales glowed as he activated the skill that once belonged to the third general of hell, making a thin, small sphere of glowing blue light begin to take shape in the center of his jaws. Bai Zemin clenched the glowing crimson spear with strange golden runes in his right hand, and nodded towards Shangyuan Bingzu before looking at Nangong Lingxin. There was a reason why Bai Zemin had not asked for Shangyuan Bingzu's help this time other than the fact that her destructive power was not particularly high, and it was that if something bad happened, he needed someone really powerful to protect the troops. Surprisingly, Nangong Lingxin did not need him to say anything. She smiled somewhat nervously and exclaimed, "Leave it to me." Bai Zemin extended his right arm outward at shoulder height as he said loudly, "Ziya, use it now." Ziya did not delay and immediately activated Wolfpack. However, this time she used the second activation of this skill, second activation she had learned after evolving to the third order. Heavenly Bond. Little Snow, who was standing next to Bai Shilin, suddenly trembled slightly as a small shiver ran through her body. "Little Snow, are you okay?" Bai Shilin asked worriedly as she gently stroked her flawless fur. The large, giant wolf-like dog howled softly and shook her head as she rubbed her giant head on the little girl's body, making her giggle happily. Her sky-blue eyes sparkled with intelligence as she gazed up at the sky intently and waited in silence. In the now rumbling sky, as a result of the activation of so many extremely powerful magical skills, Bai Zemin's black eyes suddenly gained a bright blue tint. The second activation of Wolfpack, Heavenly Bond, allowed Ziya to link the records of one existence with Bai Zeminin's records. At first glance it might seem like garbage considering that the full activation of the skill linked thousands of records to Bai Zemin's records, but it was the side effect of Heavenly Bond the real deal. Wolfpack allowed the natural stats of others to rise horribly thanks to being linked to the records of someone as powerful as Bai Zemin. But Heavenly Bond allowed Bai Zemin to create a measurably stronger connection between himself and a single existence. Little Snow was a third-order mutant beast, but her destructive power was probably among the lowest of all those of her level. However, this did not mean that she was weak in any way. In fact, among all the mutant beasts present, maybe not even Shangyuan Xinyu's Silver Flood Dragon or Feng Tianwu's Devastation Queen could beat Little Snow in a fair 1-versus-1 battle. Bai Zemin stared at a particular spot on the energy shield. Unlike the rest, he could see that there was a kind of colorless ball moving at high speeds, going back and forth on the surface of the shield. "So that's the point." His lips curved slightly as he muttered, "This piercing gaze Little Snow has is really every defense's nightmare." Piercing gaze not only allowed the user to find the weakest point of any defense, but also guaranteed 100% penetration on the next attack. It was precisely for this reason that Bai Zemin chose to link up with Little Snow's records this time. Draining the full power of a fourth-order soul stone was no simple task at all even for him, and Bai Zemin could not activate that skill knowing that he could end up killing his allies and even destroying the world if he was not extremely careful. Inside the protective shield, the Russian colonel's expression turned incredibly ugly, and a bad feeling struck his heart when he saw the slight curve on the young enemy leader's lips. "Don't tell me that Chinese monkey really." Roman Varyevich didn't want to believe what he had just thought, but his instincts as a warrior nurtured over the years on the battlefield warned him otherwise. "Attack right behind me." Bai Zemin's voice sounded like thunder, and even from a distance was heard by the Russian soldiers and survivors inside the protective dome. "Make sure to follow the target of my spear." Bai Zemin made the endless blue lotus flame burn, and the crimson spear was soon covered by a thin but frighteningly strong layer of deep blue fire with black hints on the core. Not holding back his over 7,000 strength points at all, Bai Zemin threw the spear at the same time as he activated Gravity Manipulation X20 to increase its power even more. Swoosh! The attack was so fast that, if it weren't for the blue line that was marked in the sky, it would have been impossible for the others to follow the course of the attack. Sun Flare. Feng Tianwu's voice had fallen alongside her index finger, pointing towards the energy shield, when from the clouds engulfed in flames, a beam of blazing fire shot out. The beam was so fast that it narrowly missed shattering the sound barrier. At the same time, her mount Li Lei Lei cried out piercingly, and a small ball of lightning shot forward. The ball of lightning was incredibly fast, and for every split second that passed its size doubled until it finally became a small sun over 1,000 meters in diameter before it reached the shield. Freezing lightning dragon. The clouds above Shangyuan Xinyu's head burst as the roar of a beast over 2,000 meters long descended. Despite being just an illusion, the giant dragon actually seemed to be alive as it flew closely following the other attacks. At the same time, and from the magic circle that the silver flood dragon had built, a silver moon that gave off large amounts of mana shook the sky as it fell. Nangongyi joined the roar of the two dragons, and from the center of his open mouth, a flash of bright blue light completely broke through all natural resistance. Although the beam of light was as thin as a hair, its power was capable enough to kill tens of thousands of soul evolvers with complete ease. Standing on top of the tallest building right next to the machine that allowed the protective shield to exist, Russian Colonel Roman Valerievich's pupils had shrunk to the size of needles at the precise instant the flame-wrapped blood spear left Bai Zemin's hand. Out of pure instinct, the old colonel took half a step to the left and barely had time to move his head to the left when something that would not even have happened in his nightmares occurred in the real world. Bang! The sound had been low and practically inaudible amidst the constant rumbling of the sky and earth, but in Roman Valerievich's ears that small sound was even louder than the explosion of an atomic bomb. That, followed by the immediate pain he felt in his left cheek, made this old colonel who despised young men realize for the first time that the Chinese little guy in the sky could not and should not be underestimated in any way. With his right cheek burned and his flesh scorched, Roman Valerievich ignored the pain on his face and the high temperature growing behind him. Hastily, he pulled out a golden ceramic plate and threw it skyward before jumping to the ground without hesitation. It was also at that moment that the other attacks hit the energy shield, exactly in the same place that the blood spear had penetrated and pierced through as if it wasn't there at all. Rumble! The defensive shield rumbled fiercely, and its entire surface glowed so brightly that its radiance was literally more powerful than that of the sun. The earth around the entire base sank deeper and deeper as the stones broke into countless pieces. It was only a few seconds before the entire base appeared to have been built in the middle of an abyss more than 200 meters deep. Impossible! Nangongyi screamed in shock as he saw that the enemy's protective shield still held firm even against all those powerful attacks. Shangyuan Xinyu smiled bitterly and shook her head as she said, "Little king, I just consumed half of my mana to control 3 elements at the same time, you know." "It's okay, don't worry." Feng Tianwu suddenly snapped her fingers, and although it was just a normal snap, it actually resounded with the power of thunder in the middle of the day. Under everyone's shocked eyes, the entire glowing shield suddenly turned a fiery red, and in an instant was filled with yellow cracks coated with flames. Bang! The shield exploded. The remaining power of the attacks launched by 3 of the most powerful soul evolvers of the entire Transcendent faction, as well as that of 2 third-order beasts, continued their descent towards the now half-destroyed city. However, when Bai Zemin looked at the small golden porcelain plate floating upwards, his pupils trembled, and a glint of greed shone in his eyes. Backslash, 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 backslash. Really, thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 11-12, Wu Yijin in Danger. Bai Zemin expected a terrifying explosion that would completely destroy the entire city and kill at least 90% of all life in it, was probably what all the soul evolvers belonging to the Transcendent faction's army were expecting. This was particularly true for Feng Tianwu, Shangyuan Xinyu, and Nangongyi, as well as their respective mounts. This was because they were the ones who knew best how powerful the attacks they had launched before. However, not everything always went as one expected, and things did not always happen the way one wanted them to. When the protective energy shield that covered the entire Russian base was shattered after seeing its weak point pierced and then repeatedly hit by such powerful magic attacks, the huge ball of elemental magic that was made up of fire, wind, frost, lightning, and light swelled up as if it was going to explode soon. It was just at that moment that Bai Zemin saw the small golden-colored ceramic plate releasing a bright golden glow before disappearing, as if it had been devoured by the union of all the magical attacks. The already disturbed air currents suddenly shuddered, and as if something or someone was calling or summoning them somewhere else, they began to move frenetically toward the same spot. And now what? Nangongyu was already up to his nerves as he looked toward the center of the enemy base with red eyes. I can't use those gusts of wind at all. Shangyuan Xinyu was surprised as this was the first time this had happened to her since she acquired her skill climatic control. Just above the sky over the base but yet lower than the place in the sky occupied by them, a great whirlwind formed and engulfed the giant magic sphere. That wind quickly began to turn golden in color, and 5 seconds later all the magical power began to be sucked away. You've got to be kidding me. Nangong Lingxin had been preparing to ward off the shockwave that she thought would definitely happen, but when she saw how all the magic was sucked out by that small ceramic plate floating in the sky, she was speechless. That combined attack was enough to shatter an entire city with ease, but it was actually suppressed by something so small. Nangong Lingxin could not believe it. No one could believe it. Bai Zemin looked at the small golden-colored ceramic plate floating in the sky, and without hesitating, he launched himself down at lightning speed. That object was at the very least an epic-grade treasure, but Bai Zemin was willing to bet his underwear that it was definitely legend-grade. An item capable of absorbing all those amounts of magic and destructive power definitely couldn't be simple. How could Bai Zemin pass up such an opportunity when it was right before his eyes? If there was anything he lacked, it was precisely a high-quality defensive treasure, since he had attacked to spare. Just as he reached forward to take the gold-colored ceramic plate, a cold snort echoed from somewhere in the city. His expression changed slightly when, with a buzzing sound, the ceramic plate suddenly flew like lightning into the distance, as if it had been summoned or called by its owner. Fortunately, Bai Zemin already knew that getting hold of a legend-grade treasure would not be an easy task. This was because he had his storage ring, which was also legend-grade, so it was no problem for him to guess that probably all treasures from legend-grade onwards formed some sort of connection with their owner's records. Before disappearing into one of the alleys with the goal of taking that treasure, Bai Zemin's voice sounded like thunder throughout the city and spread out into the distance outside. Charge! Except for women, children, and the old people. Kill everyone without mercy. However, his order was not necessary, as Shangyuan Bingzu was already leading the troops. Soul evolvers first, soldiers second, men at the bottom of the list. Remember that raping women is strictly forbidden even if they are enemies, and the sanction is death. Shangyuan Bingzu's voice was already beautiful to listen to in the past, but it was different now. Her voice seemed to carry some kind of passive charm, as anyone listening to her felt the need to carry out her command. Although she was still cold and proud like a queen on the outside, and her voice conveyed that coldness, there was now a kind of sanctity or purity and pride different from the past. Kali Mengqi, you two take care of the heavy weapons of the enemy, focus mainly on the walls. Shangyuan Bingzu extended her snow-white hand outward, and a silver magic circle glowed on her palm. Ice Aegis. An ice shield composed of 5 different layers, being each one smaller than the other, but way stronger than the previous one, suddenly appeared 200 meters in front of the Allied army as the air grew frosty, just in time to receive the more than 20 magic cannon shots fired from the walls. Boom, 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 boom. Although most of the weapons had already been taken away and the goblin magic cannons on the walls had been given priority, there were still about 20 or 30 cannons waiting to be taken away. However, the Russian army was already retreating, and these weapons were abandoned. The only ones left behind were some soul evolvers who volunteered to buy time for their allies. After shattering only the first 2 layers of the 5 total layers of the shield, Shangyuan Bingzu waved her hand forward. The giant shield flew up and like a missile crashed into the front wall. Boom! There were cries of wailing as 70% of the wall collapsed. The debris flying through the sky froze, and everything 300 meters beyond the front wall was sealed under a thick layer of ice. Mengqi and Kali advanced at the same time. The runes on their 2 mechas lit up, and the eyes glowed as if they were real living beings. The 2 girls, one big and the other small, jumped high into the sky. Although their robot bodies were hit by a few cannon shots, the thin layer of light blue energy that covered them not only protected them from all damage but also spared them from the impact force after absorbing it and converting it into energy. Bai Zemin had used the shield technology he obtained from America, the shields that belonged to the defensive system of the Artemis-type war helicopters. These shields could barely withstand the attacks of a third-order soul evolver above level 150, and as long as they were not destroyed, and there was energy, the enemy could also forget about damaging Kali or Mengqi. Soon, both sides clashed, and the Chinese faction's advantage was evident from the beginning. The strongest did not even have to move, as the others took it upon themselves to slaughter the enemy. Although the Russians were more in numbers, the soul power purity of the Chinese soul evolvers was at least double in comparison. This meant that at the very least, the weakest Chinese soul evolver could take on 2 of the Russian soul evolvers. Leaving Bai Delan in charge to take care of the troops, people like Shangyuan Bingzu, Chen He, the Nangong brothers, Fu Zufeng, Kai Jingyi, and others rushed further into the city. Although they scattered, none were too worried about each other. They were confident that they would be able to take care of their enemies and even provide help to their allies if necessary. Besides, the faster they darted into the depths of the city and reached the important points, the greater the chances of encountering some really powerful soul evolvers or stealing the high-level technology they controlled. Killing a high-level soul evolver or taking the technology from the other side would definitely weaken the enemy a lot, and the chances of victory of the 20,000-strong army of allies would skyrocket more and more. However, among the Russians, there was no lack of brave and intelligent strongmen. Wu Yijin had just turned to enter a dark alley to cut across the road, when suddenly, her skilled danger sense made all the hairs on her body stand on end like those of a cat. Although she wasn't that good at physical combat, her reaction wasn't bad as she quickly jumped to the side in a frantic attempt to dodge whatever it was that was coming. Swoosh! The wind blew from the right, and although Wu Yijin managed to dodge the deadly danger, she still wasn't agile enough to dodge the enemy's surprise attack completely. Her pretty face that seemed to be the description of innocence turned slightly pale, and a flash of pain shone in her pearl-black eyes. After moving 60 meters away, she hurriedly turned around, and while touching her shoulder pierced from side to side, she looked at the person in front of her with surprise and caution. This person was a man who appeared to be about 22 or 23 years old. His hair was dull blonde and his eyes were ice blue, but the most striking thing was that his body did not look completely human. Queen of Nature, that's the code we gave you in our faction. The man bowed slightly in a gentlemanly gesture and said in a cold voice, "You are so arrogant that you know nothing about us, and that will be the reason you will lose this war. As for you, I fear you will die a horrible death." Wu Yijin frowned slightly when, to her surprise and disbelief, her self-healing and passive regeneration skills did not work as they normally would. The wound on her right shoulder had clearly been made by something with great penetrating ability, but there was something else Wu Yijin could not see. "My name is Eugenie Pavlovich and my rank is general. As for why your skills aren't working well." Eugenie Pavlovich extended his hand that looked like that of a strange insect outwards, and under Wu Yijin's well-attentive eyes a kind of needle wrapped in flames appeared out of nowhere. He pointed coldly. "As I said, you will die. You and your friends were too arrogant to come here without knowing anything about us, but we know a lot about you." Things like bribing a few people was no problem for a large faction if it was willing to extract large amounts of resources and managed to do it secretly. The Transcendent faction had millions of survivors, so it was impossible to keep them all under control 24/7. Although Wu Yijin and the others knew there were traitors and were clearing them out bit by bit, this was a time-consuming task and could not be done too hastily to avoid alerting the other side. As a consequence of all this, Wu Yijin had fallen into a dangerous situation. Eugenie Pavlovich moved his hand at lightning speed, and Wu Yijin quickly reacted by extending out a hand towards the ground. The ground split as a large vine over 20 meters in diameter and 90 meters long rose in front of her into the sky. "It's useless." The voice of the Russian soul evolver rang out as danger sense warned Wu Yijin. She took a great leap backwards, and only half a split second later the place where she was standing exploded as if it had been hit by a grenade. Wu Yijin watched coldly as her now scorched vine squirmed. She noticed a small spot and immediately understood that the enemy's needle had pierced it from side to side with complete ease, just like her shoulder before. A dozen fire needles danced around Eugenie Pavlovich as he approached step by step and said casually, "Although I am not yet a third-order soul evolver, and your level is a lot higher than mine, my skills are meant to be mortal devourers of yours. I was injected with human modification serum especially to deal with you after all." Human modification serum. Wu Yijin frowned slightly as she remembered that Evangelion had said something similar before. "Do you feel it's unfair?" Eugenie Pavlovich extended his hand towards her, and in response, the dozen needles pointed as if ready to pierce through her body. "Don't worry, I've paid the price. Even though my level is so high, I will still die in 5 years if I fail to ascend to the Third Order, and later in 20 years if I fail to break into the Fourth Order. China was not the only country with outstanding and courageous humans who were willing to do anything in exchange for power to survive even one more day. Eugenie Pavlovich was proof that in Russia there were also brave people willing to sacrifice their distant future for the security of a nearer one, particularly because all of them had already lost too much in their lives and did not want to continue losing what really was important to them. In your next life, you'd better stay at home. Wu Yijin's black eyes reflected the dozens of strange fire needles flying towards her after the Russian soul evolver said those words. Backslash 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 backslash. Really, thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 11:13, Playing Pig to Trap the Tiger. Actually, Wu Yijin was not the only one who had run into trouble. Fu Zufeng was jumping from rooftop to rooftop more than 5 kilometers of where Wu Yijin was when he suddenly stopped. Boom! He looked into the distance and frowned as he saw several buildings collapsing in a cloud of dust and fire. That is, the words Fu Zufeng was saying died in his throat as his expression changed, and without hesitation he kicked the ground he was standing on to jump backwards. Boom! The building collapsed, and the stones were practically turned to dust. What a pity! Fu Zufeng looked with cold eyes at the sturdy man emerging from the dust cloud. His gaze focused on his thick arms like covered trees, before moving to his face, which was enclosed by a kind of shell. Really, it's a pity. Fu Zufeng snorted and threw his dagger, wrapped in a dense layer of lightning, towards the center of the enemy's forehead. A second-order soul evolver wanted to attack him. Fu Zufeng really didn't know whether the other party was too brave or stupid. However, what happened next surprised him greatly. The burly man actually managed to be quick enough to react to Fu Zufeng's attack, but all he did was raise his right arm. The dagger that Fu Zufeng threw was a rank 3 equipment with over 4,400 physical attack points, yet it actually bounced off without even leaving a mark on the strange shell that covered the other party's arms. Putting aside the power of the weapon, the skill lightning spark that Fu Zufeng had activated increased the power of his attacks by 15% with lightning base. This added to his total power was already very scary, and a second-order soul evolver would normally fall in a second. Blue Lightning Demon Fu Zufeng. The stout man's voice was powerful and strong. My name is Victor Inokontivich, and my level is 97. My base attributes are mainly strength and agility, added to the 2 doses of human modification serum I was supplied with. You can forget about defeating me. Fu Zufeng extended his hand outward. A flash of blue lightning crackled in his palm, and as if it had a life of its own, the dagger he had thrown earlier flew towards him. He looked coldly at his enemy as he played with his dagger, and after a moment he sneered, "You are almost as arrogant as Big Brother, except that Big Brother has the qualifications to be arrogant but you don't." Soon the two began to fight. However, Fu Zufeng was shocked in his heart to discover that the defense of his enemy was frighteningly high, and as if that wasn't enough, his regeneration was definitely inhuman. Even after losing one arm, Victor Inokontivich only needed 1 minute to regenerate another one completely. Bai Zemin naturally did not quite know what was happening on other sides of the base. He had full confidence in his troops, particularly in his generals and commanders. The defeat of any of them was something that never crossed through Bai Zemin's mind, not even for a second. At the moment, Bai Zemin was busy with the matter in front of him. Although he had managed to catch the golden ceramic plate and confirmed that it was a legend-grade treasure, Bai Zemin had to seal it in a blood sphere so that the item would no longer fly away. As for keeping it or stealing it, it seemed that he first had to break the connection between the ceramic plate and its owner. Bai Zemin looked at the dozen soul evolvers, all of them lying on the ground with their hearts or foreheads pierced and dead in their own pools of blood. It doesn't look like any of you is. Where is that old geezer thing? Although these enemies were quite strong for second-order soul evolvers, they were still no different from ants in Bai Zemin's eyes. The difference in power between both sides was so immense that he only had to wave his hand and control a pair of blood chains to kill them all instantly. These people had not surrounded him, but instead were protecting this place. Bai Zemin looked towards the large double door that led to some unknown room, but despite knowing that there was something very important inside, and it was probably what he wanted, he did not go in but waited outside. He looked around and after a moment of silence said with contempt, "Colonel Roman, weren't you brave enough to leave your name behind when you gave us your so-called presentation a week ago? It seems you, Russians, are just turtles who show your heads when you feel safe but hide in your carapaces at the slightest sign of problems." Suddenly, Bai Zemin felt a disturbance in the air beside him. His lips curved into a cold smile as he slashed his hand outward. Swoosh! Bai Zemin's palm was coated by a pair of gauntlets with blades on the sides, making it no different from a sword. What's more, his physical attack power was already terrifying to begin with, and together with his transcendental speed, it was like a nightmare for the hidden enemy. Blood splattered everywhere, but the enemy had not really died but kept running. Bai Zemin activated blood manipulation as he said, "Since you came then, why don't you stay?" Milyanovich had waited for his colonel to go through the teleport gate together, but it was at that moment that the enemy leader appeared like a ghost inside the room, killing everyone. If not for the fact that he had activated his skill invisibility and trickery at the same time, a second before he would probably be another corpse on the floor. In the end, Milyanovich decided that if he waited any longer he would end up dead. Therefore, taking advantage of the mockery of the enemy, he tried to sneak in. Unfortunately, he was caught. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The wound on his left arm freshly inflicted by his enemy exploded, and from his flesh, more than 10 extremely thick chains formed and coiled around him. The most terrifying thing was that Milyanovich could feel the mana in his body suddenly being sucked out of him by something, and although the chains seemed to be very weak, they actually recovered from the damage very fast by absorbing his blood. If you don't want to become a desiccated corpse, you'd better stop doing that. Bai Zemin slowly pulled the invisible man towards him as he calmly said, "Your records are indeed those of a third-order soul evolver, but you don't seem to be that old thing named Roman something." Since Bai Zemin had evolved blood manipulation to fourth order, it had become much easier for him to understand the records in the blood of the enemies he injured. It was no longer a challenge for him to know if his enemy was human, or how strong they were as long as he had their blood, and the purity of the other party's soul power added to their level did not surpass Bai Zemin by a wide margin. When the mana of Milyanovich bottomed out after a minute or two, and his figure was revealed, Bai Zemin nodded as if confirming his suspicion. "You're that man who was standing next to that old man, right? Where is he?" Milyanovich said something in Russian and then spat. Bai Zemin naturally didn't understand Russian at all, but he did know that the other party wasn't complimenting him on his appearance. He waved his hand, and from the blood chains surrounding the Russian soul evolver hundreds of tiny thorns broke off. Milyanovich was a hard man, and things that might drive others mad with pain would not even make him frown. However, he couldn't help but howl and writhe as the blood thorns dug into his blood. Bai Zemin no longer said anything else as he did not know whether the other could speak Chinese or not. Instead, he continued to inject his mana into the enemy's body, torturing him slowly, tearing his flesh apart from the inside as he waited patiently. However, the appearance of the person he was looking for did not happen the way Bai Zemin expected. Bringing with him a small Chinese kid who looked to be 8 or 9 years old and a beautiful woman who looked to be around 18, Roman Vaorievich calmly stepped out of the shadows. His 2 hands were firmly grasping the necks of both of them, and those hands looked especially large on the weak bodies of his captives. Bai Zemin's expression did not change, but the coldness in his eyes grew richer as he looked at the man in front of him. "If you let them go, I promise to give you and your comrade a quick and painless death." Roman Vaorievich showed no emotions before the words of his enemy. "Brat, your father wasn't even in the womb of your grandmother when I was killing enemies on the battlefield. Do you think you have the qualifications to negotiate with me? You are still green." The expression on Bai Zemin's face changed slightly when he saw the boys and the beautiful woman's face start to turn red. Furthermore, he could faintly hear the sound of something fragile about to break. "Let go of Yanovich, or I'll snap the necks of these Chinese monkeys." Roman Vaorievich was a cruel and decisive man. Bai Zemin could see in the eyes of his enemy that he was not lying and would really carry out his words even if it meant dying later. "Heh." Bai Zemin smiled and waved his hand, discarding the blood chains and silently activating overlap regeneration. Roman Vaorievich's muscles tensed when he saw the halo of golden light surrounding the young enemy, and for some reason, he sensed a great deal of danger. However, what happened next made him lower his guard. Milyanovich jumped to his feet after regaining his freedom, and although he had no mana to activate skills, he still had his monstrous physical strength. Boom! Bai Zemin's body was sent flying towards the opposite wall after Nil Yanovich mercilessly punched him in the chest. The room shook slightly and the metal wall caved inward forcefully. Bai Zemin coughed out a mouthful of blood and slowly got to his feet, apparently with great difficulty and suffering from severe injuries. Roman Varyevich noticed that in fact, his enemy's organs had been damaged, therefore he nodded towards Nil Yanovich. You go first. Although Nil wanted to say something else, he knew it wasn't the time and they didn't have time to chat, so he nodded. After giving Bai Zemin a cold stare, Nil Yanovich didn't hesitate any longer and dashed into the corridor, disappearing not long after. Seeing Bai Zemin staggering and coughing out another mouthful of blood, Roman Varyevich took the opportunity to let go of the two Chinese, and with speed that was even comparable to Shangyuan Bingzu's appeared right in front of him. The Russian colonel's body doubled in size and snake scales grew on his skin. With a bestial roar, his arms moved like whips, and in a second he managed to strike Bai Zemin's body all over more than 300 times. Boom, 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 boom. The young beautiful girl and the kid screamed in fright and began to cry as they watched the person who was clearly part of them being brutally slammed against the wall repeatedly. Just as Bai Zemin seemed about to collapse, Roman Varyevich experienced a drastic change of expression. Boom! Although the Russian colonel tried to withdraw his right fist, the young enemy leader's left palm seemed to have turned into a pair of indestructible pincers that did not give the slightest room for movement. Really? Having to damage my own internal organs to make you let your guard down? Fortunately, my regeneration is higher than the damage you can inflict on me. Now completely healed from the self-inflicted damage and his enemy's blows, Bai Zemin looked up coldly to meet the enemy colonel's eyes. Did you have fun punching me, right, you old thing? You? Roman Varyevich's pupils trembled, and for the first time in a long time he felt as if he was returning to the battlefield, to that place where a single carelessness could result in his death. Oh, so you do speak Chinese. Bai Zemin clenched his right fist and with a buzzing sound punched forward. Bang! The two captives heard a suppressed bang and watched as air exploded from the giant enemy's back outward, blowing a hole in the opposite wall. Roman Varyevich's eyes opened wide, and his face turned red due to lack of oxygen. His mouth opened and against his will, he spat out a mouthful of blood with fragments of broken organs as he collapsed to his knees and clutched his stomach tightly. Bai Zemin stepped on his face and sneered, now that's real blood coughing. Backslash 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 backslash. Really thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 11, 14 Binding Chains. Bai Zemin squatted down and without a word, lifted the body of Russian Colonel Roman Varyevich. From the point of view of the two young captives, it was like watching an adult lifting a small child, no challenge or surprise at all. Roman Varyevich was still struggling to regain his oxygen. The young enemy leader's punch had not only emptied his lungs, but had also shaken his intestines with as much force as that of a maximum-level earthquake to a building. Had it not been for the passive skill warrior bear body that automatically went into effect when Roman Varyevich initiated a fight, this colonel with great history and prestige in Russia would have died with that one punch he received. Roman Varyevich could not believe it. No, he simply did not want to believe what he was experiencing at this moment. That physical strength. How could someone so terrifying exist? The only thought that still haunted Roman Varyevich's mind was not the fact that he knew he was done for. His thought was a very simple question. Was this boy still human? Roman Varyevich was a third-order soul evolver level 185. He was one of the most important pillars of Russia, as although the faction had numerous third-order soul evolvers, most of them had just recently advanced or had been aided by the more powerful ones, so the purity of their soul power was even lower than normal. Still, however, this was the first time he had experienced such madness. This brat might be even more terrifying than that thing that attacked Moscow. As Roman Varyevich thought about this, he felt his feet grow cold. Unfortunately, it was already too late to do anything. If Roman Varyevich had a chance to change one decision in his life, he would definitely use that chance to try to run away the moment Nil Yanovich hit Bai Zemin in the chest, sending him flying to the opposite side of the wall. Maybe, just maybe, if he had taken advantage of that short 1-2 seconds to run for the teleport gate, when the enemy had self-inflicted damage to his internal organs, many things would be different now. Too bad there was no medicine for regret. If only Yanovich hadn't left, maybe. Roman Varyevich sighed and surrendered obediently against the odds. Bai Zemin naturally did not know that in that second it took him to lift his enemy by taking him by the right arm. The Russian colonel's head was filled with thoughts of regret and terror. However, what happened next was something that Bai Zemin never, even in his wildest dreams, expected to happen. A flash of surprise shone in his eyes as he noticed with extreme disbelief that his body no longer obeyed him. Although he could still think and notice his surroundings, his muscles would not move, and his nerves had stiffened like immovable stones. Mind control. Bai Zemin dismissed that thought as soon as it appeared. That's impossible. With my spiritual earring, my white soul, and immovable heart, there should be no skill of mind control capable of putting me in this state. Besides, his mind was intact. Thousands of thoughts flashed in Bai Zemin's head when suddenly a shadow shot out from the corridor. Out of the corner of his eye, Bai Zemin immediately identified him. Yanovich, Roman Varyevich shouted hoarsely when he saw who the person was. Bai Zemin wasn't the only one who couldn't believe it. Colonel Roman Varyevich felt the same way. Hadn't Nil Yanovich crossed the teleport gate? They both asked the same question at the same time. Colonel Roman, Nil Yanovich pulled hard as he shouted in an urgent voice. My skill binding chains only last 5 seconds, but against this guy it will probably be half that. We need to get out of here fast. Nil Yanovich had never been as scared in the last few years as he was now. Previously, he had seen how the young enemy leader literally overwhelmed one of the 3 most powerful existences of the entire New Russia faction. It was done with such ease that Nil Yanovich judged faster than lightning that even the Russian leader should definitely not be able to fight against such a terrifying enemy. Even for him, it was hard to shake off the fear he felt and rush forward when he saw the opportunity. In the end, however, Nil Yanovich could not leave his father-in-law behind. Roman Varyevich knew that this was a heaven-sent opportunity. There would definitely not be a second time. Enduring the pain of aggravating his wounds even more, the Russian colonel roared. Red blood spilled from his open mouth as he pulled hard to the side that Nil Yanovich was trying to pull. Unable to move, Bai Zemin watched with cold eyes as the enemy colonel gritted his teeth as his captured arm was wrenched clean off. Roman Varyevich cried out in pain, but gritted his teeth as he turned to leave. Although he felt pain for his legend-grade treasure, he first needed to secure his life in order to enjoy it. Nil Yanovich said nothing, nor did he try to strike or attack the young enemy again. Not after all he had seen in a matter of seconds. The 2 young Chinese people who had been held hostage watched with pale faces as the 2 Russian men disappeared further down the corridor. All this happened in 2 seconds, and 2 seconds after it started, Bai Zemin was finally able to move again. He threw Roman Varyevich's right arm to the ground and activated Crimson Lightning Flash at the same time, as he used overlap regeneration to convert his just over 7,000 magic points into agility. Bai Zemin's movement speed, when using overlap regeneration, was even comparable to that of some of the fastest 4th-order soul evolvers. So, in a blink of an eye, he caught sight of the figures of his 2 enemies, just a hair's breadth away from entering what looked like a sort of blue circular-shaped portal approximately 5 meters in diameter. Bai Zemin, knowing he would not reach it in time no matter how fast he went, activated Shadow Blink and appeared right behind Nil Yanovich. Roman Varyevich had already passed through the portal, so there was nothing to do, but the back of Nil Yanovich's body was still out. With divine speed, Bai Zemin deactivated and reactivated overlap regeneration, this time exchanging magic for strength at the same time, as Annihilation of the Falling Sky turned into a dragon claw-shaped gauntlet and wrapped around Bai Zemin's moving right fist. Nil Yanovich had already sighed a sigh of relief in his heart, and on the other side of the portal, in what was a new Russian city, Roman Varyevich couldn't help but smile. Although they had been on the brink of death, they had made it out alive in the end, and now they had another chance to do things more carefully and wisely. Boom! Time seemed to freeze as the sound of a monstrous explosion from inside Nil Yanovich echoed everywhere inside the new room. The Russian colonel's eyes widened as he saw the husband of his only daughter, who was like a son to him, flying like a kite whose string had been cut forward. Nil, surprised and frightened, Colonel Russo put aside his identity and authority for an instant as he shouted his son's name in law at the same time as he tried to catch him. Bang! The The two men were sent flying until they hit the opposite wall hard with a thunderous bang. There were already Russian soul evolvers in the room, so this turn of events left them all unsure how to react. Roman Vaorievich ignored everyone else and even seemed to feel no more pain from his injuries. He looked into Nil Yanovich's eyes and said nothing, but there were tears at the edge of his eyes. Nil Yanovich tried to open his mouth to say something, but all that came out of his mouth was blood and large chunks of practically shredded flesh. This process was repeated several times before his head finally hung to one side. Roman Vaorievich's eyes were blood red as he stared at the human head-sized hole in the chest of his now-deceased son-in-law and one of the faction's most important warriors. On the other side of the now-closed portal, Bai Zemin shook his head. Although he had lost Roman Vaorievich, he was not sad. This was because he had achieved his purpose. That skill, what was that? Bai Zemin frowned tightly as he remembered what happened earlier. This was the first time someone had been able to turn him into a stone statue, and that was precisely why he was determined to end Nil Yanovich's life at any cost. That skill had been used to defend himself, so it was not dangerous. But if it was used in the middle of the fight while Bai Zemin was facing an opponent at the level of the nine-headed immortal dragon, then his life would be over. Lilith appeared beside him, and as she looked towards the closed portal with thoughtful eyes, she slowly said, "Neither I nor Fire Sorrow know that skill. It seems that the soul record is broader than we expected, and the powers one can obtain can still surprise even higher existences." There was a possibility that the enemy skill only had such an effect because Bai Zemin's level was much lower, but it was still terrifying nonetheless. Fortunately, I killed him. Bai Zemin shook his head as he looked at the device in front of him. Otherwise, I would have had to reconsider the idea of continuing this invasion. The energy shield, the ceramic plate, and Nil Yanovich. It had only been 1 week since Bai Zemin and his troops invaded Russia, but they had already been surprised repeatedly. It seemed that the enemy could not be underestimated at all, or they would be the ones to lose. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 11:15, Abyss Queen Demonic Flower. So, this is the teleportation gate. Bai Zemin walked around the strange device in front of him several times and tried to figure it out. Unfortunately, he didn't have the skill magical engineer or magical developer, so even if Bai Zemin spent the whole day there, it was highly improbable that he would come up with anything considering he was in front of a state-of-the-art magical technology device. It was like putting a genius elementary school student through university lectures. Even if they managed to grasp some basics, they were unlikely to get the essence. Bai Zemin squatted down and noticed that on the front of the strange rectangular-shaped device were 10 soul stones. All of them are of the third order. He did not hesitate, and with a wave of his hand kept them in his storage ring. Although they were somewhat faded, they were still third-order soul stones, treasures of high quality, and of utmost importance for the development of soul evolvers and factions. Bai Zemin also kept the technological device in his storage ring. Although it was impossible in the short term, probably in a few months his faction would achieve something after studying it in depth. The only problem was that Bai Zemin knew nothing about the operation of the device, other than the fact that 2 points were obviously needed for teleportation to occur. What he needed to obtain was the information that explained the method of linking 2 points using the technological device. It might even help me understand more about the law of universal space and upgrade my skills. Just as Bai Zemin was thinking to himself, Fire Sorrow's voice brought him back to the real world. Bai Zemin, I think this might be of help to you. Bai Zemin quickly followed the sound of her voice and soon arrived at a relatively small room compared to the previous one. The room measured about 60 square meters and was filled with computer towers with wires connected to a large wall. There was also a 70-plus-inch monitor on the wall opposite the entrance. Fire Sorrow and Lilith were looking at the monitor curiously. Feeling his footsteps approaching and without looking back, Fire Sorrow pointed towards the screen. It appears to be the data to develop and start up the teleportation gate those 2 boys used before. Although Colonel Roman of the Russian faction was a man who had lived half a century and more than a dozen years, making him old enough to be Bai Zemin's grandfather, in Fire Sorrow's eyes, he was no different than a newborn baby, and even then it was already exaggerated considering that Fire Sorrow was one of the longest-lived beings in history. Therefore, she had the qualifications to call him a boy. Approximately 20 minutes later, Bai Zemin had finished copying all the information recorded in the supercomputer. To copy and store all that information, he used the same cube that King Philip Di Gales gave to Bai Zemin before the latter returned to Earth. Had it not been for the magic cube, one day and one night would probably not have been enough to finish the task. Bai Zemin left the room and headed for the exit, but not before confirming that there was nothing else of use. It was only when he returned to the corridor entrance that he remembered the two young captives. The pretty young woman and the little kid did not know each other, nor did they seem to have any kind of close friendly relationship. However, when Bai Zemin saw them, they were both in a corner crying, with the 18-year-old girl forcing herself to calm down to be a pillar of support in the boy's eyes. "You two are okay." It wasn't until he spoke that he was noticed. The young girl jumped in surprise, and the boy subconsciously buried himself in her embrace as if he thought the bad guys were back. You're back." The young girl immediately let out a relieved sigh, because her age and Bai Zemin's age was quite close, as well as the fact that they were both Chinese in a foreign land made her treat him as a closer friend without noticing it. Although the young man in front of her was clearly extremely powerful, so much so as to overwhelm the cruel enemies, they both came from the same place. In this unfamiliar place, the girl thought worrying about each other was normal. "We heard a big explosion before," I thought. Although she did not finish her words, it was obvious what she meant. Earlier, Bai Zemin had hit Nil Yanovich's back with full strength, even using overlap regeneration. As a result, the explosion shook practically the entire building, and were it not for the fact that most of it was sent to the other side of the portal, after the enemy's body took 80% of the impact, there was a probability that the place would collapse. Bai Zemin felt quite amused in his heart. This was the first time in a long time that he had been treated this normal by someone other than his family, and it honestly felt good to be seen as normal again, even if it was only for a brief second. "I'm fine, don't worry." He waved his hand and asked with a frown, more importantly, "You two are okay?" "I'm okay, and this little guy doesn't seem to have suffered much either. I was captured not too long ago, and for some reason they started moving north, so fortunately I didn't suffer any too excessive violence." When the young beauty rubbed her neck, Bai Zemin noticed the old enemy colonel's fingers marked not only on her neck, but also on the little boy's neck. He also noticed that the girl's arms had clear marks from what appeared to be whippings, and although her beauty made it clear that before the apocalypse she had many suitors, the most obvious thing was that she had been starving for some time. The little kid was the same, just that he seemed to have suffered less violence, at least on the surface, of course. Just as Bai Zemin wanted to say something, the sound of footsteps from outside made him stop. A few seconds later, Shangyuan Bingzu, wielding a pure white ice sword and another blue-colored sword with frost gusts, entered the room. Her eyes lingered for a moment on the two strangers before she looked at the surroundings, noticing in an instant that a battle had broken out there. "Are you okay?" she asked, looking Bai Zemin up and down. Shangyuan Bingzu frowned slightly as she noticed the blood at the corner of his mouth, and a flash of murderous intent momentarily shone in her blue eyes. "It's nothing." Bai Zemin shook his head and proceeded to explain to her what happened. The young beauty immediately shrank back when Shangyuan Bingzu made her appearance. She subconsciously hid her arms behind her to hide her wounds, and a glint of sadness shone in her eyes as she looked at the bell in front of her. She had been elegant and beautiful in the past, coming from a good family and with an open-ended future. However, life had hit her too hard, and in an instant she was sent from heaven to hell. Looking at the two people in front of her, she finally understood how childish her thoughts were, and a bitter, as well as sad smile, automatically formed on her lips as she lowered her head in silence. Even if they came from the same place, they were still people from different worlds. After today, the chances of ever meeting or interacting with such an outstanding young man as the one before her again were as high as Earth reverting to its former state. A few minutes ago, while Bai Zemin was copying all the information of the enemy's technological and magical development into the cube, Wu Yijin had been fighting against her enemy for more than 15 minutes now. Because her main stats were magic and mana, her stamina was not particularly high, and her agility was definitely not the best. Her ample bosom rose and fell heavily as she looked at the man in front of her. Eugenie Pavlovich was a rather peculiar existence. His main stats were magic and agility, so apart from having great magical powers, he was also almost as fast as an assassin. Besides, thanks to the human modification serum, His stamina was almost double what someone of his level should have, so he wasn't far behind Wu Yijin in that respect either. "You are really stubborn," Eugenie Pavlovich exclaimed in a hoarse voice. His face was covered in sweat, and his legs were trembling slightly as he looked at the woman in front of him with increasing wariness. However, he did not let his feelings be exposed. "The more you resist, the worse your pain will be. So hard is it to understand something so basic for you." From the beginning of the battle, Eugenie Pavlovich had led the fight. His enemy clearly could do nothing against him and his attacks, but for some reason, he never managed to do more than scratch, as she always seemed to dodge all of his attacks no matter how deadly they were by the thickness of a cat's hair. Besides, another thing Eugenie Pavlovich had noticed was that the woman in front of him never lost her calm, and her black eyes were still as bright and composed as they were at the beginning. Wu Yijin took a deep breath. She held her breath for a moment before releasing it. "I think we should finish this." Eugenie Pavlovich frowned as a bad premonition began to grow in his heart. "Why do you think that despite all the time that passed, and all the mess we made, while fighting none of my allies came to support me?" When the young Russian heard Wu Yijin's words, it was as if a thunder roared right in front of him, even though it was a hot summer day. Eugenie Pavlovich looked around, and his heart trembled as he noticed all the collapsed buildings and burnt ground. Yes, they had been fighting fiercely for more than 10 minutes and caused so much devastation, but there was still no Chinese soul evolver helping Wu Yijin. Eugenie Pavlovich had estimated that at most, he would only have 5 minutes to kill her before reinforcements arrived. But at some point in the battle, he forgot this fact as his enemy turned out to be much more trouble than supposed. Suddenly, however, the young soul evolver from Russia saw something that made all the blood in his face disappear, as if it had been drained. There, right in the middle of the cracks extending from the center of the first collapsed building at the beginning of the fight, a single, completely pink flower was gently swaying in the wind. The flower looked completely harmless and beautiful, as even its stem was pastel pink. But in Eugenie Pavlovich's eyes, this flower had become his worst nightmare. He stared at Wu Yijin in silence for what seemed like an eternity. His face was pale but showed not fear but bitterness as he asked quietly, "Since how long?" "Since the first minute." Wu Yijin stood up straight. All her wounds had disappeared except for the one Eugenie Pavlovich had managed to inflict on her when he landed a sneak attack at the beginning of the battle. "I didn't expect this." The young Russian looked up at the sky and sighed. For an instant, the reality in front of him became strangely distorted, and the blue sky seemed to disappear after being covered by a dense giant forest that covered the entire city. "I didn't know you had a Abyss Queen demon flower. Why don't you give up? If you decide to join us, I'm sure you'll get good treatment. You even know about the existence of the Abyss Queen demonic flower." Wu Yijin really valued the talent of the person in front of her, particularly his spirit and knowledge. "The serum that was injected into me grants me knowledge of all kinds of plants and their effects, in addition to giving me great power in exchange for my life expectancy." Eugenie Pavlovich shook his head and said with a shrug, "But if you want me to surrender, forget it. I will not betray my country." "I see." Wu Yijin looked at him for a moment before nodding slowly. She said nothing more and silently turned away. Eugenie Pavlovich watched her back walking away, and for a split second felt regret. He felt that if he had been born at a different time, in a different place, perhaps he would have done his best to woo this person. The ground beneath his feet seemed to disappear, and he fell into deep darkness. He felt no pain at all as his life was cut off. "You have received the soul power of second-order Antiphorus Demon Eugenie Pavlovich level 97. You have received stamina +9. A vine swept towards Wu Yijin and held a small epic grade necklace. She put it away in her bag without checking the records, and as she looked at the scene in front of her, she muttered something to herself before continuing to walk. Unlike Eugenie Pavlovich, Wu Yijin's view was different. The blue sky was nowhere to be seen. Giant trees and monumental-sized plants grew everywhere. The whole city seemed to have gone through some kind of apocalypse caused by nature, as there was no building that was not surrounded by vines. In the middle of the giant forest, Wu Yijin, wearing her pale green magic robe, was like a beautiful little elf. The soul evolvers and enemy soldiers fought with the air as the light pink mist covered the forest. As for the allies, they looked at Wu Yijin with eyes filled with admiration. A good number of the elites present had not seen Wu Yijin in action before, but now they understood that this great beauty was not only an excellent government leader, but also had extremely terrifying powers. //////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// Really thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 11:16. We are all villains in a poorly told story. Several kilometers away from the place where Wu Yijin had defeated her enemy, Fu Zufeng sat on the main branch of a tree that stretched more than 200 meters into the sky. His face had a complicated look on it, and his mouth was curved in what appeared to be a smile filled with hidden bitterness, as he watched the scene in front of him, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Previously, Fu Zufeng had been ambushed by a Russian second-order enemy. This enemy was quite powerful, as his soul power was not only very pure, but also had characteristic skills that were strangely the perfect counter to Fu Zufeng's combat style. However, the man was so arrogant and cocky that he not only revealed his level, but also exposed what his main stats were, thus exposing how many status points he could have invested so far, as well as his possible weaknesses. For this particular type of enemy that he hated the most, Fu Zufeng had planned to play for a few minutes and then finish quickly. Someone who was as arrogant as Bai Zemin but didn't even have the strength of a finger on his hand deserved a humiliating death, and Fu Zufeng would gladly be the one responsible for it. But not everything always went as one expected in this life. After fighting for 2 or 3 minutes and cutting off one of his enemy's arms only to have it regenerate seconds later, Fu Zufeng was preparing to end the whole show once and for all. Although he would have to use a rather powerful skill that few knew about, since all the enemies who saw it were already dead, Fu Zufeng felt no pity in his heart if it would allow him to finish off such a troublesome enemy. How was Fu Zufeng to know that when he had made his decision, giant plants and trees would start growing everywhere? Moreover, the faint pink mist that spread everywhere had an effect not only on the surrounding enemies, but even the Russian man in front of Fu Zufeng immediately seemed to go insane. Despite being a second-order soul evolver, Fu Zufeng watched helplessly as his enemy launched attacks into the air and laughed or sneered, as if he was having a very simple battle with some kind of enemy that only he could see. Because Fu Zufeng was mostly stationed in northern China, he and Wu Yijin had very little contact now, being mostly short calls to receive and deliver reports of all kinds. But even though he had not been on a battlefield with her in a long time, he still knew that if there was someone capable of giving birth to a forest several kilometers long with terrifying plants like this, then that person was undoubtedly Wu Yijin. After about 10 more minutes, Fu Zufeng scratched his head fiercely and growled loudly, "Forget it. I'll give him eternal rest once and for all. It's no use, it's no use. The serum that was injected into me had features of the Tasmanian king crab. I can regenerate from any wound in seconds." Viktor Inokontivich shook his fists as he laughed out loud happily. His fists were so heavy that each blow caused extremely terrifying air cannons. In the surroundings, some trees were turned to dust after being hit, and only the toughest ones managed to stand with great difficulty. Most surprising of all was that even after being destroyed, new plants grew, and in just 20 seconds everything had returned to its previous condition. Fu Zufeng slowly stood up while shaking his head. He had no idea how big an amount of mana Wu Yijin needed to do these things. Standing on the thick branch, he looked at his enemy and snorted while muttering something to himself. Bang! His body became a blur as he shot into the sky, soaring past the tops of most trees until the sunlight covered his silhouette. Fu Zufeng pointed his dagger skyward, and an azure lightning crackled noisily on the blade. Lightning descent. It was only for an instant, but the sun seemed to change from golden to dark blue, as Fu Zufeng's words worked as the trigger to initiate the activation of his skill. Boom! A terrifying explosion shook the entire area, and some buildings in the distance collapsed, causing loud booms. A lightning flash as thick as a mutant tree trunk rained down from the center of the sun, turning everything it touched into ashes. The lightning was extremely fast. It was only a blink of an eye before it struck the ground with accuracy. Viktor Inokontivich literally did not know what hit him even when he was hit. His whole body was engulfed by the lightning flash, and his figure was submerged inside the crackling column for about 30 seconds. After the aforementioned time, the sun returned to its natural color, and the lightning column slowly disappeared. However, there was no longer any trace of Viktor Inokontivich, and a good part of the forest had turned to ashes. 10 seconds later, Fu Zufeng looked at the large burnt patch and put away his dagger as he muttered, "Too arrogant, too arrogant. Too wasteful, too wasteful." A voice made Fu Zufeng jump in fright, and when he looked back he saw Shen Mei looking at him with an amused expression as she shook her head. "How long have you been there?" he asked with lingering trepidation. Oh, about 5 minutes ago. Shen Mei's words made Fu Zufeng sigh in his heart. Shen Mei's cloak were so good that probably only Evangeline in the whole faction could surpass her in this aspect. Shen Mei pointed at the black pit and said without knowing whether to laugh or cry, "Why did you launch such a strong attack against a piece of trash like that?" "Leave me alone." Fu Zufeng rolled his eyes and turned to leave. "He was my prey anyway, so it's fine, no." Shen Mei looked at his back silently before letting out a chuckle and disappearing. "I wonder where that shy boy from before was left." Fu Zufeng looked back when he heard those words, but there was no one to reply to anymore. Even so, he called out, "He stayed at the university." Shen Mei, like Fu Zufeng, was also mostly stationed in northern China. This meant that the two had plenty of opportunities to interact and team up, so they got along quite well and knew each other's edges. Several minutes later, Bai Zemin met with the other leaders of his troops. The massacre was not yet over. There were more than 500,000 lives in this Russian city, and more than half of them were men. In fact, even from afar, everyone could hear the cries of misery of the men being slaughtered and the hysterical cries of the terrified women. It didn't matter if it was a single man, husband, father of a family. They were all killed by the sole evolvers of the transcendent faction, who were furious with the Russian country after knowing how they treated their compatriots. Bai Zemin looked at his mother's tear-covered face with complicated eyes. He knew that she was a kind-hearted woman, and he also understood that his mother was forcing herself to keep silent because she understood that what Kali told her earlier was true. However, Bai Zemin felt that he was failing as a son by being the cause of her tears. "Mother, I understand." Yilinger interrupted without letting him continue. She shook her head. "The fact that you let those little children live is already a sign of how misericordious you are, Zemin, because those children will grow up someday and they will remember today's events." Yilinger was not stupid. She knew that leaving those children alive was no different from raising tigers at home. The reason for her tears was different from what Bai Zemin thought. "I just don't want you to be called a villain when you clearly are not. As a mother, it hurts my heart deeply to see how you bear all this. When you were born, I promised to hold the sky for you if necessary, but I can't even hold a part of your burdens and griefs now." For a mother, her children would always be children regardless of age. Besides, Bai Zemin had been just an ordinary 20-year-old boy until less than 2 years ago, the baby in Yilinger's eyes. How could she not be suffering now that she saw firsthand everything he had to do? Bai Zemin, who did not expect this to be the reason behind the tears of the woman he respected most on the face of the earth, smiled with some bitterness and said something that left many thinking. "I know that I will be the villain of thousands of stories, because society looks at perfection as hero and imperfection as villain. I'm not any almighty being, mother. I'm just like those people out there, except that instead of sitting around waiting for my death, I do what I can to avoid it, even if my actions lead me to that fate without my knowledge." In a poorly told story, everyone was a villain. As a child, one worshipped heroes and wanted to be like them, but as one grew up, one could understand that those much-hated villains were actually, in many cases, the most pitiful characters in all the story. Justify himself for his actions. Bai Zemin would never, ever do that. Such a thought never crossed his mind. However, he had no regrets either, and he was sure he would not regret about his actions and decisions. Those children he was saving today would definitely bear resentment against him. After all, Bai Zemin was killing their fathers, uncles, brothers, lovers, and so on. Bai Zemin knew that to let them live was to leave hidden dangers for him. But what was the use of worrying about something so far in the future? It wasn't as if this universe had all that time anyway. He needed to be the strongest and raise his army in less than 6 years, and that was what Bai Zemin was going to do, whatever it took. At the end of the day, he just wanted to survive. 3 hours later, the cries and wailing had been completely silenced. 5 hours later, the raid group was split in two. Bai Zemin took the larger group and continued riding north with the intention of completing the invasion, while the other smaller part headed south slowly, guarding the Russian survivors and a pile of resources that could not be taken by the enemy before leaving the base. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 11, 17 Eduard Valentinovich. Approximately 3 hours after leaving behind the Russian base practically in ruins and razed to the ground, Bai Zemin was riding Little Snow's back and deep in thought as he felt the feather-like weight of Kali resting on his back. In front of him, little Bai Zemin was sleeping comfortably with her body leaning back and resting on his chest. In cases like this, Bai Zemin had no choice but to try to ignore the jealous stares he was receiving from Luo Ning and Zio Zio, these two little lolies who loved so much to be pampered by him. Although the Wen sisters were similar, they were not as close to him compared to the aforementioned four, and with the more mischievous of the two constantly playing pranks, it helped to make the more timid one even quieter. Just as Bai Zemin was wondering why they had not been attacked by any nuclear missiles so far, a blast of hot and cold wind approached from above. Raising his head, he immediately saw a beautiful giant crimson-red bird flying from the distance and spiraling down. Once the Devastation Queen found herself flying barely over his head, Bai Zemin calmly asked, "Feng Tianwu, did you spot anything?" "There doesn't seem to be anything or anyone in the next few kilometers ahead of us." Feng Tianwu shook her head and said softly, "May I ask why did you send 5,000 men south?" Feng Tianwu never doubted Bai Zemin's intelligence anymore, and anyone who did was probably the stupidest living being in the universe. However, she was really curious and puzzled regarding his decision from before, so after a long time of hesitation, she finally decided to approach to ask. Although her question was somewhat vague, Bai Zemin was quick to understand that she as well as many others saw the problem in his earlier decision. While it is true that it is impossible for 5,000 soul evolvers to perfectly protect or guard over 200,000 people, my main goal is to get the teleportation gate and energy shield that we managed to take from the enemy base earlier into the hands of our faction. Bai Zemin paused before continuing. Russia is a country full of mutant beasts, so sending less than 5,000 would be like sending troops to their deaths. As for the Russian survivors, if their fate is strong enough, they will survive, and if not, then it means they were destined to fall early. Bai Zemin was not any kind of god, and thus was far from omniscient, omnipotent, or omnipresent. Among the 200,000 Russian survivors and his 5,000 soldiers, there was no need to say that Bai Zemin would always choose the people on his side. Besides, Bai Zemin's eyes shone with a strange light as he whispered something that only Feng Tianwu heard. The beautiful fire mage's eyes trembled slightly, and when she looked at him, the shock she was feeling in her heart could be seen through her eyes. She whispered urgently, That's too risky. What will you do if the teleportation gate and shield are stolen?" Bai Zemin shrugged and said casually, "They won't be able to. But in the hypothetical and unlikely event that what you said actually happens, none of that really matters since we'll be wiping out the Russian faction before we return to China anyway." Feng Tianwu felt that what he said made sense, but at the same time felt that Bai Zemin was playing with fire. Although he had not explained too much to her, what he had told her earlier was more than enough for her to understand that another terrifying battle would soon break out in southern Russia. She did not think for a moment that a person who loved his family as much as Bai Zemin did would send his father to a seemingly lost battlefield. But what Feng Tianwu could not understand was the simple fact of why did Bai Zemin only send Chen He and Bai Delan as the strongest generals. ///// Russia's capital, Moscow. The capital of Russia had more than 15 million survivors before the apocalypse broke out when the Soul Record made its appearance without warning. When the apocalypse occurred, 80–90% of the human population immediately turned into zombies, and the remaining 10–20% immediately began to be slaughtered practically one-sidedly by zombies and mutant beasts. However, Russia, like the Catholic Church forces in the Vatican, and like Angelo's forces in the United States, managed to pull together quickly due to the fact that their central command did not collapse. With their leader in command, the military forces of Moscow took only 3 months to recover most of the capital. Although no one knew what happened to the zombie leader, everything pointed to the fact that the Russian special forces managed to successfully drive him off to some unknown location. The base built in the center of Moscow was possibly the most powerful in Russia. Its walls were over 500 meters high and were made of giant stones with the ability to absorb limited amounts of mana, which would weaken enemy attacks and help the walls stand stronger in times of war. On top of the walls were giant catapults that had clearly been built using magic. These giant ice trebuchets could hurl gigantic stones over 5,000 meters in distance, but thanks to the heightening of the walls, that distance could reach up to 3 times as far. Moreover, the most terrifying thing was that the giant ice trebuchets had 2 surprisingly good qualities for the defense of a city. First, a normal stone would turn into a magic stone enveloped in ice and frost magic as soon as the trigger was activated. Provided they were fed with enough soul stones, the giant ice trebuchet would not fail to fire extremely destructive magic projectiles capable of crushing entire armies on their own. The second special quality was that upon impacting the ground, the giant stones not only did not explode but bounced and spun like footballs, crushing everything in their path and releasing gusts of frost capable of freezing everything within 100 meters around them. If the enemies wanted to break through the Moscow fortress, using numbers, they would definitely have to pay a terrible price to have the slightest chance of success. Kremlin, Fortress of the Tsars. This historic place where the Grand Palace was located had become the home of the leader of the new Russia. The leader of the Russians had taken advantage of the already built defense of the Grand Palace and turned it into his personal castle. The place was heavily guarded, and inside there were more than 100 beautiful maidens performing domestic chores. All of them seemed to be used to it, as they divided the tasks to perfection and moved with practically inhuman synchronicity. In the extremely luxurious and carefully decorated main hall of the castle, a man who, despite looking like a handsome young man with blonde hair in his 20s, was over 60 calmly sipped a shot of whiskey. His posture was like that of an elegant nobleman, one leg crossed over the other, and he wore all-white military clothing except for the small gold chains and buttons. Even as he listened to Colonel Roman Valeriyevich's report, even as this man who had done so much for him writhed in pain and rage, the blond man's expression never changed. No one knew what he was thinking. Behind the handsome man in white clothes was an incredibly beautiful woman. Her body was so curvaceous that it seemed to have been modified by divine hands, as it was hard to believe that a human woman could achieve such a level of physical perfection. However, Bai Zemin would certainly be surprised if he saw this woman's face. This was because the girl's face resembled by at least 30 to 40% the face of one of his most trusted and powerful generals. Roman Varyevich finally finished his report after several minutes. He related everything in detail and did not skip anything before looking at the tallest leader in silence. However, after 5 minutes of silence, this fierce and brave colonel could not stand the silence any longer, and with tears of anger in his eyes said in a hoarse voice, "Your Majesty, Eduard Valentinovich." This was the name of the leader of Russia, and also the person who more than 17 years ago had wiped out Evangeline's family. Eduard finally opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was his own reflection in the thin layer of whiskey remaining in the glass. He played with the liquid by swirling the glass gently, and after a short pause said slowly, "I understand. I am sorry for your loss and that of your family, Colonel Varyevich. Go get help to recover your lost limb first and spend 2 days at home afterwards." Roman Varyevich stood and performed a military salute before turning with the intention of leaving. However, before he crossed the door to the salon, he stopped. Eduard Valentinovich looked up and looked at his back calmly as he asked, "Is something wrong, Colonel?" "Your Majesty, this is just a theory on my part, but I hope you will take it into account." Oh, the Russian leader's eyes flashed with a hint of interest before nodding to himself. "Go ahead, please." Roman Varyevich took a deep breath before suddenly saying, "I don't know if your Majesty remembers that thing that attacked Moscow last month." Eduard Valentinovich's expression changed slightly, and even the beautiful lady behind him experienced changes in her demeanor upon hearing Colonel Roman's words. "Where are you leading with your question, Colonel?" Eduard Valentinovich's voice was rather displeased. The events that had occurred a month ago was something he would rather not remember if possible, and every time someone mentioned it, Eduard's mood, which was usually quite good, immediately turned dismal. "As I said, this is just a feeling of mine and nothing else." Roman Varyevich did not turn around, nor did he flinch at the change in the mood of the person behind him. He continued in a hoarse voice, "But I think it would be good if we consider the strength of the transcendent faction's leader, Bai Zemin, as an equal of that winged thing. The blow with which he killed my son-in-law was not a fist that contained only pure physical force capable of knocking down a dragon, but also had an energy very similar to that expelled by the teleportation gate when we activate it." Without waiting for a response, Roman Varyevich left silently a few seconds later. For about 10 minutes, the room was silent, and the only sound that could be heard was that of the hands of the antique clock on the opposite wall, where there were also some giant bear heads and mutant deer. After what seemed like an eternity, Eduard Valentinovich asked without looking back, "What do you think? You are the person with the most knowledge and advantage when it comes to space power." The beautiful blonde woman thought silently for a few seconds before saying in a surprisingly sweet voice, "This person named Bai Zemin is definitely not simple. Whether we like to admit it or not, Xuanyuan Wenchen was really powerful even in the past, so he had definitely become way stronger after evolving. And yet, he was still defeated. I think we need to investigate a bit more, and taking Colonel Varyevich's words into account might not be a bad idea." Bai Zemin, Eduard Valentinovich leaned back and looked up at the large chandelier hanging in the high ceiling as he said in a nonchalant voice, "I never in my life thought that a cryo could give me so many headaches." The beautiful woman smiled slightly and began massaging his shoulders as she said sweetly, "I don't think there's any need to worry too much. Even that thing retreated when it entered that place, so we just have to wait. Bai Zemin is walking to his own death without knowing it anyway." Hearing the words and the sweet voice of the woman behind him, as well as her soft hands gently kneading his shoulders, Eduard Valentinovich's mood immediately brightened. With a chuckle, he nodded and closed his eyes. "Christina, you really are my guardian angel and salvation in this shitty world." Christina Ilyinishna. This was the name of the beautiful, seductive woman with the sweet voice, the older sister and the person Evangeline most wanted dead in this world. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 11:18 The Man Who Never Suffered a Defeat in His Life. Checkmate. The leader of the Russian faction was having a big headache regarding what to do next. Although he was doing his best to retreat his troops and survivors from all the bases throughout Russia and move them to Moscow, this required a great deal of time and energy. Even if Eduard Valentinovich was willing to literally let the enemy destroy a great part of the effort he had put in all this time in exchange for a guaranteed victory, it did not mean that it was easy for him to make such a decision. Because of the enemy invasion, Russia was not only losing bases and buildings that had taken months to raise, but they were also killing soldiers and brave soul evolvers. Besides, the various Russian leaders might not mind the death of a few thousand normal survivors, but they would certainly feel their hearts bleed if they lost tens of thousands, or worse, yet hundreds of thousands in a short period of time. Without survivors, there were many factories that would suffer, production would plummet, and the fortifications and development of the faction would face major stagnation for an unknown amount of time. Even if Eduard Valentinovich was confident about the victory of his faction after Christina's reminder, this did not mean that he was happy with the outcome. This was because even if they won, the price to pay was simply too high. Do you think there's any method to force that brat to step back? The hands of the beautiful Christina paused for a second after hearing Eduard's question. She soon resumed her massage, and after thinking about it for several seconds said carefully, "As I understand it, this boy named Bai Zemin had no intention of ruling China in the past. The real reason why he built up strength and grew powerful was exclusively to find his family, who was hundreds of miles distant." The Russian leader fell into deep contemplation as he listened to her words before nodding, still without opening his eyes. Attacking Bai Zemin's family will make him back down if he feels they are in trouble, and it will certainly buy us time. The problem is that Brat wasn't a political leader in the past. He was just a student. If he goes berserk and ignores everything else, it will be a big headache dealing with him later. That's a fate we can't run away from, Christina sighed. She stopped her massage and said in her sweet voice, "No matter what we do, clashing with the Chinese faction is an unavoidable fact at this point, which at the same time means we will have to clash with that little monster. The really important thing is to minimize our losses as much as possible." Eduard Valentinovich opened his eyes and sighed. After a long time, he finally said with some bitterness, "If I had known at the time that the damned monkey surnamed Liang and that stupid prince of the sea race would turn out to be so useless, I wouldn't have joined hands with them. Because of the incompetence of that bunch of good-for-nothings, I now have to spend sleepless nights." Eduard was not weak at all, quite the contrary. He was extremely powerful. However, he was cautious by nature, so although in his heart he felt that he was definitely not weaker than the Chinese leader, he still did not want to risk it until his victory was 200% confirmed, and with no severe losses on his side. At the end of the day, he also had to watch his back against some of his subordinates who were waiting for the right moment to take him down. Christina looked at him with strange eyes, and no one knew what she was really thinking when she heard his words. Eduard Valentinovich did not find her silence weird, as she was rather quiet to begin with, and taking advantage of the moment, he asked a question that took her by surprise. "By the way, there is a girl in the enemy faction with Russian features. Evangeline, I think that was her name." Confused as to why he would suddenly mention such a thing, Christina stared at him in puzzlement. Edward stood up and gently stretched out his arms as he said lazily, "Forget it. I must be overthinking things recently." Before either of them had a chance to say anything else, a skinny man dressed in a blue robe with a variety of engravings on the surface and a golden-colored wand stepped into the spacious hall under the guidance of a beautiful blonde maid. "Oh, Gerard, this is quite a rare sight." Edward smiled slightly as he sat down and motioned the man to sit where Colonel Roman had been minutes before. However, the man named Gerard shook his head lightly and bowed slightly. "Your Majesty, I won't take much of your time, so I'll give my report first." Eduard Valentinovich did not get mad at the other person. He was already used to the rather eccentric personality of the man in front of him. Besides, Gerard was loyal and hardworking, not to mention that he was a third-order soul evolver whose magical power was capable of turning a city into debris and provoking a massacre with his skills. He was the terror of any army. Gerard pointed his wand at the ground and said in a somewhat apathetic and dark voice, "Soul projection." The floor in front of Edward and Christina suddenly began to ripple more and more rapidly, like a still lake suddenly being whipped by the fall of dozens of small stones, with shorter and shorter intervals between the fall of each stone. The floor that seemed to have become a lake suddenly released a faint pale white radiance that gradually grew into a powerful milk-white glow. After a few seconds, the light receded, and with a diameter of approximately 2 meters, a kind of circular screen appeared on the floor. On the magic screen could be seen the image of a rather small army leading what appeared to be hundreds of thousands of people. These people were clearly weak, and the old ones would occasionally fall into the snow only to never get up again. "This is..." Christina opened her beautiful blue eyes slightly and whispered with visible surprise as she stared at the magic screen. The Russian leader narrowed his eyes slightly. After a few seconds, he raised his head and said calmly, "Gerard, would you care to explain?" In fact, both Edward and Christina were already well aware of what was going on, but Gerard's next words completely confirmed their thoughts. "It looks like the enemy has split into 2 groups. One group is probably continuing to move north while this group we're seeing is moving south." Gerard waved his wand, and the magic screen suddenly began to get blurrier and blurrier, the images to disappear, and the floor to gradually return to normal. "I was watching for a while, and it looks like their goal is to send the technology they stole after raiding Irkutsk. It's probably less than 7,000 men, but I can't confirm this information 100%. Suddenly, Edward leaned back into the back of his chair, and a big smile began to form on his face. He burst out laughing as he said aloud, "Christina, looks like the heavens are smiling on us, the pure Russians after all." A few seconds later, Edward slowly stopped laughing, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. His clear eyes flashed with coldness as he asked in a chilling voice, "Gerard, can you confirm if the one leading them is Bai Zemin?" The one leading the army seems to be the archer who disappeared for a few months before suddenly reappearing. Gerard waved his bony hand and said in a raspy voice, "There is also the father of the enemy leader, whatever his name is." Edward immediately smiled. His smile was as bright as the sun as he looked out into the snow-covered outside. "Looks like the sun is about to rise for us." Christina looked silently at the man in front of her before asking curiously, "Your Majesty Edward, will you attack the enemy troops heading south?" "It is nothing. I'll just ask Bai Delan here for some imported vodka. Perhaps his son will want to behave himself better then." Edward smiled slightly before adding, "But it's not the right time, not yet." Christina raised an eyebrow, but despite her curiosity asked nothing. She had long ago understood that the fewer questions she asked, the better off she would be. Although she had earned the trust of the person in front of her with great difficulty and effort over the years, Christina understood perfectly well that the person called Eduard Valentinovich was a man who would not commit himself to anyone, and was capable of sacrificing even his own blood at the first moment of doubt and suspicion that appeared in his heart. To Christina's surprise, however, she did not need to ask anything, as her doubt was cleared up the next moment by Eduard himself. "Let's wait for our young transcendent leader to enter our garden first, and we will take advantage of the moment to politely invite his father to visit Moscow. If Bai Zemin by some miracle of life manages to get out of that place, then we can negotiate if he is in good condition. If not..." Even without him finishing the sentence, it was evident what his thoughts were. Christina Ilyinishna slowly closed her eyes as dozens of possible developments and futures were analyzed in a matter of seconds by her gifted brain. Bai Zemin was powerful, there was no room to doubt it. However, even after knowing several of his feats, neither Christina nor anyone else believed that he would get out of that place alive after entering. In the hypothetical and miraculous event that the enemy leader actually made it out of there alive, his entire army would have already been destroyed, which would mean a great fall in power for the enemy faction. Not to mention that Christina refused to accept that Bai Zemin could get out of there in one piece and without losing most of his fighting strength. Now, even in the most surprising and unlikely future in which Bai Zemin got out of that place alive and still had enough power to raise hell, he would only be able to listen and obey once his father fell into the hands of the Russian faction. Christina slowly opened her blue eyes and looked at the smiling Eduard. I guess this is checkmate once again, she sighed in her heart. In all her life she had never seen the person in front of her loss, not even once. Even if it was a mere board game with the odds stacked against him, life itself and fate seemed to be on the old Russian leader's side, as he always managed to emerge victorious in the end, no matter how bad the weather played against him. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up 3.